January in Wijk aan Zee, the Netherlands. For this cozy, coastal town, the holiday season isn't over. In fact, the most wonderful time of the year has really just begun.
Fabi seems more fresh, and I know he loves Tata Steel, and you could just see the inspiration in Fabi's play.
Once again, Wijk aan Zee starts the new year as the center of the chess universe. This year as host of the 85th Tata Steel Chess Tournament. A magnet for the best players in the game, some recognize the Masters field of 2023 as its strongest in recent memory. Of course, it helps when 8-time Tata Steel chess champion Magnus Carlsen is back.
Magnus is playing for a win, and he has to start winning fast if he wants to re-emerge at the top half of the cross table.
The world's #1 looks to further cement his legacy in this event and the game's history. Chasing Magnus will be amongst the best in chess. Several have been crowned champion here before. Some have even shocked the world in doing so. And don't leave out those poised to capture their first Tata title.
Anish is taking down the world champion Magnus in absolute shock.
Although winter, Tata Steel Chess is also known as the place new stars come to bloom. Magnus won here as a teenager. This year's event has its fair share of young players on the rise, each hoping to follow in Carlsen's footsteps.
Nodirbek just playing a modern brilliancy.
What a performance.
The Dutch refer to Tata Steel as the Wimbledon of chess. For 85 years in running, this tournament continues to be steeped in prestige and legacy, and does so again in this welcoming little Dutch town by the sea. Mein Vrienden, it's the 85th edition of the Tata Steel Chess Tournament, and it starts right now.
Happy Saturday, everybody, and welcome to round 7 of the Tata Steel Chess Tournament. We can see that beautiful playing hall over in the resort seaside village of Wijk aan Zee, 30 minutes from the capital of the Netherlands, Amsterdam. The spectators, the players in the open tournament milling about, preparing for yet another day of breakneck action. I'm your host, GM Daniel Naroditsky, and alongside me today, once again, International Master Jovanka Huska. Jovanka, what better way to spend the weekend than watching some more epic chess action?
Yeah, I know. You couldn't ask for anything more. I mean, we've been treated to so much spectacular chess. And of course, we get to see what is essentially a chess festival. So many people gathered in one spot, just enjoying the game. I mean, I'm just loving every second of it.
We talked about this yesterday. It's not just about who's leading the tournament. It's not just about who beats who. It's about the atmosphere. And the atmosphere in the Tata Steel tournament is second to none. And the atmosphere is created by a combination of things. Of course, the players, but also just the amount of spectators, the tournaments that are going on the side, and the location, which is so picturesque and so unmistakable. Wijk aan Zee means only one thing, and it means epic chess. It also means the world champion, because he is participating in this tournament. He is struggling mightily. Now, Magnus was able to somewhat stop the bleeding with yesterday's draw against his former second, Jordan van Foreest. The press caught up with Magnus to see how he's feeling and to ask about his approach as we reach the midpoint of the tournament. Let's listen in.
Yeah, it's probably not a good sign, really. I mean, I try to, not let it affect my sort of day-to-day routine too much. Just keep on going, and I feel okay. So hopefully things will turn around. But losing is it's frustrating. Well, I mean, I did take quite a bit of risk in both those games that I did lose. So I'll probably have to take even more risk now. But I'll try every game. I'll try and play, and we'll see how far it takes me. The tournament victory is obviously not realistic, but regardless of what you're doing, that's not what you should think about. So I'll take it day by day, and we'll see how I end up.
Well, the world champion promising to take it day by day, tempering our expectations by saying that a tournament victory is not realistic. And as the current cross table sits, well, that's a pretty accurate statement. Let's review Friday's results. We had 2 decisive games as Wesley So scores his first win of the tournament, Yovi, and Fabiano Caruana delivers just a crushing victory over the struggling Gukesh.
Yeah, and it was especially important for Fabi to actually take down Gukesh because it meant that he managed to get revenge over his defeat in the Olympiad in 2022. And yes, it looks like it was quite a draw fest, and it was, but boy, were those games so tense, so thrilling. And let's have a look at the leaderboard to see how everyone is doing. And at the top of the table, we can see it is none other than 18-year-old Nodirbek Abdusattorov, who really is having the tournament of his life so far. He is on 4.5 points out of 6. And you have to remember, he actually defeated the world champion Magnus Carlsen with the black pieces in game 5. He's just playing so well.
The Uzbek phenom sitting pretty on 4.5. I mean, plus 1, 2, 3 in a field like this is just stunning. But he's got half of the tournament that he still has to play. Let's see if he can manage to sit atop the cross table. He's got some sharks trying to catch up to him. Fabiano Caruana and Anish Giri, 2 of those sharks. They are only half a point behind on 4 out of 6. And of course, a big contingent on plus 1 that includes the Indian talent Pragdananda, and then, of course, Magnus Carlsen. That's the real story of the second half of the tournament cross table. He is in 10th place right now on -1. Let's see if he can course correct today with a victory, and he's got a pretty good pairing. He's got the white pieces against Richard Rapport, who has historically really struggled in his black games against the world champion. We'll be bringing you those stats in due course, but mouth-watering matchups all around. Pragdananda Van Forest. I'm so excited for Erigaisi Abdusattorov, Yovi. I mean, any game involving Nodirbek Abdusattorov is just by definition going to be exciting, but Arjun is so fun to watch.
Yeah, he's really been sharpening his tools. He's been playing razor sharp chess, and I agree with you. He is definitely a spectator favorite. Other matchups that I'm particularly fascinated by is Magsudlu against Fabiano Caruana. I think these two have not played a classical match against each other, and well, wherever you look, there are juicy pairings in front of you.
Man, Keimer, Ding Liren, Aronian against Giri, even the players who aren't currently leading the tournament. I mean, those games are still going to be interesting. We've had such a good assortment of different kinds of openings and different kinds of positions to enjoy. And of course, the quality of the chess has been high as usual. Part of the reason for that is the time control. The time control in Tata Steel is the most generous of any annual super tournament. The players have 100 minutes for the first 40 moves. Then 50 minutes are added for the next 20 moves, and on move 60, both players receive an additional 15 minutes for the rest of the game. And of course, there is the 30-second increment, 30-second bonus that is added to each player's clock every time they make a move, starting from move 1. So the time control is generous. We've had some 7.5-hour rounds. We've had some 4-hour rounds. I mean, we've been all over the map in terms of game length. And I think that's a good thing. Some games finish a little earlier. Some games take a while. And Nodirbek Abdusattorov, unmistakable there as he jots down information about his opponent, Aronian, taking a seat. Always flamboyant in the way that he dresses. I love it. That is Aronian, right? Okay.
That is sure. Aronian, yeah. There is no other player who dresses in such a colorful style. And I have to admire the creativity. He's come here in a certain mood, and I think that is an indicator of how he will face off against Anish. Anish is incredibly well prepared, and I'm wondering how Levon will try to crack open Anish's arsenal. And there we see Richard Rapport sitting there ready for the world champion to come to the board. And you kind of mentioned it earlier, Richard Rapport has a really bad score against Magnus Carlsen with the black pieces. I mean, he's lost every single game that he's played with black and against the world champion. So Magnus, of course, must be feeling quite positive.
And Richard Rapport, he's got to break the streak eventually. So I think the statistics are on his side. I don't think there's a single reason, an easily identifiable reason, that the now Romanian Grandmaster has struggled against the world champion. Richard Rapport has been, all over the map in terms of his opening choices, but in the last couple of tournaments, he's played far more standard openings than he did the first time he entered the Super GM club. He used to play the craziest stuff with both colors. Something tells me that against the world champion, he is not going to dip his toes into too exotic of an opening pool, but we're going to see. First of all, big question is what Magnus is going to play. C4 against Nodirbek did not result in success. Are we going to see something more mainstream, such as 1E4? Well, we're about to find out because the clocks are going to be started any second. You can see, I think all of the players have taken their seats over in the Challengers and the Masters. And Magnus isn't here yet. Of course, Yovi. Of course Magnus isn't here yet. He has to be fashionably late.
Isn't it a sign of the world champions that they come late? Isn't it a kind of psychological ploy just to make your opponent wait for you, just to kind of say, hey, you waited for me. I'm the one in charge. I can remember Garry Kasparov always turned up late. I mean, primarily this was to avoid all the photographers. I wonder, and everyone getting ready. And I have to say that they did experiment a few years ago with a zero tolerance policy, where if you were not at the board when the arbiters said, start the clocks, that was it. You lost. And they go handshake and they are off. And we see Levon opening with E4.
And Giri, not a surprise there. E4, E5. He is fine with a draw with the black pieces, but something tells me Levon is going to bring his A game to the opening. Knight F3, knight to C6. Well, we will not start from Magnus's game because the world champion isn't here yet. And an Italian, just a big surprise there, Yovi. Nobody thought we would see that opening. But knight F6 from Anish Giri. Anish refraining from the more standard bishop C5. And let's see if he puts his bishop on E7. No, I spoke too soon. We're back to standard territory with bishop C5.
Yeah, and I wasn't really surprised that Levon has been playing E4. I mean, I am surprised that it wasn't a low pass. This kind of Italian, gioco piano, however you want to call it, is a little bit out of territory for both of them. And there we go, D3, D6. And are we going to see something brave and adventurous like we've seen in the past with the bishop coming out to G5? Are we going to see, this is the kind of, I call it the Magnus approach. A4, C3, take as much space as you possibly can on the queen side.
This has been a obsession at Super Grandmaster level. You said the name Magnus. I think he was really the first to popularize this line, but everybody is playing this move A4, which used to be pretty much unheard of. I mean, the old approach is to tuck the bishop away on B3 and then to play C3. But now this space-grabbing approach on the queen side with C3 and then B4 has been all the rage. Now, Black's bishop is not in danger. Black's going to play A6. For some reason, Black rarely plays A5 in these positions for reasons that I don't quite understand fully. Maybe the B5 square you don't want to weaken, but there's a lot of positional subtleties that hide below the surface in these Italian positions. And Giri taking the first think of the game.
Yeah, and I have to say, in my opinion, I feel that this opening is perhaps one of the most complicated openings. It's so tense. None of the minor pieces get traded off early on. And so you're playing with a full set of pieces. And this just makes it very, very tense, especially when you consider that both sides don't have so much space. And the one thing that I found out is that the game will eventually hinge on who has the better bishop. And there we can see the world champion has entered the building. Sat there and his board. He's getting ready to make his move. What are we going to see? Is he going to push E4, D4, C4? Richard looks a little bit peeved, if I have to say.
Yeah, like really? Are we really doing this? Richard's, and he's watching him write down the information about the game, right? Can you just make a move already? Can I already find out what you're going to play? Maybe Magnus doesn't even know. No. He's got to adjust his pieces first. The knights have to be facing each other. Okay, king, queen, bishop, very methodical. He's not in a hurry. For now, the pawns, every piece has to be adjusted. And E4.
And here it comes, E4.
Oh, yeah, that's what I want to see. Now we're going to see a French from Richard Rapport. Rapport likes to play the French. I was going to almost say pray the French. If he plays the French, he might have to pray, because that it would not be a very wise choice against the world champion. But Report really only one of the last Super GMs who is still willing to play something truly offbeat, even against the strongest players in the world, and not responding immediately.
No, he's certainly not. And he does have a big smile up his face, as though he has a surprise for us. And now Richard also taking a pause, having a think. Maybe this is also a good psychological ploy in return. Make the world champion wait. After all, Richard has waited for a while. It goes back to your story yesterday. If your opponent is 1 hour late, you do the same.
Take level the corresponding amount of time.
Yeah.
So take 1 minute and 30 seconds on this move. Now, he obviously must have expected, Carlsen has played E4 before in his life. He might have expected C4 or D4 and thought that was more probable. But obviously, Richard had decided before the game what he is going to play against D4. So maybe he's gathering his nerves. He's just remembering his files. You just never know what the players are doing. They're not always just thinking about, E4, what a surprise. I don't know what to play. I don't think it's that. I think they've made the decision before the game.
Yeah, I mean, you would certainly think that. This has only happened to me once, actually, that I haven't really predicted what my opponent's going to play. And that was my game against Fabi Caruana. And so Fabi plays everything. And so I just had a look at the database and I was like, well, what can I prepare? And I had seen that every single game that he had in that particular year had started E4. So I was like, okay, he's going to play E4. He's going to take me on the one opening that I have, the Caracan. After all, I'm as predictable as they come. And let's battle it out in the advance. So I spent all morning and all the night before just checking out my advance. I was actually really happy with the line I had concocted. And I turn up and he opens with D4. And I'm like, well, that was my preparation was just a complete waste of time. And Magnus is back and Richard has made his move. He too has opened with E4, E5, Knight F3. And are we going to see Knight F6, Petrov, or Knight C6?
Or D6
Knight
or
F6.
the Latvian gambit. No, the Petrov.
No, the Petrov. And Richard kind of saying, hey, I want to play a solid game of chess. And now Magnus has to think about how he's going to respond. I mean, of course, Magnus had plenty of experience in this in the World Championship match when Nepomniachtchi played this against him.
Yeah, I mean, Nepomniachtchi really inaugurated a second coming, one could say, of the Petrov. The Petrov is a very interesting popularity arc. It was all the rage, I would say, in the first half of the 2000s, 2005, 2006. Vishy Anand, Boris Gelfand, they were playing it all the time. I mean, they had like 10 games against each other on either side in the Petrov. Then the Petrov really waned. New ideas were discovered. D4 in this position became very popular. And then Jan Nepomniachtchi breathing new life into some of those main lines. And right now, the theoretical standing of the Petrov is almost as healthy as 2 Knight C6, if not completely as healthy. It's a full-fledged opening. And I don't think White has found a real advantage in the main lines in the last couple of months. So I'm excited to see what Magnus is going to bring to the table as he takes on E5. Report is going to respond with D6. This might be a good opportunity, Yovi, to share the famous story concerning Vishy Anand and the shortest game of his career. I know you know what I'm talking about.
I do know exactly what you're talking about. I can't quite remember the moves, though, but it's a very famous story.
So the story concerns Vishy Anand. I think this was the 80s. After Knight F3, Knight takes E4. There's a very popular move, Knight to C3. Magnus might play it. And in that position, Knight F3, Knight takes C4, Knight C3. There was a game between two grandmasters, which went Bishop C8 to F5, and a draw was agreed in that position. And the game was published in Chess Informant, which before the advent of the internet was the way in which grandmasters learned about what was popular and what grandmasters were playing. It was a publication that contained all of the theoretically important games. And Vishy Anand saw that game and decided to reproduce this very interesting new move in his game against Colombian grandmaster Alonso Zapata. But as it turns out, and I'm going to make the moves on the board here really, really quickly. After knight f3, knight takes e4, knight c3, bishop f5, white has the move queen to e2, and Vishy Anand had no choice but to resign because d3 threatens to win the knight, and after queen e7, the coup de grace is knight to d5, simply forcing the queen back, after which you lose your knight. Now, it turns out that the reason bishop f5 was featured in that other Grandmaster game, which involved Larry Christensen, is that it was a prearranged draw. The players weren't actually thinking about what they were playing or whether it was good or not. So Vishy Anand, he lost the game in 4 moves as a Grandmaster. Unfortunately, we're not going to see this because Magnus Carlsen has deviated from the main path with knight e5 to d3.
Yeah, he has. And incidentally, when Magnus was tested on certain positions and whether he could recognize them or not, he was shown just the beginning of that game, and he said, that's Zapata against Vishy Anand. And it was just incredible. At the time, I was like, oh my God, how did he know that? And knight d3 on the board, knight takes pawn. And now I'm guessing that queen e2 is going to be played. Or let me just check the opening database.
Or knight c3.
Knight c3 is another move. Wasn't this played? Wasn't knight c3 played in the World Championship match between Magnus and Fabi in 2000?
Yeah, knight c3, d5 is the line, but you're right, queen e2 on the board here. So are we going to get, and knight f4, I think, is the move here, if I remember correctly, setting up the exact same trap as in the Zapata Anand game. So maybe my story was pertinent after all.
Yeah, and knight f4 on the board, and that is why Black's main move is actually to push the pawn to c6, or if he's feeling in a drawish mood and just simply wants to establish a blockade, then he's just simply going to go knight c6. Just start building those fences, take it into an endgame.
I mean, after knight f6, I don't quite understand why white is supposed to be better there. I guess it's a slight advantage because white can push the pawn to d4 in one fell swoop. White's got slightly better development. So Magnus, rather than, going for something incredibly sharp, and there are very sharp lines in the Petrov, you don't have to trade queens. He decides to stick what he's most comfortable with, which is a long, grinded out endgame with a slight advantage. He wants to play with no risk. He knows that he's not in great form this tournament. And when you're struggling in sharp positions, what you often want to do is go for the types of positions that you feel most comfortable with. And I think that's exactly what we see the world champion doing here.
Yeah, certainly. But I have to say, when you are struggling, do you want to see an opening like the Petrov when there are no pawn imbalances? The pieces, okay, white has a slight advantage there, but it could fizzle out very quickly, especially if black were well prepared and knows exactly the path to equality.
Yeah, I mean, this is a surprising choice somewhat for the world champion. I take his comment about not having chances to win the tournament with a grain of salt. And I think if, insofar as Magnus still entertains prospects of, let's say, finishing in the top 3, he cannot afford to make a quick draw this game. He basically has to win all of his white games, starting with this one. And we will see if his strategy bears success. But we've got a couple of other interesting openings. So let's take a dive into our first bird's eye view of the day, Yovi. And we've got a feast for the eyes here.
Yeah, I certainly do. Maybe we can start with the tournament leader, Nodirbek. He is playing with the black pieces against Arjun Erigaisi. And we are seeing, it looks like an e4, e5 scenario.
Yeah, that is our second Petrov.
Oh, another Petrov.
Yep, another Petrov. So we've got a lot of e4, e5s today. Let's count. We've got Aronian Giri in the Italian. We've got Gukesh, and an early d5, also in Italian. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4 e4 games, and then the others either d4 or c4. Keimer Ding is a very interesting opening, which we'll get to in short order. But yeah, the Erigaisi Abdusattorov game went directly into a somewhat less popular version of the Petrov. So I agree. Let's take a closer look at that one.
Yeah.
Okay.
And
this is move 10.
Go here. And okay, the database is telling me this actually has a name. It's called the Steinitz attack. I didn't know this. I'm very bad with opening names. How are you when it comes
I'm
to recalling those names?
I'm okay with the sort of I know this is the Petrov, but when you get down to like move 7 and 8, I'm always shocked by how many sub variations had names I'd never heard of. And sometimes you have the Steinus attacker, you have the Capablanca setup, and they might have nothing to do with who played the line first. So I just wonder who invents these names. But anyways, let's rewind a little bit and show how this was reached. In this game, White did in fact play the second most popular move, e4, knight takes e4, and d takes e5, already a deviation from the standard bishop f1 to d3. White takes on e5 immediately. There's a crazy line here that goes bishop c5, but black going for the calmer approach with d7, d5, inviting white to take on passant, but that's totally toothless. Erigaisi keeps the imbalance by developing his knight. We have a trade. Black develops his bishops, grabs control of the center. White does the same. And bishop g4, rook e1 to defend the e5 pawn, and black castles. One thing I'll point out before I pass it to you, Yovi, is that bishop takes h7 check. People are always tempted by this move. It doesn't do anything with the bishop on g4 pinning the knight. If you play bishop h7 and then knight g5, we'll just take your knight and you'll emerge 2 pieces down. So Abdusattorov hasn't blundered anything. Visually, his position looks pretty pleasant, I have to say.
Yeah, and the first pressing question that I would be thinking about if I had the white pieces would be very simple. How on earth are you going to unravel from this pin? This bishop pinning the knight and the queen. And it's not an easy thing to deal with to begin with, because you don't really want to be going h3, g4 unless you're feeling really brave. And some of us are not in that category. And then the other option is just maybe just to play around that pin, just develop the queen to e2 and then put the rooks in the center. But there will come a time when it's what happens next. And I do know that grandmasters and in fact strong players are just obsessed with where's the progress, what's my plan. You've got to know what to do, because it's very difficult to play a planless position.
It is indeed. And in terms of formulating a plan, you often want to first identify the area of the board on which you want to operate. And to piggyback off of what you're saying, it's hard to identify White's area of superiority. I would say that maybe the center is narrowly the E file is really the only area of the board in which White can operate freely. So I'm thinking about a move like e5, e6 at some point, maybe start with h3 and then follow up with e6. The downside, of course, is that if you allow f takes c6, the pin only intensifies and the pressure on the knight becomes truly unpleasant. So Erigaisi taking his time here. Obviously, there are still games in the database in this position, and you can confirm that. But this is not the kind of position I would want to have with White if I wasn't very well acquainted with sort of the typical plans.
Yep, there are not too many games in databases. In fact, I'm just looking at it and nothing has been played. Castles is a new move, but I'm sure, I mean, in the previous games, Black had always kind of developed the queen, put the queen to c7 or d7, but I'm sure it will transpose into something. I agree with you. It kind of does feel like a standard position, but also if White doesn't do something now, I'm really afraid that Black is simply going to step forward with the queen, connect the rooks, and like you say, just get good development and at the right time, break open with a potential f6.
Yeah, and looking pretty good for Abdusattorov. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, no, I'm quite worried actually, and I'm just thinking of ways to do something. I'm the kind of player that cannot do anything. I can't just sit there and do nothing. I want to do something. So I was thinking, first obvious move is actually just attack the bishop. Just ask it, what are you going to do? And if Black plays bishop takes knight, you breathe a sigh of relief and you go, thank you for solving my problems. But okay, h3 on the board. But Black will not be so accommodating. Black will, of course, step back with the bishop to h5. And here it comes. I mean, how are you going to unravel?
Well, there's also the not so remote possibility that Black plays bishop g4 to e6, because your idea could be, okay, I'll unpin your knight, but where is your knight going to go? c5 is controlled. G5, that's the juicy square. That's controlled. So bishop e6 looks pretty appealing to me as well. Bishop h5, maybe White's idea is to reposition the dark squared bishop to f4 and open up the d2 square for the queen and say, at some point, I'm going to let you take on f3 and ruin my pawn structure. But on the flip side, that opens the g file. And if you assemble your pieces smartly and expeditiously on the king side, you can often turn that visual damage around to your favor by using the g file for attacking purposes. So the eval bar seems to believe that White is slightly better, but I really think that in these kinds of positions, it's really all about who understands the typical ideas better.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's brewing up for a nice fight. And if Arjun has anything to do with it, I think he will sharpen it up by the time we next come round.
He will indeed. And we will leave Nodirbek Abdusattorov to ponder where he wants to put his bishop. He will certainly not take that knight. But bishop e6 and bishop h5 are two serious candidate moves that he has to choose from. Well, we've got a couple of other games to choose from. Let's take a look once again at our bird's eye view. Maybe we can look at one of the games that did not start with e2, e4. I will point out that in the Aronian Giri game on your top right, we had an exchange of bishops on e3, leading to a very interesting and typical Italian structure with that semi-open f-file and that pawn mass in the center. So we will take a look at that game as well. But I want some variety, Yovi. So I'll let you choose between our one d4 and one c4 games. Which one catches your eye?
Okay, it will definitely be the Pragnananda against Jordan Van Furie's game, because that one to me is incredibly interesting, because Pragnananda has pushed forward with c4, c5. He's committed his structure. And now we're going to see a maneuvering battle here. It's going to be whether Black can, first of all, organize the breakthrough e5, and secondly, whether he can find a good role for his knight on d7. Because at the minute, the knight on d7 looks like it's a good piece, but actually it's not doing too much. It's just helping with e5. And I like these type of positions for Black, I have to say. Most people think that they're very passive, but that suits me fine.
Yeah, it's incredibly solid. I mean, it's almost like this game from a Slav. In fact, I'm going to rewind all the way back because we're only 8 moves in. This was a Slav. White playing the very calm e3 variation. Of course, knight c3 is, one could argue, the more principled approach, but e3 is also theoretically topical. Black gets the bishop out. And this is the downside of playing e3. If your knight was on c3 here, then queen d1 to b3 essentially refutes the bishop f5 line. Here, queen b3 is not as effective, and Black plays the kind of Chebanenko approach with a6 preparing b5, which he will play after queen b3.
So this is super interesting, actually. Yeah, sorry to interrupt, but if we go a bit earlier, I'm really surprised by bishop d2, because my understanding of these type of positions is that you've got to get something in return for the light squared bishop entering into the fray. You got to chase it away as soon. Actually, I'm talking knight 8. As soon as e6, knight goes to h4.
So here, go after the bishop. Now, I'm not a Slav player, but frequently in these types of positions, I see Black going like bishop to e4, induce f3, and then drop back to g6. Maybe this type of idea is what Pragnananda wasn't too attracted by, but I don't know how to evaluate these types of structures.
Yeah, these ones are real bloodfests. I mean, they're great to play for both sides. You know, it becomes about whether f3 is an advantage. Sometimes you even put your king on f2. I prefer to play the position with the queen coming out to either c2 or b3 and castling the king to... Probably I would put the queen on b3 and castle the king lengthways, and then it becomes like a real race. And you can see how excited I am about this position, because suddenly I've sprung forward and sitting upright in my chair. And they're just fantastic, because you're always asking Black, what are you going to do with your king? If you go to the castle king side, then you're going to, of course, just crack open the position with h4, h5. I don't really care so much about material. It's just all about exerting dominance in the center and king safety.
I think that's a great description. And these positions are very exciting. They're popular. But instead, Prague taking a different approach, bishop d2, and then he locks up the center with c5, and now strikes at Black's seemingly impervious pawn mass on the queen side with a2, a4. And you could say, well, what's the point of this move? b5 is the most well-protected point on the board. But the idea of a piece sacrifice on b5 is totally not out of the question. In fact, if white plays bishop e2 and then goes kingside, taking 3 times on b5 leads to a pawn on c5, a pawn on b2. And with black's pieces relatively passive, a connected pawn mass, a connected series of passers on the queen side can be an incredibly dangerous force. So I think Pragg is setting up some of those exciting ideas for later in the game.
Yeah, I agree with you. I definitely think that is what he's angling for with breaking open the position. I also think he probably was forced strategically to do such a thing, because otherwise black was probably going to play knight to e4, free up some space, and also just you have to follow the rule when you have these cramped positions of exchanging pieces. I mean, I think it was the American Grandmaster Jesse Cry who kind of had this expression: you send your kids to boarding school, because when you have too many kids and you have a small house, you kind of everyone gets in each other's way. So send them off to boarding school, remove them off the board. And I do feel that we are going to be in for a lovely middle game fight here.
Yeah, I've been so impressed with Pragg's composure and obviously his form in this tournament. Not only his black win against Ding Liren, which has been the crown achievement of his tournament so far, but just the stability and the maturity with which he's handled the other games. We kind of almost take it for granted now that these young players with not a lot of experience in super tournaments are going to handle themselves as well as Pragg has. But that's not something that we should be taking for granted. And I think now more than at any other time in chess history, young players from the new rising generation are just able to, dip their toes into this cesspool of super GMs and players who've been playing these tournaments for over a decade and just handle themselves incredibly well. It's just such an exciting time to watch this intergenerational battle. And Tata Steel is the best place to do it. So a4 by Pragg, and he's building up a little time advantage here. We will keep a close eye on this middle game, but I'm on the same page, Jovi. This is going to be a very exciting one.
Yeah, I think so too. And where else shall we dive into next? Should we check
Let's
out?
go back to the bird's eye view for a second.
Okay, yeah, definitely. And which one catches your eye? So the first game that kind of catches my eye is the one on the bottom right, Vincent Keimer, who of course has been struggling playing against Ding Liren. And of course, Ding is World Championship candidate, and he's going to be facing a big match in April when he plays Jan Nepomniachtchi for the World Championship title. And of course, this means he has had to hide some prep. So for the first time in quite a long time, I think yesterday we saw Ding start off with e4. Haven't seen that one in a while. His dynamic d4 Ding, and that's how I've always kind of called him. And if you go to this game, I can just see that Vincent Keimer has stepped forward with a pawn. And when one side initiates a pawn breakthrough, that always makes me very excited.
Yeah, and what a pawn breakthrough it is. The most ambitious one on the board. Now, this obviously did not come from 1d4. Vincent Keimer playing a very creative opening. A ready is how this game reached this position. So let's rewind all the way back and see how he reached this unbalanced middle game. We had knight f3, d5, and e3. Very popular system where white delays the move d4, and you often see white playing this with c4. So kind of a very cagey. These openings, they sometimes transpose into d4 openings, but Vincent actually played this without d4. The pawn is on d3. So knight f6, there's c4, similar to a Queen's Gambit decline, but different in spirit, with white often trying to fianchetto the dark squared bishop. Here, white takes an even more creative approach, fianchettoing the light squared bishop, g3. You don't usually combine e3 and g3, but hey, these 2700s, they can do whatever they want. They can eat ice cream at 10 in the morning. It's all justified. Castles. Okay, Ding playing pretty natural moves. And Vincent Keimer, rather than playing d4, he plays d3 and e4. This is how we've reached the current position. Ding pondering how to resolve the central tension. And I will say, Jovi, that the stakes are very, very high for black. It's so easy to blunder in a position like this. You might say, oh, let's go after the d3 pawn. Let's play knight c5. Not a good idea because of e5. And after knight takes d3, it's not the end of the story, but at the very least, white can get 2 pieces for the rook with a move like e takes f6. And when the smoke clears, white also snaps off the pawn on d5 with tempo. This does not look appetizing in the least, does it?
No, that certainly doesn't. So you do have to be incredibly careful, as you've mentioned. And well, and also now, there's a pawn breakthrough. So this means that there's a potential for capturing a pawn in the center. And this will be going round and round Ding's head. Should he play this position by exchanging pawns and then resolving the tension along the long diagonal? Or is the time just to keep the tension there in the center, step back with his bishop? And the reason why I'm suggesting stepping back with the bishop, because no, actually bishop b7.
Oh, sorry, the other bishop.
Because the pawn, I was protecting my pawn in the middle.
I don't know why I thought of bishop f8. I didn't realize that e5 wasn't a threat, so I didn't count the defenders and attackers. This is what old age does to you. Gotta be patient with me.
You're not old, Daniel. So no, I was just thinking that, and the reason I wasn't a big fan of playing c6 is primarily because this introduces the option that white captures on d5 himself.
And after bishop b7, the capture on d5 is far less appealing because it leaves white with this runt on d3.
So it was a really kind of maximalist approach that I was going for. I wanted it all. I wanted the piece play, and I wanted white to weaken their own pawn structure.
Wow, that's just too ambitious. I mean, Ding Liren is not really known for trying to squeeze the most out of each position. Man, he's taking his time though. He's taking a very significant thing. What could be some of his other candidate moves? Well, obviously you have to ponder the idea of taking on e4 and then putting the knight not on c5, which walks into the fork, but also on e5. So you could try to take this approach of yielding pawn control of the center, but occupying the center with your pieces and aiming for d3 with your knight. So bishop b7 and de, I think, are the 2 main candidate moves that he's struggling to decide between right now.
Yeah. And incidentally, whenever I have the option to capture, I always think who's going to benefit from this trade. And say if we were to apply this rule to this particular position, I do feel that this benefits white slightly more than it benefits black, because suddenly this bishop on, okay, and we see pawn takes pawn on the board. And I'm fully expecting the pawn to recapture. And I just thought that the bishop on g2 now has a beautiful empty diagonal to start looking at, especially that rook on a8. Obviously, the threat is much more dangerous than the execution, but still, I kind of liked white's position here better.
Yeah, I think white's got better central control, and black will need to play tactically and dynamically in order to justify yielding a greater share of the center. Vincent, what's interesting is he's not recapturing automatically. I would bet my house on d takes d4. And when you see players taking their time on an obvious move, they're not always thinking about the current move. They could be calculating a line two or three moves into the variation. So they already know what they're going to play. But Max Erva, the Dutch world champion, he always advised to play the obvious moves first. As tempting as it may be to take your time, just play the moves you know you need to play. And then once you reach a position, it's easier to think about. And there's knight e5. So Ding going for one of the approaches that we outlined.
Yeah, and well, this is a very interesting battle actually, because it's all going to hinge on whether white can actually just say, for instance, we see a capture of knight takes knight, bishop takes knight. If white can get away with doing things like f4, e5, I think white has a fantastic position. Obviously, that's a little bit weakening. And again, it's the English thing of doing an understatement. It is very weakening.
It's slightly, ever so slightly weakening.
It's such a bad habit. And I don't know why I do it all the time. But yeah, it's too risky right now to do it. But white will be preparing it. And it doesn't matter if it comes in an endgame or in a middle game. Once it's prepared, it will be very, very dangerous.
Yeah, it definitely will be. And you can also put a bishop on f4, either immediately or after knight takes e5, which is slightly less weakening, but tries to do the same thing. Dislodge whatever piece appears on e5, whether it's a knight or a bishop after the exchange. So another rich, complicated middle game in the German Grandmaster's game against the World Championship challenger. Okay, I think as Vincent ponders his next move, a good opportunity for us to quickly get back to the bird's eye view, but I'm pretty insistent that we take a closer look at Aronian's game against Giri. In the World Champions game on the right-hand side of your screen, you can see Magnus played F3 and then followed up with D4. So we are going to be very likely to see a long, drawn-out, grinded-out endgame. World champion going for what makes him comfortable. Erigaisi with an interesting move on the top left. Bishop D3 to F5, trying to restrict Black's mobility in the center. And Fabiano Caruana and Parham Eksulu have a pretty standard Rogozin, Yovi. So you think it's a good idea to visit Aronian land?
Yes. And the reason I'm quite satisfied with myself and a bit smug was I had noticed when I'd been researching this particular pairing that Levon always likes to play bishop e3 and allow this capture and take back with the pawn. I just noticed that most players kind of prepare it. They kind of go put the rook on e1 and then they will play bishop e3, not our man Aronian. Instead, he just says, I'm okay with double pawns. I will take the activity of the rook on f1.
So I personally always feel like the trade on e3 favors white because I like open files over pawn structure. It always feels to me that knight h4, knight f5 becomes a lot more imposing and scary for black once the f file is opened. You can see Levon taking the slow roll approach, lifting the rook up to f2. Well, clearly, I think preparing to move the queen out of the way and then double on the f file. He is not hiding his intentions. And the Italian is so interesting because you can play it very positionally, but when the f file opens, it often gets incredibly tactical. And the fact that we only have knights on the board, I think, is adding a layer of complexity and originality to this position. So we'll definitely keep exploring. I also want to explore some of their fascinating head-to-head stats because Levon Aronian holds a monster lead over Anish Giri. He has not lost a single classical game over 26 meetings. Yovi, that is honestly one of the craziest stats that I've heard over the last couple of days.
Yeah, I must admit, when I first read that stat, I was absolutely shocked. I was like, no, that is not correct because Giri must have won, right? I mean, they've been playing each other in classical chess since 2011. Giri must have done something. He must have played a great game somewhere. And, well, the answer is no. He's lost quite a few and he's not yet to win. But we have seen a scenario where Giri's been like, we've seen a situation where Giri's been like that before. When he faced off against Magnus Carlsen, he hadn't won a classical game against Carlsen for over 12 years. And we just saw in game 4 that, of course, Giri did, in fact, beat Magnus. And he kind of had this kind of comment, which really struck me. He said, he knew at some stage he had to win a game. It was just a question of numbers. And maybe this is the same scenario with Aronian, Anish is just waiting for his moment to come. But if I take a look at the position, I'm thinking, not today.
Yeah, it would be hard to imagine. Maybe I'm jumping the gun here, but Levon has exactly the kind of situation that makes him comfortable. And his experience level, not only in chess, but also in the tournament, is vast. I mean, he's a 4-time Tata champion. This is his 10th appearance. And Anish Giri has had his share of frustrations in Tata Steel. He's never won the tournament, but he's a 5-time runner-up. That is nothing to sneeze at. But, Yovi, you mentioned that maybe this is the game, maybe this is the year. And I think that's how Anish is approaching it. He's approaching it from a statistical point of view. I've never won a game against Levon. Statistics are on my side, okay? I mean, this is my 27th game against the guy. Eventually, the gods have to get on my side.
Exactly. Eventually something has to crack. And and looking at the statistics again, we can kind of see that Aronian has actually beaten Anish twice and Wijk and Aronian making his 10th appearance. And I saw an interview with Levon where they asked him about his age and how, the fact that he was a 4-time champion. And he kind of answered that someone had called him Uncle Levon. And he was like, no,
Whoa, whoa, whoa,
I'm
whoa.
no one's uncle.
Whoa.
Thank you very much. I'm like the youngest one here. And I thought, way to go, Levon. That is the mindset. And they also grilled him about playing kids. And he said, no, he corrected the statement. He said he never said he hated playing kids. He said he hated kids.
Oof. Oof,
Yeah.
that is brutal. Even though I think he just had a kid.
He has just had a baby, yeah.
That is disturbing. But Levon is great. There's certain players that you can just count on to provide entertainment every time they give an interview. Like, you just know that they're going to be game for, saying something interesting and, just filling the often tense environment at chess tournaments with a dose of levity. And Levon is definitely one of those players. Okay, what conclusions can we make about the position as Levon drops his knight, not to h4, but back to d2? And the reason, I think, why is knight h4 can be met with the move g6. And when you don't have a dark squared bishop, it's very, very hard to exploit the consequent weakening of the dark square. So he goes the other way, knight f to d2, opens the f file. What do you think he wants here? Does he want queen f3, queen g3, just sort of assembling his pieces on the king side? Or is there a more subtle reconstruction of his pieces that he has his eye on here?
Yeah, I mean, I was surprised by knight d2 because, first of all, it's a backward knight move. Those are very difficult to spot. And secondly, it made a superfluous knight sitting there on d2. But I just kind of had an idea that maybe this knight could actually jump back to f1 and then g3. Grandmasters are very big fans of overprotecting. And then once the knight has relocated to g3, then maybe the queen will get out of the way, the rook will come to f1, and there will be pressure, like Freddie Mercury and David Bowie sang. I love that song, by the way.
I'm going to have to listen to it during the break, just to pretend that I, to fill the vast gaps in my cultural upbringing.
You've never heard of it before? You've never heard it? I can't believe it. So
no,
famous.
I mean, I think you know me well by now, though. I mean, most references that are worth their salt fly right over my head, unfortunately.
Okay, I'm sorry. You definitely have to listen to it. Maybe you've heard of it. I'm sure you have.
Probably one of those things that will awaken an old memory in me. But knight f to d2, very interesting move. It's getting Anish Giri to settle into a think, and that gives us a perfect opportunity to refill our coffee cups and take our first break of the day. We are 45 minutes on the nose through round 7. This is the halfway point of the Tata Steel Marathon. You have a beautiful look at that bustling playing hall, all of the open players, the spectators milling about. It's a wonderful atmosphere, and we are getting ready for just an amazing round as the games are slowly moving their way out of the opening and toward some fascinating middle games. Okay, you're watching Tata Steel Chess 2023, the 85th edition of this historic tournament. We will be back with more coverage of round 7 in just a couple of minutes.
Interested in becoming a chess streamer like your favorite creators, such as Hikaru, Gotham Chess, and the Botan sisters?
Come on, look at this! Woo!
Chess.com is excited to announce the Community Streamer Program. Whether you're just getting started with streaming or already established and looking to expand your audience, you can now connect your account to Chess.com and have your stream promoted on the game's largest platform. Simply link your account at chess.com/settings/connected accounts, set your category to chess on Twitch, and start streaming. You'll get an ad-free experience on chess.com. You will pop up on our list of live streamers. Your chess.com profile will feature your Twitch stream, and your stream will be linked to your games on our Play server. Type Command Community Streamer in chat and start growing your stream today.
What a beautiful montage and a view of the playing hall at the one and only Wijk aan Zee Tata Steel chess tournament. It's the 85th year that this incredibly prestigious and storied event goes on. It is, by all accounts, unanimously the tournament that all of the top chess players and all of the chess fans look forward to the most every year. We have a nice little historical assortment of facts for you. The inaugural year was 1938, before World War II. It moved to the town of Wijk aan Zee from, I believe, the larger city of Wijk that's located basically next door in 1968, and it's been called Tata Steel since 2011. Yovi, when you breathe the air in Wijk aan Zee, you just feel the weight of all of the players and the world champions that have gone through the rite of passage of playing in Wijk aan Zee.
Yeah, I have to say, Tata Steel, Wijk aan Zee, it is the tournament to play if you are a top player. I mean, it is where you want to go to live, breathe chess amongst the greats for just over 2 weeks. And yeah, we can see the playing hall. I mean, it's completely packed with players. I mean, that is a sight that really gladdens my heart. I mean, there are hundreds of people all just in one room enjoying the game, and it's just about this just coming together, how chess connects us. And you have never seen so many people just crowded around watching the top section. And that's beautiful to see, because usually they're kind of cordoned off, and maybe they're on a stage somewhere and maybe one or two players are allowed to go there. But here, no, the players are right there among the bustle of the crowds. And there we see Param walking up and down, and everyone can see, everyone can get a bite of that atmosphere. It's just magical.
There's a meme to be built out of this. Someone says, classical chess, OTB chess is dead. Hold my beer. Just a view of the playing hall with all of the spectators at Tata Steel. But another reason I think that we all look forward to this tournament so much, Yovi, as we take a look at the bird's eye view and adjust our eyes to all of these fascinating positions, we get virtually no quick draws in Tata Steel, and we definitely don't get any Berlin draws. Would you say that substantively contributes to this atmosphere of fighting chess? And why do you think that nobody comes to Tata Steel, willing to conserve energy with those quick draws that we've all gotten used to?
Yeah, I think it's because the organizers are quite strict here, and they say, you do a Berlin draw, I ain't inviting you back to the tournament. So, I mean, that is definitely something that puts off the players. But also, there's a reputation. If you've been invited to Wijk aan Zee, it means that they've acknowledged your fighting spirit, the way that you play chess, your talent, and you have to honor that. You have to honor, look how many people are crowding around to watch you. And I do feel it's disrespectful when you've been invited and so many people are just watching your games in eager anticipation for you just to agree a quick 13-move draw that's been played before. Come on, use your brain and start pushing pieces of wood. I mean, that's what the crowd wants. We want entertainment, and so far the players have delivered on every single score.
Mm-hmm. No, I think that was very well explained. And, this just reminds me of this tournament. I've shared this story before, but I played a tournament in Corsica, a beautiful place, by the way, a couple of years ago. And it was the first tournament I played in which there wasn't a 40-move draw rule where you can't offer a draw until move 40. That's standard fare now in most tournaments, including the U.S. Championship. But you couldn't offer draws at all. Draw offers were forbidden. If you offered a draw, potentially both opponents could be forfeited. And I remember in the penultimate round, I was already feeling tired, and I forced a quick draw against Alexander Oreshenko, strong Ukrainian grandmaster. I went for a theoretical line that leads to a forced draw. We draw the game. We sign the score sheet. Of course, repetition cannot be forbidden. But the organizer, he followed us out of the playing hall, and I could see him just angrily huffing and puffing as he walked up to us. And there was a language barrier, but I think we both understood the gist of what he was saying. And at first, I was sort of righteously angry, like I can play whatever I want. But then, I saw it from his perspective, and I put myself in his shoes. This is a guy who organizes this tournament every year. All of the fans look forward to it. We're playing on the top board, and people are totally justified to be peeved when there's a game that's as anticlimactic as that. And I don't think that you can ever expressly forbid quick draws. I think that would be overstepping the bounds, but it is totally fair to say that, some of those games can definitely be somewhat disrespectful to the fans that take time out of their days to cheer on their favorite player and watch them fighting chess.
Yeah, I agree with you. And actually, this no offering draws adds a very unique twist to the game, because I have also played in Corsica quite a long time ago, and it was the very first year that they had introduced this fighting chess, no draws allowed. And one of my friends was playing Vichy Anand, and Vichy had a terrible opening, and my friend emerged like 3 pawns. My friend emerged 3 pawns up. But Vichy held on, as these super grandmasters, world champions, former world champions tend to do. And 3 pawns down became 2 pawns down. And my friend really wanted to offer a draw. And then 2 pawns down became 1 pawn down. And he was like, oh, this silly no draw offer, because his position was still so good that he knew that Vichy would take it. But, of course, the flow kind of continued, and Vichy won in the end. And I just like the fact that you are forced to kind of just fight it out and let the position play out to its natural conclusion. And if this means that, you're 4 pawns up and you steadily decrease the advantage to no pawns up, then so be it.
Just got to roll with it, play the game out the way it's meant to be played. And speaking of playing the game out, just wanted to update everybody on what's going on in this fascinating middle game slugfest between Aronian and Giri. We had some fascinating moves here. We saw Rook F2 and Knight FD2. Here's the answer to the mystery, Yovi. The knight was going to B1, and Giri does the same thing. He goes to B8. They're setting up their pieces for the next game. Enough is enough. They've played 14 moves. Let's move on. No, Knight BD7 by Giri. And they're going to different places for different reasons. Aronian is going to C3 to challenge the D5 square. The reason Giri moved his knight out of C6 was for prophylactic reasons. He plays the move C6 to restrict this knight as much as possible. But clearly the downside of that move is that he introduces serious weaknesses to his center, the D6 pawn, and of course to the queen side, the B6 pawn. And we just have a very rich middle game here.
Yeah, totally. And I could not have predicted that those set of moves in any lifetime. I just did not think that knight was headed to B1, and that Giri would also copy. Unbelievable. It's such imaginative play. I mean, I kind of like what both sides have just done. I really like the fact that Black's knights are now defending each other, which does mean that if need be, Anish can now kind of just move his rooks over to the queen side and perhaps initiate some kind of play there. I also really like what Levon has done, because Levon has said, well, now that I've tidied up my knights, look how lovely they are sitting together. As you've highlighted, the queen can come out, the rook can come out, and it can be guns ahoy over there on the right side.
For sure. Queen could swing around to G3, and if I had to choose a side here, I think I would choose White. I think White has the more exciting end of the bargain here, the richer king side play. But you also have to be very careful about not allowing D5. Queen F3 also prevents that move. So I'm definitely strongly predicting Queen F3. And we will see if Levon can squeeze something out of this middle game. But we've got some other fascinating middle games in a few of the other games. The world champion and Richard Report still have queens that are staring at each other. We've got a good old school standoff on the E-file. Richard has just developed his knight to A6. Gee, I wonder where that knight is going. It's going to B4, and it's going potentially to C2. So interesting game there. And Pragnananda Van Forest, you were talking about that game during the break. That game is going off the rails.
Yeah, it's insane, that game. Black has already broken out in the center, and Pragnananda has immediately issued a counter threat. So it's all happening there. Shall we have a look at one of the games we haven't seen? I'm thinking about Max Sudlu against Fabi, or the other one is Gukesh against Wesley, where Wesley has expanded quite significantly on the queen side.
I vote we look at Magsulu Caruana. Gukesh Wesley, I still think is within the range of a relatively normal Italian structure where black has played d5 and black has a bigger chunk of the center, but that e5 pawn is under serious pressure as Gukesh kind of assembling his pieces in hyper-modern style to attack black center. Now, Magsulu Caruana is an old school Rogozin structure with that knight on c6, somewhat misplaced because it blocks the c pawn from building up that pawn chain we often see in queen's pawn openings. But on his next move, if Fabiano Caruana can move his knight back to e7 and then play c6 and find a nice spot for the knight on the king side, I think he's officially solved all of his opening problems. So Parham Magsulu really just has like one tempo that he should try to use to make this process difficult. I like the look of queen c2, Yobi, to prevent the knight from moving away. Maybe Fabi just plays rook a c8. Oh, but then bishop takes a6 is a nasty tactic.
Yeah, definitely. This knight on c6 really makes a bad impression, actually, for all the reasons that you highlighted. I can't stress it enough. Knight should not be in front of its pawns. And I like what you say. You've got to tie that knight down. You've got to prevent it from moving. And also, the pawn structure really is just like a queen's gambit declined and an exchange variation. And all those rules are at play in this particular position. So if the knight does eventually find itself a safe spot and the black pawn were to get to c6, then Magsulu has got ideas of playing b4, perhaps trying to launch a minority attack. And other things that he can do is just simply clamp down on black's pieces and just restrict them. And I'm thinking of that light squared bishop, just prevent it from having any squares. So that's why I love your queen c2 move. I think is fantastic. I think it fits in with all the rules. And of course, also, let's not forget that white has a stronghold on c5. And I really like Magsulu's position. I mean, the computer might say pretty level, but I think on a practical level, Magsulu is better.
Agreed completely. And we saw Fabi walking past the camera there. He's not at the board. This is an unpleasant position. I think the eval bar, well, it is showing a slight advantage, right? Queen to b3 by Parham. He doesn't drag it all the way back to c2. It's like that famous anecdote that Russian players like to share about Vladimir Simagin, an old Soviet grandmaster. He plays e4, c6. His opponent plays d4. He plays d6. And they said, Vladimir, what was that? Why didn't you play d5? I didn't have the strength to push the pawn 2 squares. So Parham didn't have the strength to bring the queen back to c2, but in all seriousness, I really like queen b3. He is inducing the move rook a b8, and then I think queen c2 is even stronger because bishop takes c6, bishop takes a6 actively becomes a threat in that position.
Yeah, I agree with you. Is the big question though, is black obliged to play rook a b8? Because we've been talking about this knight wanting to get away from the c6 square. It's stood in front of his own pawn. So the first move that I would think about is I would love to get away with knight a5. Attack the queen, and if I can put that knight on c4, I am so happy.
So the way I see it, there's queen b4, but then you can maybe take and go back to c6. So let's say I go queen c3, and you're saying stick the knight on c4.
Yeah.
Huh.
I'm trying to live like this because this is kind of a common idea in certain Queen's Gambit decline lines. And there, if you manage to get a5, a4 in, then you are riding high with that knight on c4.
And if I take,
and if you take,
and you can defend the pawn with b5, or even in this position, the knight is actually under the X-ray, and black, I think, solves all of his problems with c5. Knight e4 and cd, counterattacking the queen. Here, white is already worse.
Yeah.
Okay. So if I'm not taking on c4, can I go b3? Things get a little bit sharp here.
Taking there, and then after queen takes pawn.
You can even take and go b5 maybe.
Yes.
Or immediate b5.
Yeah, immediate b5 I kind of like.
You know who doesn't like it though?
Or I can also put the queen on b4 as well. If kind of keep the queens on the board and then threaten rook a c8.
That's an excellent move. No, white can't be better here. So not b3, not bishop c4. I really like this idea. I think that is the serious downside of trying to provoke rook ba. You might have walked yourself into a maneuver that actually improves the opponent's position.
Well, if it works, I mean, if it doesn't work, then okay, it's out of bounds. But this is the dream kind of response to queen b3.
Yeah, and I think for Fabi, when you get into these unpleasant situations, you want to I think the proper expression is changing the course of the game. You want to do something that poses a new set of challenges to your opponent. And rook a8 is just too obedient, right? This goes right down the path that White has carved out for himself. Knight a5, knight c4 really changes the tenor of the game. And it says, hey, I'm not just willing to accept that my position is passive, and I'm not going to do what you say. I'm going to try to get active myself. And queen b3 might have offered Black a rare and an opportunity that he won't have again to whip up some activity among his ranks. I like knight a5.
Yeah, no, it was just an interesting idea because I've had I played this type of position with the white pieces, and it was Humpy Connery who did this to me. She put her knight on c4, and then she followed it through with a5, a4, and I was like, my position is not good. And then Maria Mazicuk did exactly the same thing. I was like, okay. The first time it happens, okay, fine. But the second time it happens, you've got to learn your lessons, Yobi. So that's why I'm like immediately looking at knight a5, trying to get away with it.
For sure. I think knight a5 might really breathe some new life into Fabiano Caruana's position. Plenty of time on the clock for both players. He's going to continue pondering his next course of action, and we are going to take another look at the bird's eye view. Levon grabbing control of the center over on the top right with d3, d4. Very ambitious move. The Erigaisi Abdusattorov game, top left, continues to percolate as Black's queen makes its way to the queenside, striking at the b2 pawn. I mean, wherever you turn, Yobi, we're at that point in the round where 1 hour in and change, where a lot of the games really are starting to heat up and get richer and richer as they enter the middle game phase. Oh, the Keimer game also getting very sharp. Queen comes out to a4, hitting the bishop on a6. Looks like Ding has to be very careful to keep the balance in the center.
Oh, so much excitement. Yeah, my vibe is to kind of go to the Abdusattorov game, but then I think we should go back and check up on the world champion and see how he's doing against Richard Rapport, because there is still that standoff with the queens. And both sides are kind of shaping themselves up for the end game. And what's going to happen there?
Yeah, it's a very kind of weird position. King f2, knight a6, moves that you don't see played on like move 10 or 11 very commonly. So let's jump into that game real quick, and then perhaps we could take a look at our final game between Gukesh and Wesley. So king to f2 was the last move. What is the idea? Well, Magnus is preparing for the endgame. When you have a queen standoff like this, it's almost a bygone conclusion that the queens are going to get traded at some point. So neither player wants to be the one to admit, neither player wants to be the one to trade queens themselves and help the opponent bring a piece into the game. In both cases, either the light or the dark squared bishop. And so you're kind of skirting around the edges and preparing yourself for the endgame, bringing the king to the center, developing your pieces. But what's interesting is that Magnus doesn't care about the prospect of knight to b4, Yobi. He thinks that that move isn't dangerous. Why might that be?
It looks dangerous to me. I wouldn't have allowed that knight ever to reach there, but the only way that we can actually determine whether it's dangerous is to put that knight on our analysis board. Take it, put it on b4. And okay, it's a big threat of a knight c2. And then knight taking the d4 pawn, so you've got to handle that somehow.
Ooh.
And
perhaps queen d2 is his idea, declining the queen trade?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But can you not just go knight c2?
Knight
and
c2.
Then you go rook. Your idea is bishop d3.
I might have this move.
Oh, very good.
And queen takes. And at the end, when the smoke clears, not only do I win the queen, but then I'm going to come back and pick up the knight.
Yeah.
So this looks untenable for Black. So if you're not going knight c2, Black can castle queenside though and get out.
I was gonna say that. Okay, because it does feel slightly artificial what white is doing. You know, the queen is looking at his own dark square bishop.
What if I
And
try
now if you
A3?
now knight c2.
I'll go rook A2 and try to go B4.
Okay, and then c5. I want to rescue that knight out of dodgeville. I realize that I'm giving away some squares, but
That's a great move. Because if I go here, then you have this hidden check. Takes, and whoop! Queen H4. And queen takes D4, winning the pawn with check. So we talked about Magnus going for what makes him comfortable, Yovi. We're sure that this is going to get into an endgame. I still think there's a high probability one of the sides takes the queen. But for the first time, there is a small inkling of hope that the queens will be kept on the board. Magnus will be the one to say, you had your chance to take my queen. Now I'm depriving you of that opportunity. But man, this does look very flimsy for white. Queen on D2 also blocks the dark squared bishop from developing. That's not how Magnus usually plays. So if it's not queen D2, is it queen takes C7 and like just bishop E3? I don't know. You don't want to give away your bishop there.
yeah, I like your queen d2 move. I think somehow after castles we have to do something.
There's queen D1 also. Same idea, just keep your bishop open.
Okay, yeah, queen d1. I like that one. And it does look like I'm knight c2, bishop d3. Isn't that... That's all good,
still
right?
bishop d3. Sorry, I forgot my own. Yeah. Thank you for reminding me.
After winning my queen, yeah, made no impression. Okay, so castles.
And then again, we go down the same path.
Rook a2.
What a mess. What a total and complete chaos on the board.
It is very scrappy, isn't it? Also, maybe white could even go g5. Rather than rush with c5, can go g5, attack the knight.
Jeez, just stir the pot even more. Because the knight can't drop back to d3 because you intercept the connection between the queen and the pawn. That's always a troublesome situation. I like g5.
Yeah.
Gosh.
Messy.
Let's go back to live board. I've reached my allotment of chaos at 9 o'clock in the morning. Richard Report is swimming in that cesspool right now as he considers the move knight b4. This is a game, Yobi, unless the queens get traded and things calm down, in which both sides could end up in acute time pressure by move 20. Because this is only move 11, and they've both already taken about 40 minutes off their clocks.
Yeah. Definitely. And it's kind of funny that it feels like Magnus is taking risks, because the position kind of came from a Petrov, one of the most solid openings. It looked pretty symmetrical. Now it's anything but symmetrical. And Magnus, just by putting his king on f2 and allowing this knight b4, which I do like your queen d1 idea, and I think it will happen. I just think that there will be chaos on the board, and Magnus is just invited every single moment. I can't. I think he had to do it. I mean, he wants to win. He wants to win this tournament. He wants to win points.
He does.
Maybe take the position away from simple pawn structures and positional elements, and just light that firework.
Very provocative by the world champion, who has only lost one classical game to Richard Report. Carlsen leads their head-to-head 3 wins, 1 draw, and 1 loss. His only loss coming a couple of years ago in 2017. And an interesting stat there, each player has lost to Nodirbek Abdusattorov earlier in this event. So Abdusattorov is really the King Slayer and the Report Slayer. And in their last OTB meeting, the World Blitz, Carlsen came back to defeat Richard Report. So not an easy opponent for Report. I mean, as if Carlsen is an easy opponent for anybody, Yovi. As if, some players play well against the world champion.
Does anyone have a positive score against Magnus? I remember it was kind of said that Nepomniachtchi was the one who had a positive score against the world champion, but most of those victories came from when they were juniors.
Yeah,
maybe someone. I was just thinking maybe someone has beaten the world champion and then rage quit. Or win quit. Queen quit is the no more.
That's exactly right. Win, and then I've had enough. I'm keeping my positive record against Magnus. I think an interesting question would be for all players who have played 4 games or more, or like an arbitrary number that's greater than 1, does anybody have a positive score against Magnus Carlsen? Definitely something I'll research, perhaps after the broadcast today. So a good reason to tune in tomorrow.
Yeah, I can't wait to hear your stats on this. Our producer said Yesipenko could be one person.
Oh, yeah, I
I mean,
remember it.
maybe. Maybe.
It's
He's
just
beaten Magnus a few times.
hmm But have they played 4 games is the question. Anyways, we'll test that out. That is and we have a result. Whoa. We already have a result in Aronian Giri, a draw by liquidation.
And there
How
we
did
see
that
the
happen?
players. Yeah, we have to check out how did this happen. It's because when we left it, it was all brewing up very nicely for this big battle on the sides of the board. You know, Levon was gonna align his rooks on the F line. Something was gonna happen in the center. Oh, and there we have it. The pawn broke through and was met by like for like.
Yeah, pace for pace, d4, d5. That's the thing with these positions. These Italian positions, they have a very high tendency to explode. But when they explode, they frequently lead to liquidation because both sides essentially have a very healthy position, a healthy pawn structure. So neither side really able to gain the edge. Takes, and a draw with the move queen d4, which is a totally reasonable draw for this is a dead equal position. Black can go rook f to e8. And a great result for Anish Giri. I mean, he holds Levon Aronian easily with black. He's adhering to his tournament strategy, and his preparation, Yovi, has just been unimpeachable, whichever opening he's played.
Yeah, he's making it all look so effortless. And here it just seemed like an easy path to equality. It looked like he sussed out what Levon was going to play, and he had found a formula to neutralize that. I'm a bit confused about one thing because I was under the impression that the players were not allowed to offer draws. It's basically because I've never seen anyone offer a draw, if I can say, and I've never seen anyone finish so quickly.
I was under a similar impression. So I'd be curious to look into that. Maybe the players don't even know whether they're allowed to offer draws. So they're kind of assuming that they're not. But then Levon Aronian is like, let me test this out. Let me see if I get banned by the organizers after I offer a draw. But this definitely was not a 3-time repetition. So I suppose maybe it's at the organizer's discretion. You have to ask permission. Not entirely sure, but we'll get that info for you in a few moments.
Yeah, I mean, but this is the very first kind of quick draw we've seen actually during this tournament.
Yeah.
And okay, looking at the position, it means fairs. I mean, I would say a totally drawn position, but it's nice that it would have been nice to see them playing it out.
It really would. And we're going to swing around to the bird's eye view. And then, Yovi, with your blessing, we can look at the Wesley So Gukesh game because we haven't looked at it yet. It's the last game we haven't examined. But before we do that, just some bad news for Fabi. He did not play the move knight a5. I'm surprised. He moved his other rook to b8. So his position still looks quite unpleasant. A fun aesthetic effect produced by Erigaisi's minor pieces, all of which sit on the F file. He's played bishop c1 to f4. There are some moves you have to play, not because they're necessarily good, but because they just produce, a certain aesthetic effect. And I think bishop f4 falls into that category.
Yeah, it certainly does. And yeah, shall we? So here we are. Are we going to go to the Gukesh game? And there we have it. And okay, all the minor pieces still on the board. One set of pawns have been traded.
Yeah.
It's really tense.
It's a hard position to make heads or tails of because the most arresting feature is, of course, the fact that black has a pawn in the center and white does not. But in these Italian positions, that pawn could be the bane of black's existence. White is already in a position to play the move b5, which I think is the first thing we have to calculate. But I think after b5, knight a5, in some situations, black is willing, very much willing to sacrifice this pawn because white's pieces are more passive. And so if the center opens up, sometimes white finds himself unequipped to handle the resulting opening of the files. So b5 should not be rushed. As for alternatives, Gukesh could take on e6 at any moment. He could try to push c4 at some point and open up the dark square bishop, or he can combine these things. So one thing which comes to mind for me, for Rigam Ranal sport, is bishop takes e6. Let's say rook takes e6, b5, kick the knight away, and then follow up with c4, opening up the bishop. And of course, here white also threatens the very nasty move c5. I think if anyone is better, Yovi, it's got to be white.
Yeah, definitely. And also, you've made me very happy because you've liberated the dark squared bishop. And as long as that pawn was, as long as that bishop was on c4, that bishop on b2 was blocked in. And I'm not happy with a bad piece in the army, in White's army. So I like this idea. I mean, is there anything that black can do after b5? I mean, does the knight have to retreat to a pawn takes? Pawn takes pawn kind of, again, feels like it's favoring white.
Yeah, I can take here, but you're probably going to take with the bishop, aren't you, to keep the pressure on e5.
Mm-hmm.
Here,
and then
here,
back
but
again,
black is knight
c4.
g6. Knight g6, okay, I said good, slightly reverse, but black is solid here, I still think. And knight g6 is a very important resource because it opens up a diagonal. And if you rush c5, this is what I'm talking about. You can tunnel vision the pawn, but here, for example, b5 hangs, and at the end, white's just going to be worse because of his weak pawns. So the threat is strong in the execution here. You want to choose a very opportune moment to win the pawn on e5. Something like this, I think, is likely, but of course, it's far from forced. White does not have to take on e6 if he doesn't want to.
No. And I agree with you. Don't rush that capture in the middle. Instead, we see rook e2. Well, very sophisticated move. Rook e2 with the idea of doubling on the e-line and intensifying the pressure on e5.
Yeah.
Once again, I like it because it puts the ball back in black's court, and black has to just say, how am I going to handle that? And on top of that, black will still have to calculate v5 in every single turn.
Even more so when white doubles rooks on e1, then b5 becomes a serious threat. The one downside I'll point out is that rook on e2 in these positions can be vulnerable to a knight maneuver over from h5 to f4. So knight h5 here is a serious candidate move, and Wesley's got plenty of time to consider his options. Well, yesterday, Wesley So caught up with the press to reveal his feelings about playing teenagers, of whom there are a lot in this tournament. Wesley, one of the elder statesmen. Let's listen in to the American Grandmaster.
No, I don't enjoy playing against teenagers. In fact, I have a very bad performance, I think. I didn't really look, but seems like I suffered so many losses against teenagers in my career. Because I remember in 2015, I lost to Sevian when he was like 14. Then also recently, I lost to Christopher Yu in the US Championship, and he's like 16. So I don't really enjoy playing them. Maybe I shouldn't have played here in Wijk, but it's my favorite tournament. So, but I know Magnus says you have to beat them when they're young. Mm-hmm. But the thing is, they're insanely focused and they're very dedicated to chess. But it's a good thing. I'm very pleased that there are a lot of up and coming young players who love the game of chess like I do. It's just they're very strong right now, as you can see from Nodirbek's performance.
Well, one of the sweetest, classiest, easiest to root for grandmasters on the professional scene, Wesley So. He's always in good spirits. He wasn't too happy about the way the tournament started for him, but his mood obviously improving with that sparkling victory yesterday, Yovi.
Yeah, and I like what he said about Magnus saying you need to beat these kids when they're young. And Wesley like, yeah, but they're still strong even when they're young. And you can just see that by Abhimanyu Mishra, right? Grandmaster at the age of 12. Now he's 13 and he's playing in the challengers section. When can we beat them? I mean, they're just incredibly, they're just incredibly strong. You know, I do know that Prague. I think he kind of went to school in name. He did some exams last year, I remember. But yeah, I mean, most of the time they're just focused on chess. They're completely dedicated to the game, and you can see it's reflected. They are so strong.
Yeah, and it's not just that they achieve stuff at a younger age; they become grandmaster younger and younger. It's also that their styles become more universal at a younger age. You see some of these 12 and 14-year-old grandmasters, and you know their positional understanding is already at an adult level, which makes them terrifying to play. And let alone players like Gukesh and Keimer, who are already veterans at age 16 or 18. Their styles are even more universal. They can play any position. Their opening repertoire is vast. And, this was always how the older generation tried to gain the edge over their younger opposition. But nowadays, it's just gotten so hard. They can do some of what you can do and then some. And they're dominating the world. But Wesley, he ain't going to go gentle to that good night. Rookie 2 is Gukesh's last move. And the American Grandmaster will continue pondering his next course of action. Shall we take one more look at the bird's eye view here?
Yeah, definitely. And who is catching your eye? And immediately I'm kind of caught by Arjun's and Abdusattorov's kind of piece configuration. Just look at that. All those pieces lined up on the F line. Such beautiful geometry. That's one move that kind of comes to consideration. Another kind of game that I'm really looking forward to see how it's developed is the game between Pragnananda and Van Foreest. Whilst, things are still very much where we left off in the game Magnus Carlsen against Richard Rapport. Who is taking your fancy?
Well, definitely, I'm super excited about the Prague game because Van Foreest actually sacrificed the pawn on the queen side to keep things under control. And I think after we emerge from our second break, we are going to take a dive straight into Prague's fascinating game. And every game this tournament has been so rich. I mean, we really haven't had a single anticlimactic game. Maybe Aronian Giri was our first. So we've got plenty of content and plenty of fascinating positions to review. Before we take our second break of the day, we wanted to remind you that Chess Kid is hosting the second Chess Kid Bullet Championship on February 25th. A little bit over a month from now. The tournament is open to players worldwide and is completely free to play in. Top players receive Chess Kid Gold memberships and gift cards to the Chess Kid store. Fun Master Mike Klein will be covering all the action at twitch.tv/chesskid and chess.com/TV. If you or someone you know has what it takes, make sure to join the official Chess Kid Club over at chesskid.com and use !CKBullet !CKBullet in chat for more. Do not miss the second Chess Kid Bullet Championship, and do not miss our continuing coverage of Round 7 here at the 85th edition of the Tata Steel Chess Tournament. We will be back with more exciting action on the other side of this short break.
When I say chess, what's the first word that comes to your mind?
The musical and, of course, the board game.
Fantastic. Okay, is chess a sport?
Absolutely. Very competitive, known worldwide. Battle of wits to the highest degree, I imagine.
This is the best interview I've ever given. Howdy, sir.
Good. How you doing?
I'm doing great. Are you an important phone call?
No, I'm not.
Okay. Hey, that's not the first time I've had people hang up for me. Thank you.
You're a good
Look
looking
at that. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Are you kidding me?
Is chess a sport?
Intellectually, yes.
Okay.
Kind of like the same type of sport physically that NASCAR is.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
I've actually never heard that comparison as a guy who's been in chess my whole life. That's a great comparison. Hi, sir. Do you play chess?
Sorry, speak French.
Oh, speak French. Okay. En passant. Hey, that guy was walking en passant. Chess.
Chess?
Chess, like the game.
Chess? I can beat you in chess.
If you beat me, I'll give you $10.
10.
10.
If you beat me, I bet.
Okay, I love it. Okay, I'm gonna move my pawn out.
You know what you're doing.
I do know what I'm doing.
I don't know what I'm doing.
It's all right. It's all right. I don't know what I'm doing in life. Okay. All right, bro. That's checkmate.
Aw, fool's mate.
Fool's mate, bro.
I lost.
You
Unbelievable.
lost. You got 30 seconds for me? Quick interview? Come on, you look like a chess player. You play chess?
Don't play chess.
Okay. When I say chess, what's the first thing that comes to your mind?
Winning.
Of these three things, one of them is real. Chess dancing, chess climbing, chess boxing.
Chess climbing?
Chess climbing.
Chess dancing. Climbing?
Chess climbing. Chess boxing.
Chess boxing?
Chess boxing.
You nailed it. Okay.
Am I right for real?
You nailed it. Seriously, yeah. Of the two of us, one of us is a world chess boxing champion. Which one do you think it is?
Him, with him.
The guy with the camera?
Yeah.
I'd like to say you, but I'm going to go with Mr. Man over the back.
Okay. He's a
not
world.
gonna box me.
No, he's not. I mean, he does get. He tried to hit another guy earlier. So.
He looks.
Oh my God. She didn't even hesitate. From now on, will you stop making me do things in New York and Toronto where it's cold? Can we do every On the Street episode from here from now on? My Lord. January in Wijk aan Zee, the Netherlands. For this cozy, coastal town, the holiday season isn't over. In fact, the most wonderful time of the year has really just begun.
Fabi seems more fresh, and I know he loves Tata Steel, and you could just see the inspiration in Fabi's play.
Once again, Wijk aan Zee starts the new year as the center of the chess universe. This year as host of the 85th Tata Steel Chess Tournament. A magnet for the best players in the game, some recognize the Masters field of 2023 as its strongest in recent memory. Of course, it helps when 8-time Tata Steel chess champion Magnus Carlsen is back.
Magnus is playing for a win, and he has to start winning fast if he wants to reemerge at the top half of the cross table.
The world's #1 looks to further cement his legacy in this event and the game's history. Chasing Magnus will be amongst the best in chess. Several have been crowned champion here before. Some have even shocked the world in doing so. And don't leave out those poised to capture their first Tata title.
Anish is taking down the world champion Magnus in absolute shock.
Although winter, Tata Steel Chess is also known as the place new stars come to bloom. Magnus won here as a teenager. This year's event has its fair share of young players on the rise, each hoping to follow in Carlsen's footsteps.
Nodirbek just playing a modern brilliancy.
What a performance.
The Dutch refer to Tata Steel as the Wimbledon of chess. For 85 years and running, This tournament continues to be steeped in prestige and legacy, and does so again in this welcoming little Dutch town by the sea. Mein Brinden, it's the 85th edition of the Tata Steel Chess Tournament. Let's make chess history together.
The world champion Magnus Carlsen is struggling at the 85th edition of the Tata Steel Chess Tournament. Magnus considering his next move there, as you see the spectators in the background. The entire playing hall, the vast playing hall, filled to the brim with interested chess fans and chess fans who themselves want to take a dip in the pool and are playing in the open tournament. What a magical atmosphere as we reach the halfway point of the Tata Steel Chess Tournament. Daniel Naroditsky and Jovanka Huska bringing you commentary of this 7th round. We hope you're having a great weekend and enjoying some chess on this Saturday morning or afternoon as we look at the bird's eye view. Yovi, all of the games, well, first of all, Aronian and Giri have already made a draw. All of the other games have exited the opening and are hurtling toward some fascinating middle games.
Yeah, I mean, we've been really brewing up for some nice battles, and just having a look at Magnus there in full focus mode. And I just love the fact that this being watched by so many people and of different ages as well. We see 2 young girls. They just sat there on the table, just hanging on to every bit of moves, and just look at them. They're enjoying their atmosphere, focused on Magnus. Magnus is very, very popular all over the world. And there we saw Fabi walking around in the background. And here comes, is that Anish? No.
Is that Abdusattorov? No, Abdusattorov is sitting. So unless he's bilocating, that couldn't be that. That was Aline Rubers right there. By the way, big shout out. She is very strong, talented up-and-comer, defeating Erwin Lamy, holding a couple 2600s to a draw over in the challenger section.
Yeah, and I think I read somewhere, I mean, that she's been trained by Laurent Frisinet, and I know here she's working with Robert Rees, famous Dutch international master. And there we see Pragnananda, is it Gukesh, strolling up and down. You know, the tension is palpable here. This is often the way that chess players just calm themselves between moves. They're not actually just wandering up and down thoughtlessly, thinking about nothing. No, they are just laser focused. They're thinking about plans. They're thinking about the positions, and everyone is just a picture of concentration. They're just walking out that nervous energy
with their hands often behind their back or in their pockets. There are just certain poses that chess players reliably adopt when they're sitting or when they're walking. That's why you can identify a chess player from a crowded room many miles away. Well, oh my gosh. Speaking of crowded rooms, I mean, look at the spectators. But we have the bird's eye view up right now. We are going to choose a couple of games to look at. The world champion Magnus Carlsen has played bishop e2 back to f1, and he did indeed refrain from the queen trade. So my proposal, Yovi, is that we look at the Erigaisi Abdusattorov game, because that game's seriously heating up. And while we do that, perhaps Richard Report will have made a response to bishop f1, and perhaps we could follow that up with another look at Magnus Carlsen's rich middle game. What do you say to that?
I say absolutely. And it's a good time, because I just saw another fine move from Abdusattorov, where suddenly everything is happening on the board, because there's a pawn break in the middle. He's just played d5, d4. Oh, okay. Let's break this position down.
Yeah, this is always one of my favorite things about high-level chess, is when the game, you can feel the shift between the stage of the game where the players are still developing, assembling, the tension is percolating, and then at one point, one of the sides, they step on the gas pedal. In this case, it's black. Doesn't necessarily mean that black is better, but black is the one who initiates kind of the first battle, d5, d4 by Nodirbek. Now, let me tell you what white is not going to do. Unless I'm missing something, white is not going to take that pawn and allow black's knight to jump into the game. Erigaisi with a quick response, a strike of his own on the king side. Get off me, he says to the light squared bishop.
And okay, and he's voluntarily weakened his king side, so that carries great risk. Not right now because the white king is safe as houses, and now the question does arise. Is white going to capture the pawn? C takes d5, c4, and try to play against this pawn, or is he kind of saying, "Hang on, I've just pushed forward those pawns on the king side, and am I going to continue?"
I think the former option is more likely. I don't see a major downside to playing CD. It should be pointed out that Arjun is by no means afraid of Nodirbek taking bishop on f5. That enables white's pawns to reach very imposing stature on f5 and e5. And then you could think about a move like f6 to shatter black's king position. So you're right. White's strategy not without risk, especially if the center opens up. But I would be expecting something like CD, and then maybe a calm move like rook d1 to d3, preparing to double rooks. Queen e4 is also in the mix, but for the time being, the queen must remain on e2 to supervise this b2 pawn.
Yeah. Oh, such a sharp position. And yeah, and if white is going to suddenly just switch to positional mode and start attacking the d4 pawn, well, black has to have an answer of their own, because if you take a look at their minor pieces, none of them are working well. I mean, black is in danger of being squeezed in terms of space.
I think that's the best word to describe what Erigaisi is about to do. If you think about the scenario where white takes on d4 and doubles rooks, black is not at immediate risk of losing that pawn. He can play bishop b7 to c5. The pawn will have disappeared from c5. The problem is that if you divert too many of your pieces to the queen side, especially if they adapt a passive role, then white could switch over to the king side and carry out your second idea to play an h4, h5 at a timely moment and force black's hand on the king side. You could get checkmated there in the blink of an eye, with white's pieces very much equipped to move from one side of the board to the other. The rook from d3 could swing over to g3. I'm really talking about the distant future here, but that's what you have to do when you've got a position that's as undefined and as sharp as this one. You have to make sure that your pieces are ready to meet the challenge whenever that challenge arises, and whatever form that challenge takes.
Mm-hmm. And yeah, I mean, we're talking about what black should do and how they have to be ready. I'm going to be honest here. I cannot see a way for black to do anything. I mean, if the way is unclear, that simply means that black has to wait and see. So if white decides to go play pawn takes pawn, well, at least the dark square bishop gets liberated, and then you can deal with moves like rook d3 on a move-by-move basis. And when the rook moves to d3, the first thing that you should be thinking of is, do I have a safe place for the queen? If you do, that's great. If you don't, then find one sharpish.
Yeah, no, that is the set of white's priorities. First, decide what you're doing in the center, then decide whether you're playing rook d3, then figure out for both white and black where your main piece belongs. Where do you want your queen to sit? Wow, I mean, it just does not get any richer than this. This is just a classic 2700 position, Yovi.
Yeah, this is the kind of book that you find in those positional textbooks, asking you to come up with a move, take a decision for white, and then you have to sit there. You've got half an hour on the clock, get going, get solving. I mean, this is a great position, and it's one that really I think we will learn a lot from.
Oh, for sure. And we will continue looking at this game, but I want to look at some stats, some really interesting stats between these two players. The most pertinent of them is that both players are making their master debut at Wijk. Of course, Erigaisi, a lot of fans might remember, just smashed through the challenger section last year with just a wild score. I think it was something like 10.5 out of 13, but not to be denied, Abdusattorov, he was runner-up in the 2020 division. And it's pretty terrifying when someone as young as Abdusattorov already achieved that kind of success 3 years ago. Terrifying.
Oh, totally terrifying. I just remember he just raced through the whole tournament. No one had a chance against him, and he just kept on winning and winning and winning. And it really felt like, what are you doing playing in the challenges? You should be up there in the Masters. And of course, he is now. And Abdusattorov, well, he's just, I mean, if he hadn't been runner-up in the 2020 Tata Steel's challenges, I still think he would have got an invitation, because he has really just ignited onto the world stage. He became world rapid champion in 2021. And of course, he was one of the heroes in the Olympiad, leading Uzbekistan to their gold medal. And I mean, it was just fantastic what he's been doing. And now he just shows that he is up there with the world's elite. And I think we're going to see his rating catch up there. So he will be very soon in the top 10. And I'm really impressed by his play, how he's willing just to take risks, play actively when need be. He's bold, he's brave, he calculates well. I mean, we saw how he handled his game against Magnus Carlsen. He was able to withstand all the pressure that the world champion put on him. And he was like, yeah, I've got it under control. And I know that you took a dodgy decision. And I love what he's doing.
I do as well. He just seems to get exactly the kinds of positions and play the kinds of games that the organizers of the Tata Steel respect. They respect fighting chess. They respect ambition. They respect youth. And Nodirbek espouses all of these qualities and many, many more. Okay, so as Erigaisi tries to find the best way to resolve the central tension, I vote we dip our toes back into the bird's eye view real quickly and then see what the world champion is up to. Here we go.
Oh, and I feel a sense of deja vu. This is exactly the position that we had on our analysis board.
In Carlsen report, isn't it? Yes, it is.
Yes, it is. You know, we have predicted, you found the move Queen D1. And after long side castling, the ball is back in Magnus's court and he has to take a decision. I mean, how is he going to deal with the threat of knight c2 and potential openings on the queen side? And of course, there is the threat of the white knight being kicked out from f4 with g5.
I'm not going to hide my exuberance at the fact that the queens are not off the board. If you told me that when Magnus played queen e2, I would have laughed you out of the room. But what an interesting turn of events as Carlsen plays queen e2 back to d1. And bishop, for some reason, I thought the bishop was on e2 and moved back to f1. It never did. It was a bad dream. No, queen to d1. If he had also played bishop f1, I would have started to get scared that he's setting up the pieces, because knight e2 to g1 would have been next, and then knight c3 to b1. But what's happening here? How is Carlsen going to resolve the tension in the center and on the queen side? If I remember correctly, Yobi, we were earlier looking at this idea of playing a3, actually provoking knight c2, and then moving the rook up to a2 and trying to go after the knight with b4. The problem is that that's a very cumbersome plan. It takes a lot of time, and it enables black to strike at the d4 pawn with a timely c6, c5, which you proposed, which I thought is a potentially game-changing idea. So if not a3, are there any somewhat tamer alternatives that White could try? Perhaps knight f4 back to d3? To slice off the bishop? What do you think of that?
Just start bailing out, you know, because, I mean, one of the defensive rules that I kind of swear by is when you're in trouble, you've got to start neutralizing the initiative and you've got to start removing your opponent's attacking pieces. And the knight on b4 is on your side of the board. Get rid of it. Put that knight on d3, swap off a few pieces. And then, you know, once those pieces have left, I also like the fact that the knight moving backwards on d3 just uncovers the dark square bishop, and now it controls the g5 square, so that there is no g5 ideas in the air. Because one of the things I'm really terrified about in chess is a pawn storm. Hate them. Can't stand them. That's why I love them so much. I mean, when they come at you and there's a wall of them, you're just thinking, how can I cope with these things? And this way, knight d3, some attacking pieces eliminated. you can breathe a sigh of relief. And I do feel that that kind of move is in Magnus's style as well. You know, it also falls into his kind of philosophy of overprotecting everything. Every single piece after knight d3 is protected.
I'll bet a silver
times.
dollar. Yeah, I'll bet a silver dollar we see knight d3 within a couple of minutes. It's just it's too much in Magnus's style for him not to play it. I totally agree. And one thing I wanted to bring the viewers' attention to is that if we pull up an analysis board here real quickly, speaking of pawn storms, you should always start by testing out what happens if all of the pieces get off the board. If black takes the simplest approach and just trades twice on d3, how do you evaluate this position? Well, it seems to me that black is in serious trouble here because you pointed out black's ability to pawn storm on the king side is hamstrung by the pawn prematurely being on h5. The knight on f6, Robert Hess would want me to point out, is restricted, completely restricted by the pawn on f3. White, on the other hand, has carte blanche on the queen side. You're just going to close your eyes and run that b pawn up the board. If black tries to counterstrike, well, this only makes the pawn storm scarier. Once the pawn reaches b5, there will be hell to pay on the queen side. So the combination of the knight being locked out and the possibility of a pawn storm gives white the advantage. And Carlsen about to make a move. Drum roll, please. Let's see what he does.
He is about move, yeah. And I do think we are going to see that knight retreat. And he's getting ready. And yes. I mean, how could he not make such a move like that? You know, it fits in with his philosophy, and it's a great defensive move. And of course, it amps up the tension because just as you highlighted, if Rapport tries to liquidate, he will be in big trouble because he just is lacking in space. He's lacking bite in the position, and it's Magnus the one who suddenly gets the upper hand. And I really like this kind of position. And there we see Magnus Carlsen deep in thought. And so now the kind of ball goes back to Richard. Richard has to take a decision. How many pieces is he going to trade? Because one of the things he cannot do is he cannot just retreat the knight to a6, because that would just be such a passive move. Yeah, I know, it's horrible, isn't it? But people kind of think like that. You know, knight is attacked, knight moves back. So you've either got to think of exchanging maybe a set of knights, or you've got to consider moves such as d5, initiating your own break in the center, overprotecting the knight on b4, and just getting ready for the brewing action.
I think that's the direction Richard has to think in. He's got to think fast because I pointed out earlier there's a very high probability of time pressure. Now I think that there's a probability black gets into severe time pressure because white's plan is now very clearly defined. You've got the option of bringing the bishop out, but essentially at some point you're going to play b4, b5. I think the eval bar is deceptive here. It's indicating a slight advantage for white. I think practically speaking, black is in a good amount of trouble here. Richard has to find a way to get stuff going on the king side, or he's going to get run over, by the tank that's going to come after him down the b file.
Yeah, I agree. A storm is brewing, and it's not very clear how to stop it either. Difficult position because black is getting kicked back. Magnus doing what Magnus does best. He starts from a very quiet position, makes some unorthodox backward moves, and then suddenly it's all working like a dream. Sign of a champion.
Move 13. This is move 13. And this, Yovi, is the Magnus that we are used to. He starts by playing a variation that he's comfortable with. He challenges Richard to get into a slightly worse endgame. Richard says, no, I want to trade on my terms. Okay, you don't want a queen trade? You ain't going to get it. He brings the queen back to d1, as you said. Typical Magnus retreating moves. And we're going to have to see Richard's A game for the rest of the game if he wants to hold the fort here with black.
Yeah. And, he has to do something now. There's no denying it. His knight is on breeze. Either d5, c5. Could you even think about a5? That's probably, I would never even dream about playing a5. Primarily because you don't push pawns on the side that you're weakest, and certainly not the side where your king is. So, critical moment.
a5, I suppose white will play a3, and like you said, that merely adds kindling to the fire, because once white plays b4, that would also challenge the a5 pawn. Okay, I think Richard would want us to leave him to his own devices. He's down to 45 minutes, and we will update you on the Romanian Grandmaster's move when he makes it. But a very unenviable situation. D5 is his choice, and that will most likely be met with C5. But I feel like the situation is beginning to deteriorate. Back we go to the bird's eye view. Erigaisi still thinking about his move after Abdusattorov shifted the rook to D8. But one game, Yovi, that I can't take my eyes away from is that Vincent Keimer battle against Ding Liren, because unless my eyes are deceiving me, it seems like Vincent has managed to get the upper hand as the game transitioned away from that complicated middle game into a no less complicated end game. What do you say we pay a visit to that game?
We definitely, because that game has caught my eye for quite a while now. Because, I mean, I kind of warned about it quite a few, I was going to say months ago. It feels like months, but it wasn't months, moves ago. And I was kind of saying, watch out for the pawn on f4 coming at e4 and e5, because, you know, with this beautiful pawn majority, I mean, white is going to be so much better. And it's on the board. I mean, white has just played rook e2, but e4, e5 is brewing. And I just remember games where I was looking at certain lines on the black side of a queen's gambit declined. And this was white's plan. And it's been seen, I was going to say, since the 19th century. You know, I think Capablanca, Alekhine have won games like this. You know, you just put your pawn on e5, you use your extra space, and you ask black, what are you doing with your pawn majority there on your queen side? If you're doing nothing, you're basically a pawn down on the king side.
Well, white's just prying black's fingers away from the ledge here, as you're saying, after e5. The knight has no strongholds in the center. The rook is kind of stuck in no man's land. This endgame is just the bee's knees for white. Now, I don't want to overstate the case. I don't think Ding is lost here, because even after white plays e5, okay, black can come back to e8. And for the time being, everything is reasonably protected. Vincent is going to have to keep his foot on the gas pedal, probably swing his rook to the 7th rank, but Ding is really just one more inaccuracy away from being objectively lost. I'd like to rewind, though, a couple of moves and just show everybody how Vincent was able to outplay Ding this quickly, because the middle game only lasted really 7 moves. We last saw the position here. Looks okay for Ding, but watch what Vincent does. Not f4, but bishop f4. A very instructive move, targeting black's strongest piece. Ding responds with queen d6 and queen a4. Whoop! Get the queen to the side. Attack the bishop. Make space for the rook. Ding is getting tossed around like a flimsy boat in a storm. Take e5, and now queen d4, offering a queen trade now on white's terms and getting control of the d file. That rook on e5. Bang! And rook e2, getting the rook onto a better square, preparing e5. Exquisite play, Yovi, by the German youngster, especially after a painful 2 losses in a row. To come back and play like this against the World Championship challenger speaks to his resilience, his resolve, and this is what we've come to take for granted in the younger generation.
Yeah, I have to say. And I think Vincent will be in his comfort zone. I've seen him win countless games like this. And this is also very reminiscent of Vincent's coach, Peter Lecco. I mean, you can just see it's going to be a positional masterpiece. And I'm glad that you're a little bit more optimistic about Ding's chances here, because I really don't like his position. And I do think that is teetering on the brink of being lost. I just feel the danger inherently here. And yeah, what can I say? Vincent has played this perfectly so far. I'm really, really impressed by the queen maneuver that you just showed. I mean, he's got everything. He controls the open lines. He's got this beautiful pawn advance. Is there, I mean, am I being too negative? What can Ding do?
No.
I mean, just curl up in a ball and just survive?
I think that's the only alternative. I mean, curl up into a ball with a move like knight e8, I would say. If we bring up an analysis board really quickly here, let's say he goes knight e8. White can essentially pre-move e5. That's also very tilting when your opponent has such easy play that he can literally close his eyes and, you know, play the obvious move. Bishop takes bishop. White's going to take back with the king. Man, white's control over the only open file, coupled with, you know, an amazing knight on e8 that has so many active prospects. That's what makes black's position miserable. I guess you play a move like rook c8. You just curl up into a ball, as you said, but Yovi, this just gets worse and worse. White gets the rook to d7. The knight can
It's
swing
going
around to
E4.
g5.
And
Ugh.
just look how great the rook was on e2. I mean, what a great idea. Prophylaxis.
Fantastic. That was Black's only active concept to meet knight e4 with rook c2. And even that was shut down convincingly by Vincent Keimer. Oh my gosh. 40 minutes also for Ding, which is not a lot of time when you think about defending a position like this for 20 moves until the time control. Crisis. Absolute crisis here for the Chinese number one.
Yeah. Sorry times.
Knight g8.
And what? Knight g8. Okay. So, well, the defensive hedgehog has appeared, and I'm using this obviously in the terms of pawn structure. But here, you just have to curl up in a little ball and hope those spikes do defend you.
One thing, if I had to make a prediction, I think for some reason the Ding is going to save this game, and that has nothing to do with trying to diss Vincent. I think he's amazing, but I've just seen Ding play so calmly in these types of situations. I think even after White gets the rook to d7, he's going to find some way to neutralize the activity of that rook. Something tells me that Ding is just going to hold the fort here, but we will see. He is definitely in a very unenviable spot.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, of course, let's not underestimate Ding's defensive talent. He's 2800 and the world's second-rated player. So, I mean, it is a challenge for him, and we'll see whether he's up to the task. And where else should we head to?
Well, first, let's go back to the bird's eye view. As we know, Richard Rapport has struck in the center with d5. The world champion is thinking about his next move. Well, the Prague game is one that we've been talking about for a while. We can take a dip in that pool. I'll also point out that Fabiano Caruana has been forced to weaken his queenside further by playing the move b7 to b6. So Parham Maksudlu just relentlessly pressuring on all sides of the board as he prepares the central pawn break that's lower left of your screen. He's going to try to get e4 in and squeeze that in and keep pushing Black's pieces away. What do you say?
And I just wanted to mention, before we could go over to that, I just have to take a look at Arjun, what he's done. We were talking about central control, and I did kind of reference this plan of just going wild and throwing pawns all the way up the king side. Arjun says, that's right up my street, and off he goes. That game is shaping up to be a real maelstrom.
Yeah, you called it. H4, continuing to accumulate the pressure. And, I've been referencing the time situation a lot on some of these boards. It feels to me that a lot of the players taking longer than usual here. And that bodes very well for the commentators. We are going to get some time scramble slugfests right around an hour from now, about 10 moves from now. And we will keep you posted on the time situations in a lot of these games. Okay, let's go to the Praggnanandhaa Van Forest affair. And what do we have here? White's up a pawn. Van Forest sacking his b pawn to avoid the explosion of the queen side. So he's definitely worse. Yobi, that's not up for debate. How much worse is he?
Difficult position actually, because I don't think it's as bad as the evaluation bar is making it out to be. Yeah, okay, it's, if two computers were playing it, no doubt it would be really, really bad for Black. But, they're two humans here. And my understanding is that when a Black pawn reaches e4, if Black has a dark square bishop, then the position carries a lot of venom. And White must be incredibly careful here. And I think that the danger can pose a lot of problems to Prague. And I'm not really bothered for Jordan about his pawn deficit because, the extra pawn is on b2 and the white queen is offside. So for the time being, I'm kind of thinking it's a balanced game where White objectively has the better chances, but Black can probe and create real problems.
Were you going to say pose and probe?
Yeah, pose.
Combination?
Yeah, I was going to say probe, and then the brain went and goes, let's make it a new word, pros, which actually is not a new word. It's something else.
By the way, speaking of posing problems, rook d to b1. I agree with everything you said. I will say that one of the things that hurts Black's kingside chances is the placement of the dark squared bishop. Like, if you just could get it to this diagonal, it would be a completely different story. Black had set up a battery. There would be a Greek gift sacrifice in response to bishop takes g4. As it stands, right now, Van Forest doesn't have anything going. And there's a ticking clock, literally and figuratively, because White is already prepared to play the move b2, b4. And once that move happens, Black has no choice but to exchange on b4. And that a pawn, I mean, the path is clear. The runway, there's no airplanes on it. You just go a5, a6, a7, and that's only 3 moves. And that could just end the game right then and there. So Jordan, he's got to figure something out here.
Yeah, that move came like a cold shower to me because I was being all kind of in the ether, thinking about beautiful attacking possibilities. But yeah, you're right. And Prague is right. b4 is coming, and with it is the launch of the a pawn, and that is going to be difficult to stop. And okay, how to break out? I mean, desperate times call for desperate measures. What can Black do? I mean, my first move is just to take it slow and play queen c7, but that really doesn't do that much.
Yeah, well, you might have to. I mean, that h2 pawn is really the only one that you can attack. This bishop e7 to d8 to c7 maneuver just takes too long. Gosh, the more I look at this, the more miserable it appears. I'm even looking at creative ideas like knight d7 to b6, try to get around to c4, but all of this are just one-move threats that can be very easily parried, if necessary, with a move like b3.
Yeah. Maybe you have to get creative and kind of go rook e8. I mean, you might ask me, why on earth are you doing such a thing? But the whole idea is perhaps to maneuver the knight to f8. I like your idea of knight b6. Let's keep that in reserve for potentially, after knight b6 can't be met with knight b3 with b3.
I'm sorry, say that again.
So I was just thinking, if you leave that in reserve for when I'm going to cough. I have this cough.
Go ahead, get it out of the way. Please get it out of the way. Yeah, it's a lot of talking. We do a lot of talking, and sometimes you just gotta clear the pipes. But knight b6, b3. And I feel like Black is at a dead end.
That was so I was kind of hoping to leave that idea in reserve for when b3 wouldn't be appearing. So say, for instance, I mean, could we possibly set it up so that after b4, that maybe there's some a takes b4 and then knight b6? Could that be something?
Oh, so you're saying a move like queen c7. Now I see what you're saying. b4.
Yeah. And then just leave that in reserve, but maybe don't put the queen on c7. I thought rook comes to e8, and it is a bit wacky. But I thought that maybe, but now there's pawn takes knight.
Oh no! Pawn takes pawn. Rook takes pawn. That ain't gonna work. You see, Black is just too passive for any of these shenanigans to work. Okay, what I think Black should do is actually go queen c7, but with a different idea in mind. After b4, which Prague might actually choose to delay. There's no hurry. If you play brief b4 prematurely, maybe Black just acquiesces to the trade and goes rook b8 and says, okay, I'm down the a pawn, but at least I have the b file. Maybe try to get the queen to b2. But I'm going to be brutally honest here. It feels to me that Black is borderline lost because of this b2, b4 idea.
Yeah. But the problem is, like, even if you do get the b line, like you say, the queen is just going to step back, and then a5, a6, a7. And yeah, you can't stop that tune happening. And Black's attack is not even started. So difficult. I mean, maybe Black just has to accept that pawn is going to shoot up the board. You just ignore it, just blockade it at the last minute, and in the meantime, kind of try to shift some pieces over to the king side. So the reason I wanted rook e8, it was because knight f8, knight g6, knight h4. It's so long, but who knows?
I mean, I don't see another option. You kind of have to go into what I call Swiss pilot mode if you're black. I was watching this video a couple months ago of a Swiss airplane making an emergency landing because their engines blew out. And right in the midst of the chaos, after they declare a mayday, the pilot, who's this sort of very typical, Swiss, calm, older man, he like suddenly takes a bar of chocolate out of his pocket and he unrolls it and he's like, and now it's time for some chocolate. And he's just like eating this chocolate as he's doing an emergency landing. That's the kind of Zen mode that Jordan has to enter. We called it. Queen C7 is on the board, but is he going to be able to contain the furious progress of the A-pawn? Man, I think unless Prague does something really wrong, I think he should be able to finish this game off. Bishop E2 to F1, by the way, as we go back to the live board, is entirely possible as well. Just leave the bishop on G4 in the dust and play H3 at an opportune moment to prevent knight G4. Anyway, long story short, crisis time for Jordan Van Forest, who has been struggling, Jovi, this tournament, and uncharacteristically struggling in the opening phase, which is usually his strongest suit.
Yeah, and traditionally, I have to say, in Tata, he does very well. Of course, he won the tournament in 2021. And then let's not forget, last year, he didn't defend his title, but he finished around about 6th or 7th, which is a very respectable score. But things are just not working his way in this tournament. And like you say, he's suffered quite a few defeats straight out of the opening. He just seems to be getting caught in preparation.
Yeah, I mean, the tides change so easily from tournament to tournament. Sometimes you get lucky with your preparation. Your opponents just kind of enter into the lines you feel most comfortable with. And there are other times where every game you seem to face precisely the opening variations that you find most annoying and most uncomfortable. And, I think this tournament belongs to the latter category for the Dutch Grandmaster. Well, we will leave him to his devices here as he struggles in this pawn down position. And let's swing back to the bird's eye view. Magnus, in the meantime, he's played C5 as we expected. So I think we're doing a good job of sort of predicting the course of that game. And that course is not favorable to Richard Rapport.
No, it certainly isn't. And Richard, really, if he wants to maintain the balance now, he has to do something. And the problem is, it's not very clear what he has to do. So maybe... shall we revisit that position or shall we go to another game? I'm
looking around. What are you thinking?
Yes. So I was thinking the game between Fabi and Maxulu.
Yeah, there have been some changes in that position.
Yeah. And it kind of feels like a very thematic position. It feels like the kind of position that many people would find themselves in.
For sure. The last move has been Bishop E2 to F1. You mentioned thematic. Yeah, this is a typical pawn structure that emerges out of all these Queen's Gambit Decline or Rogozin positions. Now, to me, it seemed evident that white has to be better. The eval bar doesn't seem to agree. The reason I said that is because black has all these weaknesses on the queen side. But if you look at it from the other perspective, well, those weaknesses are actually very safely defended. Rook defends B6, 3 pieces defend C6, and perhaps Fabi could convert the weaknesses into a strength with a timely C6, C5. So are you as surprised as I am, that the eval bar is not giving a bigger advantage to white?
I'm not that surprised because I've played a lot of this type of positions from the black side, and it's always told me I'm okay. Even though at the time when I was playing the game, I was absolutely terrified and I didn't feel very comfortable. The evaluation bar was like, "Hey, it was not a problem. Why do you freak out so much? I mean, he's threatening E4, big deal. Just step back with your bishop, move it to H7, and just sit there." And you're like, "Oh, okay, didn't know that."
Yeah, A4 is not the end of the word. It's not a cataclysm when it happens. Okay, you just occupy the center. So you're saying maybe move the bishop back preemptively, revolutionary thought, prophylaxis. Prepare yourself for the future.
Yeah, I mean, this is the kind of thing that the computer just suggests, do nothing. And just sit back, do nothing, wait for the action to emerge. I probably would put it on G6 just to kind of have a hiding place for the king. And like you say, the main thing not to do But of course, you have to take this on a case-by-case basis. Is just not meet e4 by capturing on e4. You have to let that tension brew as long as possible. So once that happens, then you're like, okay, the action will now take place in the center, and now you can do something else. So just wait. And I think a lot of humans find it very, very difficult to just sit there and wait.
Yeah, you're absolutely. That is probably the hardest skill, which computers really distinguish computers from humans. There's the move queen d6 to d7 in the same spirit as bishop g6. You bring the queen back preemptively, so e5 doesn't come with tempo. But more importantly, you turn it back around and you go c5. And this is exactly how White loses control of the game. He's bitten off more than he can chew in the center. The knight is hanging. You have to play b3. And already Black could drive this little wedge into White's position and potentially follow up with b5. And pawn looks imposing, but what is it doing? It's never really going up to e6. And Fabiano Caruana is just so good in these undefined middle games, these rich structures. He just seems to have a great feel for where to position his pieces. And so I am changing my mind about this position. Now that I've understood why e4 isn't inherently dangerous, I can begin to see that Fabi has greatly improved his position, I would say, compared to what he had when his knight was on c6. And he has managed, by the way, to bring the knight back and improve his structure by putting the pawn on c6, Yovi.
Yeah. And I agree, put the pawn on c6. And yeah, I like what he's doing. He's simply preparing for c5 at the right time. And now you mentioned c5 and putting the queen on d7. There's actually the possibility of retreating the bishop not to g6, but to d7 is also in the air. So I think still a lot to play. And yeah, Fabi doing nicely. Solid.
Well, he's been sporting a very classy new haircut. I mean, he is totally unstoppable, and he was unstoppable yesterday after defeating a struggling Gukesh. Let's listen in as Fabi talks about how he feels going undefeated through 6 rounds.
Yeah, overall pretty good. I think I could have maybe made a bit more in the last few rounds against Richie. Some chances from the opening. Okay, against Wesley, the game was pretty much uneventful from the point of view of that it was just a prep into a drawish position. But after today, I'm quite happy. Well, the last 2 games I lost were in the Olympiad to Abdusattorov and Gukesh, and I was responsible in large part from these games for the United States not doing very well and not medaling. And in this tournament, I haven't lost against them, so I'm done with them. They can't beat me anymore, at least in this tournament, maybe in the future, but I'm quite happy with that. Yeah, overall pretty good. I think I could have maybe made a bit more in the last few rounds against Richie.
And he sharing his thoughts after the winning his question. No, that was bad. Yeah. I'm not in impression mode today, but Fabiano Caruana is just very impressive. He's so stable, and we've talked a lot, Yovi, about his struggles in the last year or so, ever since the Madrid candidates. But he just seems to be more fresh. He seems to be more motivated, and I think it's safe to say he's really out of the funk that he found himself in over the last couple months.
Yeah, he's had a tough few years. First of all, he separated from his second, Rustam Kazimazhanov. That happened during the pandemic. And then it kind of felt like, he was adapting to the change. He lost a ton of rating points. And in this tournament, it feels good for him. He's now on +2. He played a great game yesterday. And victory always brings a smile to your face. I mean, however you get it, whether it's deserved, undeserved, ugly, pretty, doesn't matter. You enjoy your moments. And I have to say, I wasn't sure whether he was being sarcastic when he talks about his uneventful draw against the Wesley So. He's kind of got one of those faces where you think, wait, one a second, are you being serious? You kind of...
I think Fabi has the deadpan humor going. I definitely must have been sarcastic, unless all of it was preparation. It was that Scotch game where you had the open H file and a furious counterattack by Black. So, man, if he wasn't being sarcastic, then I'm curious what Fabi's definition of an eventful game actually is, if that game didn't fit the bill.
I mean, that was one of the wildest games I've seen. It was not a smooth path to the draw, but okay. It's just Fabi being Fabi. It's still very difficult for me to tell whether he's joking or being serious. And there we see him concentrating hard. He's pondering over what to play. How is he going to meet this pawn advance to e4?
We are predicting that he's going to move his bishop away from f5. He seems to be close to making a move. He's got 16 moves until the time control, 17 moves that is, and 34 minutes to make them. And so he's not in the best situation time-wise, but I think he realizes that if he finds a good way to meet e4, then his structure and his position is going to remain watertight and easy to play. Queen back to d7. So he plays the second move first. And after e4, bishop g6, we will transpose into the line that we are considering. Good stuff by Fabi. And we are going to leave him to sip his tea and ponder this complex position. We are going to go, ladies and gentlemen, onto another break as we look one more time at the bird's eye view here with the beautiful playing hall, a shot of all the spectators in that playing hall. Man, oh man, what a tournament this is. 2 hours into the round and change. And before we go on our third break, we wanted to remind you that after a 2-year hiatus, the Pro Chess League is back. The 2023 season begins with a qualifier week starting February 1st, coming right up, with 16 teams advancing into the main season. Past PCL participants include Magnus, Ding, Nepo, Fabi, Hikaru, MVL, and Anish. So we could not be more excited for the league's return. And with over 100K on the line, it's looking like the 2023 season will be one for the history books. Use !PCL in chat to learn all about it. Okay, we hope you're enjoying our Saturday coverage of round 7 of the 2023 Tata Steel Chess Tournament. We will be back with more exciting action in just a couple of minutes.
Chess Kid is fun. Chess is great for the brain, but it's also fun to play. And Chess Kid makes it easy to have fun. Whether your child is a total beginner or a prodigy, they can hop on and find a well-matched opponent from around the world at any time. Chess Kid is the safe, parent-approved way for your child to play chess online. Chess Kid is educational. To kids, it feels just like playing, but chess is a great way to learn patience, strategy, and critical thinking. Chess Kid features a comprehensive training program that guides kids to level up on their way to mastery. There are more than 50,000 chess puzzles and a whole library of entertaining videos that teach strategies, tactics, openings, and endgames specifically for kids. Chess Kid is easy. Whether you're a parent helping your child, a coach managing dozens of kids, or a school of hundreds. Signing up is free and easy, so what are you waiting for?
What an iconic picture there. Fiddling with the knight is the world champion Magnus Carlsen at round 7 of the 2023 Tata Steel Masters. Magnus is in the midst of a slugfest against Richard Report. He is struggling. He is on -1. He is trying to come back and stake a claim, at least end in the top half of the tournament cross table. But Richard Report stands in his way, and a knight sacrifice, Yovi, a knight sacrifice amongst the clear blue sky. It looked like Carlsen was going to just run Richard over on the queen side. And boy, how the tables have turned. Let's take a look at what happened 2 moves ago. After the move c5, look at what Richard does. He takes on d3. Now, we talked about the scenario where black trades and white runs the b-pawn up the board with checkmate to follow. No, 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 says Richard Report. Knight f6 to e4 check. Bang goes the dynamite. And after fe4, de4, all of a sudden, white's king very much caught in the crossfire. Yovi, I'm still adjusting my eyes to this sacrifice. Crazy stuff by Report.
Yeah, I do think that the sacrifice was necessary because we did see that he was in danger of being steamrolled over there on the queen side. And I love this move. I do think if you're going to beat the world champion, you have to initiate complications. You have to go wild. And and the position is just so crazy now. And do we have any moves after pawn takes pawn? Bishop probably has to retreat somewhere close to the king. That's what I would put it, just because it feels like you need every single piece protecting the king, huddling around, trying to stop the onslaught that is coming toward it. And bishop e2 and queen to f6. That was played very quickly, right? Because there were a whole lot of candidate moves. There was queen h4 check. There was obviously queen f6. And then, as you've highlighted, bishop c5. Brewing in the air. Okay. Mad
Queen
position
F6.
here.
Oh, absolutely. And this is going to equalize the time situation, which is a very important byproduct of the sacrifice. Both sides down below 40 minutes. We're only on move 18. Queen F6 is just that is a sick move because it threatens discoveries. It threatens rook d4, threatens bishop c5. And the question for Magnus, he cannot defend against all 3 threats at the same time. So what is his top priority? I think it's not what people might think. People might think, oh, he has to move his king. But actually, there is no immediate way to exploit the discovery to the fullest extent. The bishop doesn't have too many squares. My inclination would be to support the d4 pawn, because if that pawn falls in kind of the wrong fashion, then black takes on d4 and on c5. White's king could just get massacred on f2. So my sort of instinct would be to play the move bishop c1 to e3 in this position, to which black almost certainly would respond bishop takes c5. And the idea I came up with during the break was actually to take back on c5 and to say, okay, listen, after rook takes d1, Magnus has played bishop e3, rook takes d1, rook takes d1. White has a lot of material for the queen, a rook and 2 pieces for a queen and 2 pawns to be exact. But this is what Richard Report would want. It's an unbalanced position. His initiative continues to rage on. And the eval bar seems to believe that after bishop g4 check, only black can be better, because white has a hard time keeping all of his pawns protected, keeping his king sheltered, and both players are out off the board. I love that.
Yeah, no, I have to say, I love your idea of giving up the queen. It was also my instinct just to kind of neutralize all the fireworks that are happening. I mean, but here it is just move by move. You've got to take every single decision here. You've got to consider every single possibility. So pawn takes bishop is one. What other moves are there? I mean, could you simply, I don't know, I'm obsessed with king safety. I was thinking move the rook to perhaps f1 and try to live like that, and hide the king away on g1.
I love that move.
Yeah, bishop takes bishop, or maybe, is there still no good discovered check anywhere you look?
Crazy. I mean, no, I have to take back because the queen is also hanging. Queen c1.
Queen c1 was the idea.
Maybe this is the way that Magnus should play, because on the next move you go king g1. Now let's take stock of the material. Black already has 3 pawns for the piece, so at this point the sacrifice isn't as much of a sacrifice, but in these middle game positions, the piece usually does outweigh the pawns. So if white could get king g1 and then perhaps queen e3 in, I feel like only Magnus could be better. This might be the key to the kingdom here as the world champion takes his seat to continue thinking about this critical position. Of course, Richard instantly blitzing out bishop takes pawn.
Yeah, and the positions, well, it just plays itself for Richard. He doesn't have to worry about anything. But you're right. If the white king finds safety, and say, for instance, the white rook on h1 is not in the corner, then the piece is going to be so much more effective than the pawns. I was kind of taught the rule that if you have these piece imbalances, like a piece against three pawns are actually not sufficient. You need something else. So, for instance, that something else could be an unsafe king that you can attack. Another something else could be the pawns are far advanced up the board. Another thing, something else could be tremendous piece activity, coordination. But here, just as long as the white king is safe, then that extra piece will count for a lot.
Very well said. And it seems to me that Magnus is such a specialist in these situations where a lot of players would lose their minds and start panicking, especially when a fearsome attacker like Richard Report sits across from you. But Magnus takes solace in his incredible defensive ability honed through the years. And he also takes solace in his positive record against Richard Report. As we bring up the statistics card one more time, Carlsen leads their head-to-head, 3 wins, 1 draw, 1 loss. Now, what strikes me about that, Yovi, is that it just isn't a lot of games. I mean, both Carlsen and Report have been atop the Mount Olympus of chess for a very long time, and yet somehow they just haven't met each other that many times. 5 times for 2 super GMs is almost nothing. You think about Carlsen and Anand, Carlsen, Caruana, you're usually talking about dozens of games at a minimum. And I always find it very exciting when 2 players don't know each other's styles quite as well. It usually leads to more exciting action.
Yeah, I agree with you. Somehow it feels like the two have been moving in different circles. Obviously Richard has been in the lead for many, many years, but somehow they've never quite made it to the same tournaments until now. I can remember them playing in Norway Chess, and there it was a victory for Magnus. But what an exciting battle is ahead. And the more I look at it, the more I really like my rook f1 move. the chicken way with your king is perhaps maybe the safest.
I think rook f1 is the best move. In fact, I think it's vastly superior to d takes c5, which would play right into Report's hands. It would enable him to capture white's queen and continue the initiative. If the king gets to g1, black's initiative almost instantly evaporates. One more clarification I will make. We don't have to analyze this. I'll just state this. After rook f1, black also has the possibility of playing rook takes d4, but that move is a lot less scary than it appears because white doesn't have to take and give away the bishop. White can still drop the queen over to c1, where it protects the bishop and everything goes according to plan. You go king g1 on the next move. And I continue to be worried about Richard Report's prospects here if Magnus Carlsen can find rook f1, and something tells me that he will. I mean, he is world champion after all.
Yeah, he's the master of defending these tough positions. And I've just noticed they have this ability to protect their pieces there. I mean, I've said it time and time again, but they're all about safety at this super GM level. They're all about the harmony of the pieces, coordinating. And the only other thing that I can kind of be tempted by, I mean, I did like your pawn takes bishop. Is it possible to do it and get away with capturing with the other rook on h1? Because I have seen examples of Magnus sacrificing his queen in order to get that piece in balance.
Well, my worry is the same after both rook a and rook h takes 2. So let's revisit that line, because this is a very, very important line to evaluate properly. DC, if it works out, gives white a ton of stuff for the queen. But here's my concern. After rook d1, you want to take with the h rook, right?
Yeah.
Rook f1 has been played, by the way.
Yeah.
He's gone for rook f1. Great call. You called it. Bishop g4 check would be ultimately the deal breaker. I think this is the reason Carlsen refrains from this. You want to go king g1. You don't want to go king e1. And the problem is that at the end of this line, you lose another pawn on b2. Your queen side basically evaporates. and 3 pawns is a little bit too much to bear. So Carlsen definitely considered this option, but as we go back to the live board, rook f1 is on the board, and the ball tossed furiously right back into Richard Report's court.
Ooh.
Richard
What
Report.
a crazy game, actually. What a crazy start. And who would have thought it, actually, from the opening moves? I thought, well, it's going to be an endgame. It's going to be a grind. And instead, the players have treated us to this magnificent.
This is lovely stuff, and the best, very likely, is still ahead. Time continues to dwindle, but Richard Report, he needs to be perfect. He really needs to be perfect, I think, if he wants to pull out at least a draw in this game. All right, well, Richard Report still has not taken a seat. Magnus Carlsen has resumed the furious fidgeting and fiddling around with the pawn, just a classic chess player thing. I do that all the time. I don't know why it's such a temptation for players. Do you do that? Do you find yourself, grabbing whatever captured piece is available and spinning it around? You're not a fidgeter.
No, I am a fidgeter, but I am not a piece twiddler. I like to pace up and down the tournament hall. In fact, I pace so much that it often looks suspicious, but no, it's just me just working out that energy and just thinking about the game and calming myself down. But I have been tempted to take it on because, look, everyone is doing it. And I remember in 2021, I played in the Grand Swiss, and I kid you not, nearly everyone in the open section was fiddling away with these pawns. So there must be something in it, right?
It's just a way to divert and channel the nervous energy. There's so much nervous energy in these middle games. You don't know if a single move turns the evaluation around. So you do that with your leg too. That's a huge pet peeve of mine. When usually the tables at chess tournaments are pretty unstable, and when you're shaking your leg up and down, it kind of shakes the board. But I never say anything because I don't like confrontations with opponents. You do enough confronting at the board. But in any case, rook f1 is on the board. Let's travel back to our bird's eye view. If you're just joining us, this is round 7 of the Tata Steel chess tournament. This is the halfway point of the Masters section. The world champion is struggling on a -1 score. Nodirbek Abdusattorov leads the tournament, and one game has already finished. A rather uneventful draw in the game between Aronian and Anish Giri, who was tied for second before this round. Well, Yovi, I'll pass it back to you. Is there any game that you think we should go to next?
Top left. If there is an H pawn marching up the board, I want to know. I want to be part of the action. And it's not just the H pawn that is rolling. There's a D pawn sitting there on D3. What is happening?
What is happening indeed? Well, I will start with a very controversial statement. The black bishop on G6 is hanging. I know. I don't want to anger anybody here.
Yeah, no, don't do that. You have to tread carefully here.
So, are we within reason to say that bishop takes f5 is virtually forced? Now, I say virtually because technically, after white plays hg, black responds with fg, and the pieces that white so carefully arranged on the f file are all going to be hanging. But that just seems way too outlandish to me. Bishop takes d3 in that resulting position comes with tempo. It attacks the queen. So I think what Nodirbek is really thinking about here is what he wants to do after taking on f5. And I think I have an answer for you, Yovi. I think there's the possibility of swinging the knight over to d4 and initiating a favorable trade of knights. And you can't take on d3 because of the discovery on e2. What a beautiful tactic. Bang. Whoop. Takes. Takes, and the rook hangs at the end of the line. Black emerges up in exchange.
Oh, beautiful thing. That is such nice footwork there. So, knight d4. I mean, knight d4 is a move that you want to play. It was sprung to mind, take. But here, well, with great space comes great responsibility. And, well, white's position is just creaking. You've got to drop your bishop back to, I was going to say G3.
You do.
Protect the king.
And this is
what
why.
you doing to the white king? Yeah.
Oh my gosh. So this is why you have to move back to G3. But the downside, and this is a big downside, you have enabled the pawn to squeak forward to D2. And you know what comes after D2? D1. White's pawns just don't look as impressive, and there isn't a whole, entourage of pieces standing behind them, right? That's when the pawns look like they're doing all the work. Now you see that it's the pieces really doing the heavy lifting. What do you think Black is going to do here? Because this position is very likely should Nodirbek jump into D4 with his knight, and I think he will.
Yeah, I mean, there's so many tempting things. I love your idea of playing D2. I really do adore that move. I mean, I would also be tempted to play D2, and after the rook swings to E2 or E3, if you go rook E3, I kind of wanted to go queen H6. And
Gosh.
yeah, I like to get greedy, but
I
might
at a loss here.
And then back that up with bishop G5.
And if I go here, you can still take on H5 because the rook hangs. And then...
Well, you can take it and then go... Okay, you can just take on F5. I was wondering about bishop G5 at some stages. I mean, it just feels like there's some kind of pins.
Well, bishop G5, I will play F4.
F4.
But I think this is already a deal breaker for White. Like, even if Black only has this, you're a pawn down, your king side is in shambles, your bishop's horrible, and Black just has the clear path of going H5, H4, and, wresting control of the D file. So this line is highly problematic for White. At which point could Arjun deviate? Well, if we rewind a little bit, I mean, this position, Yovi, I wouldn't say forced, but extremely likely, because are you really going to go rook F1? That looks even worse.
Yeah. No, don't do that. Okay, maybe we can rewind back to knight D4. I mean, was the capture forced? Okay, so pawn takes pawn,
here.
Knight D4, take here.
It's forced.
It's forced, right? Okay. Can't do anything about that.
Well, queen D3 is even worse, as we established. And maybe that endgame is the lesser evil. Maybe that's the upshot of what we're, getting at here. But I don't think Arjun would do that, even if it was the lesser evil. I think he would seek his fortunes in the sharper middle game. Maybe here you want to find a better score for the bishop, but I mean, it's one or the other. F6. Black just plays GF, and the G file opens. You can't afford that. I don't know what White is supposed to do here.
So you are forced to go bishop G6, G3, sorry. D2.
Yeah. This is forced. So we reach this position, basically by force. So here I think White has to hunker down.
Maybe there's queen takes pawn.
B7. Nice.
Yeah. And after queen takes pawn, you just... Yeah. Trade off.
What do we make of this endgame? Maybe holdable for White.
Yeah, it feels a bit shaky. wherever we look at it, it's like, this pawn on D2 is mighty fine. I agree. It's I also have this rule in games when it comes to pawns. It's the quality, not the quantity.
It is the quality.
The board they are, the better they are.
Indeed. And this is crazy, but Arjun is once again going to be squarely on the defensive, I think, unless we're grossly misevaluating this position, should Nodirbek jump into D4 with his knight. And I think at this point, what might be going through his mind is this too good to be true? Did Arjun really just allow me to take over the initiative like that? But given his current form, Yovi, I mean, Nodirbek is going to play knight D4. He just is not going to let this opportunity pass him by. And Arjun Erigaisi will once again find it necessary to pull through with a defensive effort, and already in severe time pressure. Deja vu for the Indian Grandmaster.
Yeah, he does seem to be following this pattern where he gets his terrible position and then he plays so well. He plays incredibly just to defend it and hold the half point. And, well, it's been working so far, but it sure is nerve-wracking.
Yeah, you're not going to pull it out forever, especially not against Nodirbek. And I just wanted to open up a brief, larger conversation, Yovi, about Nodirbek. We sing the praises of these young players again and again. And I feel like there's been a sea change in the last couple of months about our discussion of future world champions. That's chess fans love that question. Who do you think has the biggest potential to unseat Magnus Carlsen? Who's going to headline the next generation of chess stars? And I feel like Alireza Firouzja was the one name that was repeated again and again, let's say 6 months ago. But I really feel, as Nodirbek takes on f5, that Abdusattorov is absolutely world champion material. I mean, the guy is 18 years old, and he's got no weaknesses in his game. It's crazy. And 94 on the
Daniel,
board.
I'm really, really sorry to interrupt you, but I do think we should dash over to the Magnus Carlsen Richard Rapport game, because Richard
Absolutely.
has to sacrifice another piece.
We go straight there. First to the bird's eye view really quickly. He is 2 pieces down, and now to the Magnus game.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Like, how did this happen?
How did he manage to sacrifice the second piece? And by the way, Nodirbek, he did play knight d4, so we will keep you posted as that game follows the exact line that we just examined. But bishop e3, bishop c5, rook f1, check, back, threaten mate. Oh, the bishop's hanging. He just took it.
It just
check
took it.
here, check.
And his idea is after bishop. I mean, you've got 2 moves. You've got king f2, and you've got bishop g1. That's it.
Wait a second.
And,
I don't get this at all. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, bishop g1, right? Is he
Well, king f2, queen h4 is perpetual, so this.
Yes, and then bishop h2, and threatening checkmate. That's going to send my heart racing. So king goes to f2, and now
the game is over.
I don't know.
I'm very, very confused. It's okay, so let's step back here for a second. Maybe he wants to push his h pawn down the board. Maybe he wants h4. But this also doesn't work, because white sticks the bishop to h3 and traps the queen and white's 2 pieces up. No, that's not that. What else could it be? g6 maybe? To dislodge the rook from the f-file first? But that could be a clever move.
Okay, yeah, that's nice, because after rook takes f7, hey, you're opening up lines, and rook hf8. That's going to be unpleasant, although the computer is kind of, the evaluation bar is kind of saying it's not working, which then inspires me to find either queen or bishop c4.
Connect the bishop and the rook. And the obvious human move here is to take and go rook f8. But let's not forget that white is 2 pieces up, not 1 piece, but 2 pieces. And he remains 2 pieces up after your other move, queen to b3. And here black's attack fizzles out. So if we rewind, black is not supposed to take on f7, but oh my gosh, this is definitely objectively lost for Richard Rapport. I don't see a move here.
What is his
he's
plan?
overdone
has he
it.
just missed something?
Bishop h2, I guess, in this position is a better attempt. But
King goes
king
to
f2, well, then maybe I can try e3 check. Carlsen has to be careful, but it's losing.
Can you run with the king to f3?
Oh man. Takes, rook f8. No, not rook e8, rook f8. But again, you've got queen b3.
Exactly. Give back some material, because now the counter check is going to be deadly.
And obviously, we've gone very far down this line, but essentially, if black plays g6, then all of these moves are largely forced. So let's rewind for a second. I know people in the chat might feel a little bit overwhelmed here. Bishop g1 is on the board. So let's get us back to the live board. What we are expecting, what we were just calculating, is the move g6. And just so we're all on the same page, the reason bishop h2 isn't effective is because the king lifts up to f2, connecting the queen and the bishop. Black is down 2 minor pieces. Richard Rapport, who's not at the board again, Yovi, he seems totally unconcerned, or maybe he's too disgusted to look at the board. This is not how you beat Magnus. He's going to find all of these moves, right? He just does not stumble in these types of positions, ever, when the win is so close at hand.
And I have to say, most of those moves were kind of forced for white. When the bishop comes down to h2, there's no other way. You have to step up with the king. When you attack the rook, you have to do something with your rook. You have to move it along the f line. There's no other thing. And should the black pawn move forward to h4, well, you have to stop it getting to h3. So every single one of those moves, the reply is supernatural, and that's a problem.
It's a huge problem. And when you're evaluating the practical value of a sacrifice, you have to factor that into the equation. Are my opponent's moves forced? And the worst situation, the most tilting situation, is when your opponent has no choice but to find the correct moves. That's what you want to try to avoid. And I think the only way to create a more open-ended situation here is to play the move g6, try to get white to take on f7 and open a second front down the f file. But man, the evaluation's about +3. I'm surprised it's not more than that. So if Richard plays like an engine for 5 or 6 moves, maybe he can whip up some counterplay. But 30 minutes on the clock for the world champion, I think that's enough time to navigate his way out of this situation and consolidate his material advantage and score what would be an absolutely critical full point.
Yeah, and it would be absolutely critical. And it does feel like this second sacrifice was asking too much of the position, and it seems to have kind of fallen into Magnus's lap. It just happened, and it probably means that Richard was perhaps thinking he hadn't found the best way to continue that a marvelous sacrifice by putting the knight on e4 earlier. I do feel that somehow something went wrong and Richard was kicking himself, and this second sacrifice is a psychological result of that.
It just seems to me that this game epitomizes why Report struggles against Carlsen. I mean, Magnus, he puts so much pressure on you that he almost forces you into these drastic measures. And Report is such a creative player. He's so fun to watch. He's everybody's favorite super GM because he will always give you an entertaining tournament. I think the last candidates are a great example of that. He was struggling all tournament long, and yet even his losses were more entertaining than some other players' wins. So all credit to Richard Report, but the world champion is too precise. He's too clinical for this style of play to succeed more often than once in a blue moon.
Yeah. But impressive game from Magnus. I like the way he defended this. And Richard has 24 minutes, so he could take a while to come up with his next move. In the meantime, should we move over to the bird's eye view?
Let's do it. I feel like we're in the situation you get into in a hotel where you decide between the elevator and the stairs. You call the elevator. You're like, do I wait for it? The moment you open the stairwell, the elevator arrives. I feel that way with Richard Report. He's about to play G6 the moment we leave his game. But we'll keep you posted. Look at Erigaisi, Abdusattorov in the top left. They are following the exact line that we analyzed. And Queen H6 here was your suggestion. I think there's a high probability that move appears on the board as well.
Okay. Yeah, things are not looking that great for Arjun there because his king looks shaky, and of course black's pawn on d2 looks mighty strong to me. We're kind of talking about losing, and someone who's been skirting on the edge of defeat for quite a while is Jordan van Foreest. Has he managed to ride out that storm, or is he still groveling away?
It looks like he's groveling away, but I definitely think that is a worthy game for us to check out, because Prague, with a win in this game, would move to an epic +2 score and make a serious bid to win the tournament, which is wild. Okay, let's see what has happened in the last couple of moves. We saw the position after Black's 17th move, queen to c7. Prague forces the bishop to commit with h3. Jordan sees nothing better than to trade. There's that b4 move. As expected, Prague accompanies it with a rook trade, which obviously favors the side of material. He does not blunder his knight. Big surprise there. And now maneuvering the other knight over to b4 to dislodge the queen and pave the way. Unroll the red carpet, so to speak, for the a-pawn. Now, I don't think the position is entirely one-sided, Yobi, and I think Jordan has just stumbled upon an important defensive idea, which is to bring the knight over to c7, And once the queen moves away, you can establish a little side blockade on a6, or the knight could jump out to b5 in some cases if white's pawn advances to a5. What do you think about this defensive approach?
I like it. In fact, it's very reminiscent of what Pragnananda did to Abdusattorov in yesterday's game. You know, he sacrificed a pawn and just blockaded white's advanced pawn. And I think that's the way to do it. You know, you've got to follow the rule. Knights make fantastic blockaders. I mean, the queen, she's needed somewhere on the king side to kind of initiate chaos. Let the knight blockade this rogue pawn on a4.
Knight c7 has been played. And I don't think Pragg will be able to resist, nor should he resist the temptation to play knight b4. Now, he does resist it. He plays the move a5. And I think I see why. He wants that a4 square for his queen, and he wants to combine the progress of the a-pawn with the direct assault on a huge weakness. On c6, the Slav pawn is now the greatest target in the position.
Yeah, Pragg is good, isn't he? There's no denying it.
Amazing.
And now you have to handle this queen a4, as you said, and that's not easy. The instinct is actually to attack the queen and play knight to b5, and then just try to perhaps blockade not on a6 but on a7.
So,
but not liking it.
No. What do you mean? Black's position is fantastic. Lots of winning chances. Very active. He's got kingside counterplay. So,
yeah, I don't really have too many moves to suggest here. Other than, okay, hang on a second. I was too pessimistic. I can actually put the queen onto c4.
Okay, so queen c4. Let's bring up our analysis board.
Woohoo! I'm a little bit active, and I see the evaluation bar hates this.
Huh. And what if I go according to plan with knight b4? I'm going to hit c6.
Yeah.
Laugh in your
I was
face
seeing
here.
Ghosts. Yeah, and laughing is the correct response, because after knight b5, you just move your queen, and I have to kind of go rook c8, and that is not a great move. Well, knight a7 is...
Well, knight a7, there's knight c6.
No. This is bad. This is falling apart. No. The queen cannot go to c4. You can't go for any active measures. You just have to sit tight. And no. Dreadful. Can't do this. Get back to the original position.
So no queen c4. Queen c4 is out. I think you're onto something, though. Let me just say, I think knight b5 hastens defeat, because after queen a4, where you really want this knight to be is not on b5. It's not doing anything here. I think you want it on a6. So maybe the best approach here is to drop the queen back, let's say to c8. If white plays a6 prematurely, black could try to surround the pawn with rook a and maybe even knight b8. So if Pragg goes knight b4, maybe Jordan can try to hold the fort with the move knight a6. Again, the eval bar creeping up. And perhaps it's because white just accumulates the pressure with queen a4. And unfortunately, rook b5 looks great, but fails to knight takes d. I mean, whatever black does here, something collapses Yovi. It's either the c6 pawn, it's the queen, it's the pawn, it's the rook. I mean, the position is just too flimsy. The pieces are too passive. Even though the engine is giving something like plus 1.8, I feel like in practical terms, black is just borderline hopeless.
Yeah, I kind of agree with you as well. And I was going to say, yeah, you might stop one knight getting to the b4 square, but there's another knight sitting on c1 that can make its way there. So it's difficult to suggest a move for Jordan. I mean, the one great thing is he does have a lot of time on his clock. That's something.
Well, in the old
Not
days,
much.
In the old days, I think they would just resign here with black. You know, I was looking yesterday at games from the tournament in Venice in 1950. I was reading Alexander Kotov, who perhaps some people in the chat will know as the author of How to Think Like a Grandmaster, one of the most famous chess books of all time. He was a Soviet grandmaster, one of the top players in the Soviet Union, never became world champion, but he was also the sort of official journalists. So when he would go to tournaments together with Smyslov and Botvinnik, he would always write about their experiences. So he has a book on the Venice Super Tournament 1950, where a lot of the top players of the day played. First of all, the way that the players got to those tournaments is incredible. Like, I complain about travel all the time. I complain about a 2-hour flight delay. So in 1950, Smyslov and Kodov left Moscow airport at 12 a.m. They had to fly 10 hours to Prague because back then the range of the airplanes was limited, so they had to stop for fuel 3 times. In Prague, they had to catch another flight to Rome, and he has a funny phrase. He says, "We were exhausted and we were thinking about going and just exploring Prague and getting a hotel, but the next flight was 7 days away." So they would have missed the entire tournament, and it took them 12 hours to reach one European country from another. But the reason I bring this up is that a lot of the games in the tournament, when one player would reach just like a position like this with no prospect, you would just see a lot of premature resignations. And I feel like that's one way in which chess has changed. It's become a lot more of a sport where you don't give up just because you're down 20 points. You play until the bitter end. That's your responsibility. You don't play for enjoyment in those cases. You play to save one game out of 10.
Yeah, I agree with you. There were a lot of premature resignations, but I think a lot of it's to do with the Germans. Because often you'd reach move 40 and there would be maybe one side was winning, but there was still a lot of play left. But because of the adjournment situation where the game would just stop, the players would stop for dinner, they would gather their friends round, maybe their seconds and their teammates, and they would have a good old go at solving the positions that you would often see this kind of like, oh, I resign. I can't be bothered to play on because I know you've analyzed the best possible consideration. Now, with the time controls kind of sharpening up, there being quicker time controls, suddenly it becomes much more attractive to fight it out until the bitter end because there's the possibility to go wrong.
There most certainly is, and let's be very clear on one account. This game is not over. Jordan is a resilient player. He's going to try his best, and Prague still has a lot of work to do if he wants another point on the cross table. Okay, let's swing back to the bird's eye view. Magnus Carlsen, in the meantime, has captured on f7. Richard did play the only viable move, g6, but that game, I think, is furiously moving toward a rather unhappy conclusion for the Hungarian-Romanian Grandmaster.
And talking about resignation, do you think that Richard will resign in the next few moves?
I think he's going to try rook f8, bishop c4. And, there was an engine line there that, quote unquote, keeps the evaluation to something like +3. I think whether or not he resigns, of course, depends on whether he's able to win back one of Magnus's pieces. If he can win one of those pieces back, even if the attack fizzles out, he's going to try to keep playing. So we'll find out in the next couple of moves, but obviously the position is lost, and I think his chances are close to 0.
Okay, because I was a bit worried that these engine lines were perhaps, Magnus just giving back material in order to just completely demolish the attack, and if the queens get traded off, then it's hopeless. So, well, we will see. And a game that we haven't visited in a long time, maybe we can check out the bird's eye view. I was kind of curious to see how Ding was doing against Vincent Keimer, because the last time we left it didn't look good, and Ding was groveling. And I can just see from the bird's eye view that there is a beautiful pawn chain on the board. But it seems to me that Ding is alive and kicking, and I don't think he's that much worse.
Yeah, I mean, that pawn chain is beautiful, but so is the knight on f5. So let's go to that game. We still have the same pieces on the board, 2 rooks and a knight for both sides. Now, first of all, Ding has managed to avoid Armageddon there with the rook appearing on the 7th rank. He pushed it back to d2. Instead, Vincent focusing on the queen side. There's now a pawn on a4, which is obviously more of a weakness than a strength. And our last couple of moves were rook e4, rook g6, threatening h4 to break apart the pawn chain. Vincent saw nothing better than to move back to b5, and Ding says, I'm more than happy with 3-move repetition. Back he goes 2c6, and knight c3, rook g6. Yovi would lead to repetition. I think there's no way Vincent acquiesces to a draw, but if not knight c3, how does he make progress? Maybe he wants to slow roll it with a move like king f2, but that's a sign that I think the worst is behind Ding.
Yeah, it is a sign. I'm also just thinking about the overall tournament situation. Vincent, of course, has suffered a few devastating losses. He's playing this game on the back of a loss to Wesley So. And remember that he also lost in game 5 to Levon Aronian in a heartbreaking style. Maybe he's just going, you know what? Let's just accept the draw. Let's repeat the position and focus our energies onto the next game.
It's entirely possible. When your confidence is hurt and you're playing someone of Ding's caliber, it's just easier to get frustrated. You're a little bit less resilient. And it depends on how much time Vincent spent. He's got 22 minutes for 9 moves. That's not time pressure, but it's also not, insignificant. So I think he's got to make a decision in the next couple of minutes. I would vote king f2, though. I feel like he still isn't risking. After king f2, rook c5, he can always drop back to c3 on the next move. As I say that, king f2 appears on the board. There we go.
Yeah. And we've been very good so far at predicting how things are going to play out. King f2 on the board makes me feel good. Do you ever get the sense of satisfaction when the players make the move that you suggested?
Oh,
I kind of feel
all
like
the time.
Being chess bingo, I'm like, yay, I won. But I didn't. I just suggested the move.
No, it does. There is a satisfying feeling. And I think, part of our job as commentators is to try to tell people how the game is going to go before the move is reached. So we have, the insider knowledge. We have advanced notice of which direction the game is going to go. Well, we have advanced notice of a different minor tournament that is going to happen from April 7th to May 1st. It's called the World Championship, and it will take place in the city of Astana, Kazakhstan, from April 7th to May 1st. A new world champion will be crowned as Jan Nepomniachtchi and Ding Liren will battle to seize the throne left vacant by Magnus Carlsen's withdrawal. This could not be a more hype event, and it is coming your way in just around 2 months and change. Yovi, how excited are you to watch Ding against Nepo?
I'm very excited. I actually can't wait to see how things are going to play out. I just love the fact that during these World Championship matches, it becomes all about the mind games. It becomes all about the engines, the seconds, who's doing what, how are they training? Are they also kind of working hard on their fitness? How are they going to cope with the psychological pressure? I have to say, I love that storyline. And that to me is almost just as important as the chess, because the chess is going to be exceptionally high level and we're probably going to see lots and lots of draw. And so when someone cracks, it's going to be really important to kind of like just critique, how did it happen? How can things be improved? How can they recover from this? And it's brilliant. And I love it. And that's why, even if it's Ding against Nepomniachtchi, and obviously I would love it to be Magnus defending his title again, but it isn't, and that kind of also brings with it a new freshness, because we don't quite know how Ding is going to cope with all this pressure.
I mean, if we're honest, all chess fans collectively are definitely groaning that Magnus Carlsen is not participating, right? That's not a good thing, but we have to, A, I think, make the most of the situation, and B, give maximum respect to the players. It's not Ding and Nepo's fault that Magnus isn't playing, and it's still a world championship, right? The rules are still the rules. The winner of the match is still the world champion, and I still think that will be a monumental achievement. But you brought up an earlier point, right? As we start to make our way back to the bird's eye view, just one more thought I had on Ding is that the time before the world championship match, Yovi, is just unenviable. You have to hide your openings, and it's really a matter of life or death. You just cannot reveal any of your nice opening prep, or really any opening prep at all. You want to keep everything a secret, and that is no easy matter. That basically means having an entirely different repertoire in the months leading up to a world championship match. And even though these players are capable of playing many different openings, you see them going to drastic lengths to abscond their preparation, including Ding playing 1e4, which would have gotten you laughed out of the room if you said that would happen a couple months ago.
I know we have seen Ding make a lot of surprising opening choices, and and also it's interesting for him as well. How is he going to cope with this psychological pressure? Because again, all the eyes on the world are on him. How is he going to cope with this particular tournament? And one interesting fact that was brought to my attention is that he's here on his own. He doesn't have seconds with him. He's got no company. And I find that quite unusual, because maybe, again, that also alludes to opening preparation for the World Championship match. He cannot have a second with him because he has to keep that information hidden.
Yeah, I mean, the pressure in these tournaments is incredible, and to handle all of that alone is incredibly admirable. And Ding does it with style and class. He is one of the most well-liked players, both among his the other Super Grandmasters and, of course, among chess fans at large. Bishop H2 there by Richard Report, as we had predicted, I think, and Evalbar just continues to shoot up. King F2 there, and Magnus, I think, is only a couple of moves away from securing the full point. Queen C4, you predicted another move. Although I'm not sure that's a good thing. I'm not sure that's a good thing for Jordan, because knight b4 puts him on the cusp of losing.
I know. I was going to point that out to you. It seems to me that we've predicted the continuation of Erigaisi against Abdusattorov. We've been very good with Jordan van Forest and Prague, not in a good way. And we've also done very well because Magnus Carlsen and Richard are following our analysis. Oh, goodness me.
Yeah, we have. And look at the Abdusattorov game. Queen H6, Queen B7. We got that as well.
I know. I mean, we really are hitting the jackpot today.
Very nice, very nice. And the games are so exciting. I feel like it's easy to be invested and engaged when these games are such a treat. It's funny that the Wesley game still feels like it's early in the middle game, but that's deceptive because it's further advanced than it looks. And the time situation is very alarming. Gukesh is down to 4 minutes. So we're going to get a time scramble there. I honestly don't know which game we should go to because so many games have reached a climax at the same time that it would make sense to go to really any of them. So I'm going to put you on the spot. You help me out. Where are we going to go next?
Maybe to the brewing time scramble quickly.
You know what we're going to do? Because I'm so indecisive and I don't want to make the wrong decision, we're going to take this opportunity to go on a short break. We're going to wait for a little bit more clarity, particularly in the Magnus game. When we come back, that game might be on the cusp of being over. So as we once again look at that beautiful playing hall here at the 85th edition of the Tata Steel Chess Tournament, do not go anywhere because the games from round 7 are as exciting as ever. The world champion might be knocking on the door of a victory, and we will bring you more Tata Steel coverage when we return in just a couple of minutes.
Your subscription makes shows like this possible, which is why our Twitch subscribers will never see ads on chess.com. Connect your chess.com account and Twitch account at go.chess.com/connect accounts, and bang, boom, voila, you're done. 100% ad-free bliss forevermore. Whether you're following our events on site or on stream, type the command connect in the chat, and thank you for helping bring these shows to life.
Welcome back to round 7 of the Tata Steel Chess Tournament 2023. 85 years of incredible action in the village of Wijk on Zee. And we will start by reviewing the standings one more time. If you are just joining us, it has been a wildly impressive performance by the Uzbek talent Nodirbek Abdusattorov, who leads in clear first with 4.5 out of 6 on the heels of a win over the world champion. The world champion sits at 2.5 out of 6, -1. A shocking turn of events here, Yovi, as Magnus Carlsen is trying to make his way out of the bottom half of the tournament cross table.
I know. When was the last time you saw him in 10th place out of 14? This is the very first time in my life that I've seen such a thing happen. And of course, at the top, Nodirbek Abdusattorov, 18 years old. Such a phenomenal talent. And what an absolute blister of a tournament. I mean, blur. I mean, all the players are just like blistering away. They are playing amazing chess. And let's have a look at the time control.
Yeah, well, the time control is 100 minutes for 40 moves. It's one of the longest, if not the longest time control of any annual super tournament. And the important thing to note right now is that there is a 50-minute time addition after move 40 is made. Some of the games are inching close to that time addition. And then on move 60, you get an additional 15 minutes. And of course, there is a 30-second increment from the very first move. 30 seconds are added to your clock after each move is made. And in this round, I think more so than the 2 previous rounds that I've commentated, there are just more time scrambles. I think actually most of the games have entered what I would really call a time scramble phase. Richard Report is struggling against Magnus. He sacrificed 2 pieces, swashbuckling play by the Hungarian Grandmaster, but I don't think it's going to turn out successfully. He has found a way, Yovi, as we discussed during the break, to win back one of Magnus's pieces. So it ain't over just yet, but Carlsen could happily give that piece up and permanently end Black's initiative. Queen b3. Not the most accurate move, though.
It's not the most accurate move, but it's sufficient. And this was actually the move that drew our eye first. And we thought it was great because the whole idea is that if Black were to ask the king some questions by pushing that pawn up 1 square, e3, the king would just go, sure, no problems, king f3. And suddenly it is the counterattack that White has that is going to be deadly. The queen is going to come to e6, and there is no way the Black king or the Black rook will be able to survive that one.
And so if e3 is not possible, then Report has to go bishop takes g1. He has just played that. I actually think, I take back what I just said. Carlsen has calculated a long and forced variation at the end of which he will basically force a queen trade. I think we're a couple moves away from resignation. We don't have to make any moves in the analysis board because they're going to make those for us. Report's moves are absolutely forced. And queen h4 check here travels back to f6 and is going to pick up that bishop on f7. The problem is that White also has an extra piece called a knight that sits on c3, and that is going to capture the pawn on e4 in due course, after which Black will have a miserable pawn for the piece.
Yeah, that is no way sufficient for that kind of deficit. And I agree with you, queen h4, or it's going to be resign time. It's up to Richard to decide. He's a combative player. You might as well give that check to the White king and see where it goes, see if there's still some way that Magnus can go wrong. It is kind of mission impossible, though.
Here's my prediction. Queen h4, Magnus will play g3. The point of g3 is to create a Luft square for the king. Queen f6 check, king g2. Now, there does seem to be a scary-looking check on f3. If Black plays rook f7, he hastens his defeat because the knight is inevitably moving to d6. You can even take on f7 first. So Black has to give that check, but the king calmly drops back to h2. Queen f2 is blocked by rook g2. Queen takes f7 leads to a queen trade, and rook takes f7 leads to an immediate loss after queen e6, and queen takes e4. Black runs out of checks and runs out of meaningful moves. If I had to make a prediction, I think the game is going to end after Carlsen plays the move queen e6 check, right? But I'm going out on a limb here.
Yeah, it is a natural conclusion to the game. And looking at Richard's body language, he's reaching for the queen. Queen h4 played, and g3.
And g3 is such a Magnus move. Just eliminate all complications, force the game, and to clarify the position. You don't have to go king e3 here and look for adventures where they're not necessary.
Yeah, that kind of king I have a name for. I call them Spartan king.
Which king?
It's a king that's leading its forces from the front is a king called from Sparta. My Spartan king.
I see.
Yeah. They could be kind of like idiots rather though, because there's no way you want your king wandering out leading the charge in the middle game. Sometimes it works, but that's very much the exception to the rule. A king goes out to e3, no way. Magnus just rechecking his lines. He's just making sure that after g3 there's nothing he could have missed, and fully expecting the king. Sorry, the king? Oh, he is the king for the time being. Magnus Carlsen to block that check.
Well, I'm fully expecting the king to treat his king pretty well. And Magnus is not going to keep Richie waiting for too long. He's going to put him out of his misery quickly here. And Magnus, he knows the significance of this game. He's got 24 minutes on his clock. And I'm always taken with the fact that even the best players in the world, literally the best player in the world, they double, they triple check their lines. So the young members of the audience watching these games and trying to take inspiration, I think it's just important to notice that you're never above double checking stuff and just making sure that your calculation is correct. With that said, I think g3 is coming to a theater near you any second now.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, how many games have you saved by just not making that move impetuously? How many points have been saved by simply taking the time out, rechecking everything, making sure it's all good, and then the hand and the brain can catch up, they can align together, and they can make the move. I have to say, I have been on the receiving end of the hand reaching out and making a move before the brain caught up. And I was literally looking at my hand, like, why did you make that terrible move? It's almost like I had no responsibility, I had no autonomy over this body part. I mean, it was horrible feeling.
That's so correct. Yeah, your brain has this natural system of preventing you. You used a good word there, from doing something impetuous, but there are times when that membrane is breached and there's just nothing you can do. You can't resist the temptation, especially if you play a lot of bullet. Not going to name any names.
Mm-hmm.
But I am surprised that Magnus has taken now 3 minutes to play a move which literally just will lead to resignation. But he knows he's not in the greatest form, and you want to do stuff to compensate when you know that you're struggling, you know that you're making uncharacteristic blunders. Magnus is not about to let this game out of the bag.
No, I mean, there's no way that he could be considering stepping up with the king or moving the king to e2. I just, why do you need to go into for those dramatics? Keep it simple. Yeah. In simplicity, there is perfection. He's just thinking. I mean, Magnus's body language right now is very hard to read. It doesn't look like he's like, yeah, this is a win for me. This is all good. It just looks like he's incredibly focused. In fact, no, he's reached.
Whoa!
No, he is running with the king. Oh. Well. That was a turn up for the books. But okay. Let's have a look at the position. I mean, is it still very much in the bag for Magnus?
I'm frankly pretty shocked at this because, let me make one thing very clear. He's still winning. He hasn't lost the decisive advantage. But the reason I'm floored is that after queen g4 check, which is on the board, king to d2, I presume, is his idea. He is seeking shelter on the other side of the board. Now, first of all, after king d2, black will play queen f4 check. Don't go king c2 and walk into, well, actually, maybe you could, but king to d1 is much simpler. Black plays rook f7, and this is an inferior version obviously, of the same position, which would have occurred with the king sitting pretty on h2, surrounded by, a pina colada and lying on the beach with that pawn on g3, giving it complete shelter. Now, the king is, there's no pina colada to be found on d1. And if you give that check on e6, which Magnus will, I would be, a little bit concerned after, let's say, well, I guess king c7, white can trade queens here. So maybe black should play. I don't know where black should go. King d8, king b8. But I think people can understand the point. King on d1 just feels a lot less comfortable than it would on h2. It's still winning. I still have no doubt that Magnus will secure the full point. But this was an uncharacteristically sloppy move by the world champion.
Yeah, I mean, I have to say it wasn't the most precise technique, but maybe he's just seen one move ahead. Maybe he's banking everything in our analysis position on moves like queen takes pawn. And he's saying, okay, calm down, it's enough, and I'm getting ready to make moves like queen f2, which, okay, queen f2,
queen f2,
with the
rook
idea
e1.
of rook to e1, and that's it. It's going to be game over and checkmate. But you're right. Queen takes queen, knight takes queen, rook comes to d7, still in the game.
And there we go. There's a direct consequence of putting the king on d1. Not only is it weaker, it's also taking away the rightful square from the rook. If the king was on h2 here, normally you want your king closer to the center, but here it's just important to keep your pawns protected. After rook d1, the game would be over. As it stands, White can force the rook trade, king e2 and rook d1. But these types of endgames where black has the potential for passers on both sides, they're actually a lot harder to win than they might seem. Knights are not very good at containing pawn majorities in general, especially not on both sides of the board. Okay, back we go to the live board because we're going to get a lot of moves fast here. Let's see what the world champion decides to do. Where is he going to run with his king? I think he has to go king d2. I just do not see an alternative. King d2 and king d1.
Yeah, no. I was wondering whether he could repeat moves, but no, he cannot. King d2 makes a lot of sense to me. I mean, probably he's calculating all these kind of moves such as e3, seeing if that has a disruptive effect on the position. But it's fine. King. Man. And Magnus thinking, focused. It's a tough choice, right? King e1, you have queen g3, king e2. I mean, king d2, king d1 makes perfect sense.
It's just all of this could have been avoided if he had gone king h2. Like, he wouldn't have had to decide where to put his king, and he wouldn't have had to dodge the potential fork against his rook. So I don't like to jump to conclusions. I think chess fans and sometimes commentators have a tendency to use things, to weigh things too drastically. Oh, this is evidence that Magnus is in terrible form and he is washed up, and this is just more of the same. Okay, this is a somewhat sloppy move that doesn't really give away the win. It's more that it's uncharacteristic for Magnus because we are so used to him operating with surgical precision. But okay, as the world champion ponders where to put his king, Yovi, we've got crazy action on a lot of the other boards. So I know people want to see Magnus, and we promise to keep you abreast of the developments, but we cannot miss the action on some of the other boards as we go back to our bird's eye view. Crazy stuff happening in Arjun's board. He is on the verge of losing his game, as we thought, against Abdusattorov. Looks like Wesley So is taking over the advantage against Gukesh, who's struggling again. Where to from here? Caruana's better now? Oh my gosh.
Yeah, it feels like this is going to be a very bloody round with a lot of decisive games. And the one that catches my eye is basically Arjun Erigaisi and Nodirbek Abdusattorov. I mean, we kind of followed the games for quite a while, and they actually seem to follow our analysis, how things panned out.
Oh my gosh, what a position. And as we transition to that game, a huge shout out to the over 30,000 of you on the edge of your seats across YouTube and Twitch. We really appreciate the energy in the chat and just showing up on a weekend. You could be having brunch with your friends. Maybe you are, but you're sneaking some glances at your phone. How can you miss this breakneck action? Okay, It is Abdusattorov's move. They went down the exact line that we had outlined. And currently the rook is hanging. Nodirbek has to decide where he puts it. And to me, it would be the most natural square, unless there's some sort of a sacrifice here, which I don't see. Rook g4 to d4, you have to keep this pawn incredibly well protected. You cannot afford to lose this pawn for nothing if you're Nodirbek. And he's just played it.
Yeah. Yeah.
What a roll!
Keep it simple. Rook d4, a nice move. And all you need to do now is start improving your other rook that's not working on f8. Get that into the game somehow. And then start picking off all those weak pawns. I'm thinking of that pawn on f5. Doesn't really have a home. Doesn't have a safe spot. Yeah. And I also have to say, part of me is also tempted to reroute the bishop to move it along to b6 if possible. But I realize that's not possible for the time being because of rook takes pawn.
Well, yes and no. I mean, even if you give up d2 and you recapture f5, Black's advantage is indisputable there. It's just, I think Nodirbek will probably want to squeeze out. He can do that whenever he wants to, essentially. But 9 minutes on the clock in this position, can you imagine that? I mean, yesterday, Erigaisi saved kind of a similar position in spirit against Giri with a similarly alarming time situation. The problem here is that objectively, he's a lot worse here than he was against Anish. The position is a lot less two-sided.
Yeah, no, definitely. Here, take a look at White's pieces. None of them are active. And also the defining factor is that pawn on d2. Look how it cuts White's forces in two and just forces White into passivity. And on top of that huge problem, there is the big issue of king safety. I mean, if Abdusattorov is feeling in a really feisty move, he could even start trading off the defenders around White's king, maybe with a bishop f4, bishop h4 at the right time, and start asking questions like, how are you going to hide yourself? And these are such unpleasant things for Erigaisi to deal with.
Well, as we're talking, he's dropped down now to 8 minutes. He's going to have to start blitzing out moves. It is inconceivable to me that he saves this game. Nodirbek doesn't have too much time in his own right, but his position is so much easier to play, and the cost of a single mistake is far decreased if you're Nodirbek, because you've got a steady supply of moves that you know can't really ruin the position. I'm talking rook fd8. You pointed out moving the bishop back. If White's queen leaves g2, which it very well might, the queen can slide in to h3, from whence it came a couple of moves earlier. This is devastating. I just don't see Arjun pulling this one out.
No, his position is just creaking. And shall we take a look at the bird's eye view? Because
I mean, we're gonna.
We have to go there. And I'm just the kind of game that I kind of want to keep a really close eye on is of course, the Magnus game, because was 2 pieces up, now just 1 piece up against Richard Rapport. And how is it looking? So this one is on the bottom right.
He's figured out a way to trade queens. He's just swung his queen from b3 to h3. And the incredibly sad thing for Richard Rapport is that even though Carlsen has played a couple sloppy moves, he's still completely winning. I mean, Carlsen is going to convert this endgame up a piece. I think the main difference is that Rapport is not going to resign. He's going to keep playing, but I just don't think he's got any realistic chances. What's worse than being in an endgame against Carlsen? Being in an endgame against Carlsen down a piece.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I think that Richard will kind of keep on playing. I think he might just go, this is enough.
Entirely
once
possible.
The trees get traded off and the white king finds its way in the middle of the board on e3, I think it will be enough. Handshake, and there we can catch a glimpse the back of Richard's head, and he does not look happy.
Yeah, he knows. He knows that this game is virtually decided. More good stuff, by the way, from Nodirbek, as he has just moved his bishop from g5 to h4, refusing the queen trade and exposing the glaring weaknesses on White's king side. It seems to me that Arjun is going down, maybe even faster than Richard Rapport. We're going to have clearly a couple games ending basically at the same time. Caruana against Maksudlu is another game that has reached a certain state of clarity. Maksudlu is up a pawn, but Fabi has a furious initiative going in the center. I feel like that game is likely to end in some sort of a piece where White can use the b4 pawn as a bargaining chip to get rid of Black's initiative. Man, we could get like 4 results in the span of, the next 10 minutes.
I think so too, because also Gukesh is struggling against Wesley. So he's a pawn down, and his position just doesn't look good. I mean, look at his bishop on its starting square on c1. Doesn't make a good impression, and none of his pieces have any active roles whatsoever.
No, they do not.
Bad news.
No, they do not. Bad news indeed. Shall we take a quick look at the Gukesh game, maybe just a minute or two to understand the extent to which he is struggling? Is it lost, or does he have some chances?
Okay, let's go there.
And then we will bring you more Magnus as Report ponders his next move. Okay, I think that this game is close to being over if Wesley just takes this knight on e3. He's got a fork on c4 coming in.
Oh
no.
Oh, it's
He's
as
got a
easy
minute
as
on
that.
the clock. A minute for 9 moves, Yovi.
Oh, and he can capture that knight 3 ways, and it doesn't really matter because every single one of them falls for some kind of reason. It's okay.
Oh my gosh.
Mm,
FE knight h3.
Oh,
this is over.
No, that is not good news in any sense of the word. Rick takes
or this or this. I mean, look at White's pawn structure. Look at White's bishop. It's like Gukesh has made less moves than Wesley has, or so it seems. How did this get so out of control? Gukesh is unable to contain Wesley's kingside initiative, and of course, if White plays, let's say, rook takes c3 and the knight c4 picks off an exchange, and White can't even sack the queen for a rook and a piece because the rook on e8 is protected by this hero of a queen on b5. And Wesley, look how patient he is, just making sure, double checking. He's got plenty of time. This one's going to end pretty quickly as well.
It is if he spots that killer blow. But I mean, it wasn't necessarily a natural move to capture on e3 because the bishop on c5 is just such a beautiful piece. And the knight on e3, well, it's doing nothing, let's face it. But once you spot it, it is a killer blow.
Yeah, bishop e3, fe3 is forced, knight takes h3 check. At that point, Black is up 2 pawns, but more importantly, White's position is utterly in shambles. Gukesh will probably keep playing until move 40 out of inertia. When you've got a minute on the clock, you're usually too excited to just stop the clock and resign. But I think once this game reaches time control, Gukesh is going to have to accept the inevitable. What a tough tournament for the Indian youngster. I mean, could not be a bigger contrast from his form in the Olympiad. He's not just struggling point-wise. If you just look at his games, Yovi, they're just one-sided. He's not giving himself any chances against these guys.
Yes, something is not quite working for him. He's not quite enjoying Wijk in the same way that he played in the Olympiad. And yesterday's interview with Caruana, he actually kind of commented that he was surprised that Gukesh actually resigned when he did, because he was fully expecting the game to kind of continue. But it just seemed like Gukesh had had enough. You know, he's been having a terrible tournament. Things haven't been working his way. And he was like, enough.
Yeah, no, that's exactly what happened there. Okay, I think this game is virtually decided. We will leave Wesley to finish off the technical task. Erigaisi's position continues to go down. Just computer play from Abdusattorov. First he plays bishop h4. Then he accentuates the pressure in the center. You could see there rook f8 to d8, making sure that d2 is fully secured. Carlsen, in the meantime, rook f3 is met with rook g3. This is quickly moving toward a conclusion as well. Yovi, let's go to the Carlsen game because I think it might end just in the next couple of minutes.
Yeah, I'm suspecting that Richard will give a spite check. The king will move up the board, and
12 seconds.
The game will finish.
He's got 12 seconds. Got to make a move. He's got 4 moves to make. And he's resigned.
Okay.
Wow.
Yeah, the handshake is there, and yeah, let's see if the players discuss.
They will. Carlsen always likes the pointing at the board, moving the fingers around furious. And what a valiant effort by Report. But this kind of stuff, it just does not work against Magnus Carlsen, and Report's struggles against the world champion continue.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think he's kind of indicating that maybe Queen f6 check was incorrect, that he needed to do something else, but they're pointing to the king in the center.
Yeah, I mean, definitely, if I had to guess, they are trying to figure out whether Report could have made that piece sacrifice work. I loved the sacrifice. I think that was the best practical chance, but just getting too excited there and giving up the second piece really hastened the defeat.
Yeah, I agree. And
oh my God. Sorry, go ahead. I'm so excited about some of these games.
Me too, and I'm just like, but I'm kind of confused by where they're pointing. They're kind of pointing to the queen side when I thought that they would be discussing the piece sacrifice and hence moving all their gesticulating towards the king side.
Yeah,
it seems that they're kind of focused on maybe this knight b4 idea that Richard had.
You just never know. I mean, they could be discussing 50 things at the same time. Speaking of things happening at the same time, we've got a beautiful move by Nodirbek, top left of your screen. Rook d4 has moved to e4. Is he blundering a rook? No. The rook on d1 is under the x-ray of the queen on h5. I think that we should go back to that game because it is reaching the ultimate climax. White is down to 5 minutes. We are going to get a lot of moves fast here, and we might get a result before move 40. So I think this is going to be the next game to end. It's Gukesh also might resign, but we will tell you if he does.
I was going to say, Wesley did spot the winning move, and Gukesh is now on the edge of defeat. Things are dreadful state for him.
Speaking of dreadful, rook to e4. What is the idea of this move? Well, the rook is moving into e1, not necessarily immediately, but the strain on Arjun's position has become unbearable. He can't even move his queen because he's going to lose both e5 and then f5. His pawns are falling like flies. I don't see a single move for him. He's tied lengthwise and sideways. And man, Abdusattorov just tearing him limb from limb here with his rooks.
Yeah, and I was wondering, can Arjun simply make a pass move? I was thinking, what is the plan? Should he just, I don't know, make a random, I don't know, like a3, no move, like a no-nonsense move. I guess queen takes pawn is in the air. I was also thinking about ideas to try to get bishop takes bishop to work, but that's just too fancy for my own good.
I think you're right. I think he has to play a3. And Abdusattorov has many ways to improve his position. I like the look of rook d8 to d5, not fearing the check on c8 because the king has, of course, a very nice Luft square on h7. 3 minutes and 50 seconds now for Arjun. Man, if he pulls this game out, then, I mean, what miracles. I will start to believe in. I will go buy a lottery ticket. I'll put it that way.
I was going to say you were going to believe in Father Christmas.
Oh, yeah.
And then I was like, no, you're not going to go quite that far. Okay. So, I like your rook d5. What has he played? 3 minutes on the clock. There is no immediate threat in the position for black.
Why does no moves?
I don't know. I didn't know what to suggest. You can't really touch the bishop. You can't move the rook from the third row. Make a pawn move. A3,
A3.
B3.
By process of elimination, now rook d5 is what I would call a second order threat. You're basically threatening to threaten, but black has all the time in the world. Black could, if he wants, he could play king h8 to h7 first if you really want to rub it into white's face. White can't even move the rook from c3 because the pawn on f3 will hang essentially with checkmate. Can't move the queen because of e5. Can't move the other rook because of e2. Can't move the bishop because of rook e1. Literally look at every piece and you understand that you have no moves left. f6, he has made a pawn move, trying desperately to muddy the waters. This ain't going to work. I think Yovi, that black could simply just take on f6 and then double on the e-file, and that might end it.
I was going to say the same thing. That certainly springs to mind. Take the pawn. And also, once white captures back on f6, I just wanted to point out that the king is rather vulnerable on f1 because now the queen can just dash across the board to b5 and give a check. And pawn takes pawn, quickly played by Abdusattorov.
There's a beautiful line here that actually might happen. Can I show it really quickly? I know that moves are coming in fast, but unless I'm missing something, e takes f6. I was calculating rook d to e8. Now white takes the pawn, and I was trying to figure out if this move leads to checkmate, and it does, and this might actually happen. Takes. The king seems to be able to escape to h3, but after queen g5, king h3, the coup de grace is rook to h1, a deflection. White just has a series of spite checks, but the king hides away on h7, and even if you don't take the rook on h1, and queen g3 is still a beautiful checkmate. I think Nodirbek is calculating exactly that line, and he has already taken on f6. This is exciting, and Arjun has not recaptured. Wesley has won, by the way. Let's go.
Oh, yeah.
Or shall we go? Yeah, we'll look at that later. Gukesh resigned after knight takes h3, Yovi, as we predicted. What a win. 2 wins in a row now for Wesley So.
Yeah, I know. It's like the floodgates have opened. And it's actually incredible that this round there's been 2 decisive results in the space of a few minutes. And now we're probably going to see our third. And it's difficult, again, to come up with a move for Erigaisi. Pawn takes pawn, just opening too many lines, too many diagonals against the white king.
The biggest problem, as you said, is that e takes f6. There is now going to be queen h5 to b5, a lateral move, essentially pushing the king away, and you're going to drop the bishop on f2. So the simplest move for Nodirbek is now just to move the rook away from e4, because once the queen moves to b5, the rook will actually be hanging. Rook f4 might lead to resignation, and he's got 7.5 minutes to find this relatively straightforward move.
Oh my goodness. But it's a good technique by Nodirbek. You notice how he pauses in these critical moments, and he makes some great choices and puts the pressure on Arjun. Arjun has to come up with a move, and he has just over 2.5 minutes left on the clock.
Indeed, he does. And there's other exciting games, but I'd like to wait for clarity on the board here as Nodirbek once again fidgeting with a piece that he's captured, a pawn that he's got. He's captured a whole lot of pieces, and he's about to capture many, many more. 6.5 minutes.
Okay. Tension is building.
Very much so. Rook f4 ends the game. Just want to see if he plays it. Looking around at some of the other boards, none of the other games are all that close to being decided yet. So I think this game is definitely the most tense, closely followed by Fabiano Caruana's slugfest against Maksudlu. 6 minutes now for Nodirbek. The reason a miracle could happen is if Nodirbek allows his clock to dwindle down to under a minute. That's the kind of uncertainty you want to avoid. I'm anticipating a move in the next minute.
Yeah, I agree with you. Something's going to happen now. And, if you don't see anything directly, there's nothing wrong in being practical and just playing a very natural move. I mean, white has no threat on the board. I mean, white is completely tied down. As Dania says, move the rook to f4, take the pawn.
There he goes.
He's going to move the rook. And by take the pawn, I was actually advocating either pawn takes pawn or rook takes pawn.
And the reason I think rook f4 is slightly more accurate, pawn takes pawn, white has the move bishop f2 to e3. And okay, if Arjun picks up the d2 pawn, he is still completely lost. But at the very least, his hands are somewhat untied, and he can at least try to shelter his king. Rook f4 also prevents bishop e3, because then black can take on f3 with a fork. He was about to make a move, but now he continues to take his time. And he knows, and he's played it.
He's playing it.
He's
so
good. He's unstoppable.
I mean, what a talent. Rook F4. And how can Arjun respond to this move? What can he do?
King E2 is the only thing I see.
Every single thing seems to lose on the spot. And Arjun, just under 2 minutes and 15 seconds, he has to find a move that does not lose instantly. And that is going to be incredibly difficult. King E2. If you're suggesting King E2, I mean, but really? If the position is crying out for King E2 to be played, you know that it's going all wrong. And Arjun thinking,
King
focused.
E2. Queen takes E5, and Queen B5 is just mate. No, that even hastens the defeat. No, he's going to resign here, I think. There's no moves left. There's no moves left, and Black can just take on E5 on the next move.
Yeah. I can't suggest a single move. I thought maybe he can go E6. Why? Why not?
Yeah.
And
1 minute.
I'm just looking at the top computer move. I mean, no way is he going to play this. Top computer move is Queen H1.
I'm speechless. Bishop takes A7 is his move.
Okay.
Okay, and here I would just take on E5.
Yes, it makes a lot of sense. And the players are on move 38. So still 2 moves before move 40. And I agree with you, Danya. Take that pawn with the queen.
Mm-hmm.
Play it simple. Play it safe. Put it in the bank.
I mean, anything wins at this point. You can play FE. You can play Queen takes E5. And the reason Queen E5 is the faster win is because it threatens Queen E1 check, which is ultimately the entire reason that White got into this trouble in the first place. It was because he let the D-pawn stay alive and advance to D2. Nodirbek is literally playing one top engine move after another, after another. How do you stop a man like that, who's on a mission like this, who's defeated Magnus Carlsen, who defeats Arjun Erigaisi, dealing him his first blow of the tournament with the black pieces out of an opening that Arjun seemed to be very well prepared in?
Yeah. I mean, I have no words. He's just incredible. And he just seems to be having the tournament of his life. And once again, Nodirbek making it look easy. His play has been effortless throughout the tournament. I don't think he's been in trouble one time. Okay, the bishop comes down to E3. Okay, first move that I'm thinking of, give the king a check.
Maybe 5.
See the way that he plays it.
That's it.
Instantly. King goes to G1. Where else are you going to go?
Rook G8 check and Queen B5 to E2 is the cherry on top. The king is going to get squashed over there in the corner. And Nodirbek is going to take a good couple seconds to double check this Yovi. But this is what a sparkling finale to a sparkling game.
Yeah, I agree with you. He's leaned back in his chair. He knows he has this in the bag. He's just working out those final calculations. He's calming himself.
Yeah.
And that you can just see from his eye line that the queen is definitely going to zoom into E2. There's no stopping her. And with that, I agree with you, Danya. It's going to be instant resignation.
There he goes. Nope,
There
he's
you
going to
go.
play Queen E2 first, as if it matters. He's going to play that first. And Arjun Erigaisi is going to stop the clocks in this position. Or he's going to play Queen F1. And after Rook G8, the queens are going to get traded. And then he's going to take on F3. The final deflection.
Mm-hmm. And Erigaisi, just under 1.5 minutes. His position is just hopeless.
Move 40 has been made.
40. Yeah.
As if that held. It makes it worse, right? The fact that you have 50 minutes to stew on how lost your position is makes it even more likely that he's going to resign.
Yeah. And Arjun looking at his first defeat of the tournament, and he does drop his queen back to F1, playing the move relatively quickly.
Yeah, Rook G8 is going to follow. Nodirbek will need about 20 seconds of his additional 50 minutes to discover that move. And then Queen takes F1 check. and anything wins in that resulting position.
Yeah. And you can actually set up a nice checkmate, right?
Yeah. I mean, I could show this on the analysis board. Nodirbek is going to take his time. But after rook g8, king h1, queen f1, rook up. Apparently the best move here is actually bishop h4 to e1. But sufficient is rook takes f3. This is what's going to happen. I don't really know why Arjun is making him prove this. And that's it. Either you allow promotion with mate, or you have to give up the rook with check. And Black hasn't had enough. He also comes back around and wins the bishop as well. Rook g8 is on the board.
Yep.
We are going to get resignation here. King h1, he continues to play, but rook takes f3 is going to silence the crowd.
And just waiting for those closing moments.
All right.
There's no way. Yeah, I was going to say, there's no way that Nodirbek can go wrong here. I mean, this one is just beautiful. I mean, I was just looking at any fancy kind of ways that Erigaisi can go wrong, and he just can't. There's just no need for any dramatics. Just take the queen.
This is so miserable for Arjun. I would resign here on my opponent's turn, just because there's just no question he's going to take the queen. And he's basking in the moment. Let's come back to our bird's eye view. We're going to stay on this camera view because I really don't anticipate this game lasting more than another 10 seconds. There he goes. Queen takes f1. But we want to keep you abreast of the other games. We have some updates in those games. And there we go. He still hasn't stopped the clock. Rook takes f3, Nodirbek. Let's go. And
I reckon he might play bishop d1. Bishop
I just
e1,
feel like
sorry.
You feel the hammer coming down slowly. It's coming down, and it's just like waiting for the moment when it's going to come down.
Yeah. Okay. Rook takes f3 is what I would play, but rook takes f3 on the board. And
that's it.
Now is the moment. The hand is out, and Nodirbek wins again.
Oh my goodness. Literally OMG. The man has 5.5 points out of 7. He wins another game. He's now won 2 games with the black pieces. That in and of itself is already an incredibly rare achievement at a tournament of this caliber, as we see the players there amicably discussing the game. But Nodirbek has to be elated, as he's showing zero signs of fatigue. If anything, his play is actually like getting better as the tournament is progressing.
Absolutely. I mean, he started the second half just in a complete roll. First he steamrolled Magnus Carlsen, and then draw yesterday. Okay, and today back to business. And with the black pieces, he just seems completely unstoppable. And Arjun and Nodirbek making some moves, pointing to some squares where they could have played. And I like this. It's like the players are just on the same wavelength, just moving their fingers, pointing. Maybe you could have done this.
Exactly.
And Nodirbek still twiddling.
I think the words "but okay" are probably used pretty liberally in these post-game conversations. But a huge congratulations to Nodirbek, with Anish Giri drawing Fabiano Caruana, as we're about to find out, probably not going to win his game. Nodirbek is going to extend his lead to a full point. That is huge. And if he can continue with even 80% of the intensity and spirit with which he's played, he has every chance to score perhaps the greatest tournament victory of his career. Although, let's not forget, he did win the World Rapid. So it's just amazing stuff by Nodirbek. What a time to be alive. Okay, so as we look at the bird's eye view, we've got 3 games ongoing. You called it. It's a bloody day. We've only had 1 draw thus far, and it seems like at least 2 of the games that are remaining are also likely to end decisively. I think Fabiano Caruana's game, Yovi, is the one game that's likeliest to end in a draw. I think it's the likeliest game to end first out of the last 3. Shall we take a deeper dive into Fabi's position?
Yeah, absolutely. We haven't visited that one in a while, so it seems to have gone a metamorphosis.
Yeah, geez. Currently, Parham is up a pawn. A lot of liquidation happened on the queen side. Black's compensation is really visible to the naked eye. Obviously, you've got the rook on b2. You've got the weak pawn in the center. And I think if Fabi wants a draw, if he wants to force matters, the easiest way to do it here, and this might actually be the most prudent approach, because keeping the queens on the board with this passed pawn angling for b6 can be dangerous. Fabi should take on d4 and then simply centralize the knight on e5. And yes, White's pawn on b5 is very well protected, and I cannot see Parham having any winning chances given the disparity in piece activity. For instance, he can go knight f3, and I wouldn't even trade the knights. I would just maybe go knight d7. Although the eval bar starts to creep up, and maybe it has to do with White's ability to dislodge Black's rook from b2. What do you think, Yovi? Should Fabi go for the trade? No, he's declined it.
He's declined it. Oh, okay. Because I was kind of queen b3. It kind of makes sense to kind of keep the queens on the board, especially because out of the two kings, it is White's king that is a little bit more shaky.
Gosh, there's just so much to keep track of for both colors. Both rooks are being made contact with by the opposing queen. And if Parham wants to force a draw, he can drop his queen back to d3. At that point, I think Fabi will accept the trade, because in the resulting position, bishop d7 picks up the pawn on b5. And once the pawn is liquidated, you basically have a dead draw. Do you see a way for Parham to keep some winning chances alive? Maybe rook a1, maybe try to get active. That could also backfire after knight to f4.
Yeah, I kind of feel that he needs to start mobilizing his pieces and start the big unraveling. And I do like rook a1. Other moves that kind of came to mind were knight f3, but then this allows knight f4, queen d6, but this allows queen e3.
Ooh. I think Parham should just call it a day with queen d3. If you start playing with fire and your pieces are this passive, all you're going to get is a potential loss. The eval bar is showing an edge for him, but before we go on break, I just want to show this line. There's a crazy computer idea, which starts with what looks like a blunder, e5, walking right into the deflection, knight takes e5. And now not queen takes e5, which leads to a liquidation and a surefire draw. In fact, Black is the one pushing with the more active queen, but the incredibly calm move, rook d1 to a1, renewing the threat of queen takes e5. And the point of e5 is to open up a direct line of fire to the Black king. All of a sudden, that king starting to feel a little bit uncomfortable, Yovi, but I'm going to make a bold prediction and say that I don't know if there's a way for a human to find this idea. Just don't know. I don't think so.
We will see, right? Because Parham is in the tank. He is thinking hard, and he is a tactical player. He's very aggressive. If anyone can find it, he might be one of those.
Yeah, that's why players like Parham get invites to these tournaments. I largely think there's a sort of philosophical question here. Parham has already come to terms with the fact that he wants to hold the draw. We might see queen d3 fast. If he's still holding out some ambitions, he might even take 30 minutes in a position like this. You have the luxury of doing that because all three remaining games, ladies and gentlemen, have made move 40. That means 50 minutes have been added to each of their clocks. Things have slowed down. We can take a deep breath. We've got 3 decisive games already. It's been an incredible round 7 here at the 2023 Tata Steel Chess Tournament. And as we have a beautiful view there of Parham Maghsoodloo and Fabiano Caruana deep in the tank, we are going to go on our post-time control break. Do not go anywhere because there will be more breakneck action from the 3 remaining games at the Tata Steel Tournament when we come back very soon.
Struggling to improve your game? Chessable is the home for chess improvers. With hundreds of courses by incredible authors like world champion Magnus Carlsen, Christoph Selecki, Andras Toth, everyone's favorite social media troll known as Anish Giri, and so many more, Chessable can help you raise your game to the next level. You getting started on the fundamentals? You should check out everyone's first chess workbook. Maybe you want to stop letting all those points slip away in the endgame. 100 endgames you must know is the course for you. Maybe tactics are your weakness. The Woodpecker method has helped students gain hundreds of ELO points. Most importantly, All of our courses are powered by Chessable's exclusive Move Trainer technology, which uses the science of spaced repetition to make sure it all sticks. Check out Chessable today and get 30 days of Pro for free. Go to chessable.com/begin.
January in Wijk aan Zee, the Netherlands. For this cozy, coastal town, the holiday season isn't over. In fact, the most wonderful time of the year has really just begun.
Fabi seems more fresh, and I know he loves Tata Steel, and you could just see the inspiration in Fabi's play.
Once again, Wijk aan Zee starts the new year as the center of the chess universe. This year as host of the 85th Tata Steel Chess Tournament. A magnet for the best players in the game, some recognize the Masters field of 2023 as its strongest in recent memory. Of course, it helps when 8-time Tata Steel chess champion Magnus Carlsen is back.
Magnus is playing for a win, and he has to start winning fast if he wants to reemerge at the top half of the cross table.
The world's #1 looks to further cement his legacy in this event and the game's history. Chasing Magnus will be amongst the best in chess. Several have been crowned champion here before. Some have even shocked the world in doing so. And don't leave out those poised to capture their first Tata title.
Anish is taking down the world champion Magnus in absolute shock.
Although winter, Tata Steel Chess is also known as the place new stars come to bloom. Magnus won here as a teenager. This year's event has its fair share of young players on the rise, each hoping to follow in Carlsen's footsteps.
Nodirbek just playing a modern brilliancy.
What a performance.
The Dutch refer to Tata Steel as the Wimbledon of chess. For 85 years in running, this tournament continues to be steeped in prestige and legacy, and does so again in this welcoming little Dutch town by the sea. Mein Vrienden, it's the 85th edition of the Tata Steel Chess Tournament. Let's make chess history together.
$40,000 of you watching across the platforms this fascinating 7th round of the Tata Steel Chess Tournament in the beautiful, picturesque town of Wijk aan Zee. It is the 85th year that this prestigious tournament is held, and the playing hall is still packed to the brim, both with players in the open section and, of course, the spectators crowding around the screens and the players. This is an amazing atmosphere, and the games from this round have been bloody and amazing, as we've already had 3 decisive games, Yovi. Draws are not to be found today.
No, it certainly has not been that way. I mean, we've seen deadly attacks. We've seen the world champion repel a ferocious onslaught by Richard Rapport. I mean, it's been so many fireworks on the board. It's been incredible to see. And you know what? I'm kind of hoping that the remaining 3 games also produce that little bit of spark too.
They are very likely to do just that, but you're absolutely right. The 2 stories of the round thus far, Nodirbek Abdusattorov wins another game with the black pieces. He is unstoppable. He is bloody amazing. And of course, Magnus Carlsen with a huge win with the white pieces, basically saying, listen, I'm in the bottom half of the tournament cross table. First of all, that's not going to last long. Second of all, there's a lot of chess still left to be played. Magnus wins all 6 remaining games. He is going to win this tournament. And the world champion, for anybody else, I would say that is a total impossibility. For Magnus Carlsen, we have learned through the years of his chess career that nothing is impossible. But we have 3 games left. We are going to delve into them very shortly. But we wanted to address a point that occurred earlier today, and we now have some clarity. Earlier today, we were confused when our first game of the day, when Levon and Anish Giri were able to make a draw before move 30 by agreement. It was not a repetition. They seemed to agree a draw. And we were wondering if the rules didn't expressly forbid that. Apparently, we were not the only ones who were confused. After a short draw in round 4, Fabiano Caruana revealed that the players are, in fact, just as confused. Let's listen in.
No, I thought before the tournament that it was like 30, that it was that you should make a draw after move 30 if you're going to make a draw. But then in the first round, like I was talking to Anish, and Anish was like, no, you can always make a draw here. And I thought, okay, Anish must know. He's been here like nearly 20
He's
times.
a tournament ambassador.
I mean, yeah, he's a tournament ambassador. He has to know. So when Richard offered, I was like a bit unsure. I was like, yeah, let's ask the arbiter. And then the arbiter said, no, you probably should play on a few more moves.
Should.
Yeah, I don't know if it's a recommendation or something. Like, normally in most tournaments, it's just a given that you don't draw until there's no more pieces left or there's a repetition. So the rules here are a bit more, let's say, traditional. Like, we don't have the Sophia rules or whatever you want to call them.
Fabiano Caruana revealing that he too was unsure of what exactly the draw rules are. Now, from the tournament handbook, I can read the actual statement, which reads, "We kindly ask all players to show their best fighting spirit. The sponsor and organizing committee respect it a lot when draws within 30 moves or within 3 hours of play will not be seen during the event. The players who do not respect this ethical rule may risk not being invited for future Tata Steel tournaments." That is an ominous ending, Yovi. So it's not expressly forbidden to offer draws. You can offer a draw and move too, but if you know what's good for you, that's basically what the organizers are saying. You're going to refrain from such behavior. Your thoughts?
Yeah, there's an unwritten code of conduct here. I think the organizers are well within their rights to kind of stamp down this kind of code. Because let's face it, these are the world's best players. They are here. They've been paid a lot of money to put on a show, to entertain us with their chess. And I think it really gives a bad name to chess when the elite players are kind of like green draws in 13 moves, because that's not entertaining. No one cares about that kind of chess. Instead, we care about these fights to the bitter end. And I do feel that even when you do have a very clear-cut position where it is a draw, you should play it out. You should show everyone how it's done. And also, it also kind of eliminates the opportunity of making mistakes. I mean, it's a bit ridiculous if you think about it in chess, that suddenly the players can go, would you like a draw? Just kill the game as it stands and just forget about everything. No other sport does that. So I'm kind of in agreement with the organizers. I think high-level chess, it's a little bit different. They have to kind of play to a different tune than other players, and the reason I say this is because I don't want to be dismissive of short draws. I've been guilty of taking a short draw, and I know a lot of weaker players, rely on the fact that chess is their living. They have to they have to earn something, and sometimes taking that quick draw will mean that they get a prize. But it's the elite players. The elite players should be setting a moral example, and if the organizers want fighting chess, give them fighting chess.
Yeah, I think those are great points. And I have also been guilty many times, even in the last tournament that I played last weekend, of taking a couple short draws. But in my defense, I was not playing Tata Steel. And Tata Steel has a reputation to uphold, right? The reason people keep coming back for 85 years now is because you know for a fact that when you watch Tata Steel, you get a certain brand of chess. You get a certain type of player who plays in the tournament, a very eclectic assortment with the top players, the talented juniors, everybody all in one room. And you get fighting chess, entertaining chess all the way through to the end of this marathon tournament. So I like also the fact that it's not a hard and fast rule. So you give the players the ability to kind of do what they want, but within reasonable limits. And I also like that the organizers allowed Anish Giri and Aronian to agree a draw in this game, because although I agree in principle that you should play out even positions, there are some exceptions to the rule. And today's position was so dry, so equal, that I don't think any chess fans really mind the fact that they agree to draw in that position. But we hope that that remains the exception rather than the rule. And in general, Yovi, I remember when the Sophia rules were revolutionary. It was like, well, are players going to stand behind this? Is this just a quixotic, outlandish rule change? And it's been amazing to see that almost all top tournaments have, in one form or another, adopted no draw rules. It's good to see the chess world adapting to what the fans want, and not necessarily always what the players want. I don't think the players truly protest.
Yeah, I kind of think the Sophia rules have really translated very well in high-level chess and these elite tournaments where you're seeing superstars. People are relying on publicity and new sensations to make this event work, to make it as attractive as possible. And let's not forget that this is also a festival, that these players are playing alongside amateur players. It's also alongside the challengers. And so as an amateur, you do want to be playing alongside the world's best. That gives you a very special feeling. And just imagine you sit down, play your game for 5 hours, and within 2 hours, everyone from the top section has gone. They've agreed draws and they've just finished. I mean, it doesn't leave a good impression. So I do think for elite tournaments, I would say no draw offers. That's the end.
Yeah. I'll just finish by echoing that point. I guess echoing anything is a dangerous thing to do, given that I've had a little bit of an echo at various points today. But just the idea that you can sort of artificially end the game whenever you want, I agree that philosophically there's just something very weird about it. But I will say that the inherent concept of a draw is not a bad thing. The idea that neither side wins the game is not itself a deterrent or a reason or a downside at all. And I think the people who say we should eliminate draws altogether, that every single game should be decisive, are missing the point completely. Draws can be some of the most interesting games that we have seen. We saw even in this tournament, when a game is played well by both players, the rightful result is often a draw. It's just the idea of the artificial draw, the draw that is agreed and produced artificially by the players, rather than the draw that stems naturally from the course of the game. That's the kind of draw that we should be targeting and avoiding, and the organizers have done a fantastic job of that. Let's switch back to what I would argue is our most exciting of the three remaining games. Yovi Parham Maksudlu has found the movie 5. He has me to thank, because I said he couldn't do it.
Yeah,
your face, commentator.
You put it in the atmosphere, and he heard the universe telling him, just sacrifice back the pawn, open up the potential of the bishop. Actually, I was listening to a very interesting point by, incidentally, Fabiano Caruana and his second Christian, and they were talking about how in blitz and rapid chess, it's so common just to give up material in order just to get some piece activity. And I mean, the case in point for them was actually Magnus Carlsen's A5 move when he faced off against Anish Giri. And I thought that was very interesting, that it's a reflection of chess speeding up that has enabled players to find these kind of very dramatic moves. They don't care so much about material. It's just about initiating chaos. And I love what Parham's done, as you've indicated. That was such a cool line.
What makes it particularly impressive is that he is risking. He's giving up his material advantage. He could have scored a nice, warm draw and, basically gone to eat dinner with Queen D3 would have been a good result. But he finds the energy to keep the game going. So before we update you on our two remaining games, I'd like to try to predict how this game is likely to go. Now, as we were discussing earlier, if we bring up an analysis board, knight takes c5 is clearly the principled move. And here, as we pointed out, the dangerous response is rook to a1. Now, the knight hangs. What happens if the knight moves back to g6? Well, the problem is that after bishop d3, Yovi, suddenly black is extremely tied down. The heavy pieces are just kind of sitting there doing nothing, and white is already threatening to run the h-pawn up the board. And if black continues to weaken himself, before you know it, that's it. You're already checkmated. That's how quickly black's king could go from impervious to checkmated.
Oh, that was an incredible line, actually. Just like that. That was a bit too quick.
Yeah. 0 to 100.
It was. But I mean, it just goes to show the danger in the position. And I mean, it's actually not such a ridiculous line, because if you were to go back to the position with the knight on g6 and the bishop on d3, you can kind of see a scenario where if you make just a nothing kind of move, I don't really know what, but I'm just thinking that bishop takes knight is actually in the air.
Bishop takes knight. Well, first
Check.
of all, if you try to pin the bishop,
Ooh.
then definitely bishop takes knight.
Yeah.
I can't
So-
find an empty move. That's
Okay.
Black is in Zugzwang, like almost.
Okay, it may be like, okay, just to highlight my point, bishop c8, no one's going to play bishop c8 or bishop, yeah, okay, then you can kind of go
bishop
bishop c8, and then bishop takes knight, and you obviously don't want to take with the king, but if you take with the pawn, then you have rook e7, same idea back.
That's a great observation, especially because the queen makes contact with the rook, so queen g8 is out of the question. In king g6, there's knight d3, knight f4 with big problems for Black. You're absolutely right. Bishop takes g6 is a threat. Maybe Black should try to go queen to b4, but the sad thing for Fabi is that, first of all, even the queen trade gives White some chances with that passer on b5. In fact, takes, maybe swing the knight around to c2 and try to get it to d4. Maybe go rook b1, trade rooks, and bank your winning chances on this far advanced passer on b5. This is no fun for Mr. Caruana, and he's already down to 30 minutes. Before you know it, in the blink of an eye, he could drop down to the second round of time pressure.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
It is definitely a very troublesome move to be facing e4, e5. I love it. And the line that you showed just then, just with the minor pieces on the board, it just looked devastating for Black. Maybe there was some kind of very far-fetched defense there, but White's play, very, very natural. And Fabi in serious danger. And something I kind of wanted to stress was that Parham has kind of said repeatedly, he loves chess so much, he's not interested in the result. He wants a fight. And a fight is what he's getting.
That's such a old school romantic approach to the game. That's how Wilhelm Steines would play, and players in the 19th century, and they would lose a game and they would be so happy that they participated in a work of art. It was less about who was the victor and who was the vanquished. It was more that it was a collaborative effort, and the loser plays just as integral of a role in its creation as the winner. Of course, players nowadays are much more invested in the results, and let's be clear, Parham likes to win games, but I love that old school approach, and we get fighting chess every single tournament from the Iranian wizard. Fabiano Caruana will have to play very accurately if he wants to wheel his way out of this incredibly dangerous situation. Let's go back to the bird's eye view. We have two other games, both of them with queens off the board. And not much has changed in the Prague game in like the last 2 hours. It's like you're the same position like forever.
Like Ferris Bueller's Day Off, right? Same position. Keeps happening again and again. Yeah.
Wait. Is it Ferris Bueller's Day Off or Groundhog Day?
Groundhog. No, I think they both do. I don't know.
Ferris Bueller's Day Off. I'm trying to, because it's one of my favorite movies. I'm trying to remember.
Oh, no. Okay, then I was just kidding. It was Groundhog Day. Let's bank for the safe one. I haven't actually seen
another
Ferris
one. Yeah,
Bueller's.
Groundhog Day is the one that if you want to stress anything that repeats itself, you go Groundhog Day.
Groundhog Day. Yes.
Tani Phil.
Yeah. Groundhog Day. Yeah, I'm not very good with films actually. I don't watch too many. Okay.
Tisk.
Yeah, so that one looks, it's just a question of whether fortresses exist, isn't it, when it comes to Prague's game against Jordan. Jordan is just doing the Gandalf approach, I love that scene from Lord of the Rings where Gandalf is fighting the Balrog and he says, "Thou shalt not pass." That's exactly what Jordan is doing, living on the back row, trying to establish the blockade against Pragnananda's pieces. And And I actually think that there's too many avenues for Pragnananda to attack. I mean, just look at Jordan's. They're just like all congregating there on the queen side, and the king side is also entirely up for grabs as well. So nope, don't like that game. And okay, well, we see actually in the Fabiano position that knight takes pawn has been played. So now we're going to see whether Parham is actually going to find the critical rook a1 to put Fabi under a lot of pressure.
Rook A1 is not a certainty, but I cannot imagine Parham getting this far, swimming 99% of the way to shore and then turning back and going to the island. That would be queen takes e5. So we will keep a close eye on that game. Between the two others that we have left, I agree. The Prague game is largely going to be decided by the question of whether inroads can be made, probably on the king side. And I think the answer might be yes, if he moves his bishop away and then swings his rook over to g1. To your question about whether fortresses exist, well, Magnus Carlsen might still be in the playing hall, and we know what he thinks about that question. Jordan is in for a long, miserable defensive grind. I'd like to go a little bit deeper into our other game between Vincent Keymer and Ding Liren. Vincent has been squeezing an endgame advantage for a very long time. The position has continued to transform. And unfortunately for Vincent, it feels like it's continued to transform largely in Ding's favor. Although he's still up a pawn, is Vincent Keymer. His rook is on an ideal defensive square. It's less active than Black's rook, but it's, of course, controlling the second rank. And I think he's just made a lovely move. King g2 to h3. You're taught to go to the center in the endgame. These players, they violate rules more often than they follow him. And Vincent taking the side route, trying to get to h4 and ultimately infiltrate g5. Still, Yobi, I think one thing is very clear. Ding Liren is far from being out of the woods.
He's in danger, right? He has to simply blockade the white king, and he just has to find, again, we're going to talk about fortresses, a way to hold the pawn structure intact and to also restrain the white rook. And the one thing that I would always suggest when you're playing a rook ending and you're on the defending side is that you must keep your rook active. Don't go passive with your rook. If you have to make a choice between active king and active rook, 9 times out of 10, please choose to go active with your rook.
Active with the rook, active with the king, often more important than material. The most important point. I agree with you completely. Now, in the name of piece activity, Black's most natural move is to play king f5. We could pull up an analysis board. If you don't do that, then you run the risk of getting your king pushed away with king h4 to g5 and then f5 check. I think Vincent has cooked up a genius attacking idea. After king f5, he might be preparing to play the move b2, b4. What is the point of b4? Well, you are doing what's called a deep freeze. You're using one pawn to restrict 2 or more of your opponent's pawns. And on the next move, you're threatening to swing the rook over to c2 and force Black's rook into permanent passivity. Now, you might say, well, doesn't this help Black create a passed pawn? Well, the problem here is that after bc, bc, even a simple approach like rook c2 is pretty likely to bear fruit. You also should consider to get behind the passed pawn with rook to a2. Ding has to calculate all of this. Perhaps rook a2 is a little bit too passive due to king e4. But, Yovi, I think something like this is what he's planning. And I'll finish by saying that the purpose of dragging Black's king out to f5 is that later down the line, if White can get a rook to the 7th rank, that will come with far greater effect because the king will no longer be able to support this pawn. Black will have to move the king back, and White's king will immediately pounce on the opportunity. So he's setting himself up for what may seem like a distant future, but we know how quickly things can change in these rook endgames.
Yeah, I agree with you 100%. I actually think that moving the king up is probably very risky on account of your last point. If a white rook does find itself on the 7th row, I mean, it's going to be a dilemma all round. And yeah, it's a tough endgame for Ding to hold. I mean, even if you were to kind of play in the most direct style, which is simply to put the rook on c2, attacking the pawn. And even if you were to kind of see like moves like c5, and then White would destabilize this pawn by playing b4, it's not an easy position to handle. I'm just thinking after pawn takes pawn, pawn takes pawn. And here things could quickly go wrong. For instance, after rook to d4, you've got your idea of planting a rook on c7. And how do you defend those pawns on f7 and g7 without, losing everything or losing the b6 pawn?
You can't. Here you're lost because if you drop back, as you're saying, you'll lose the b pawn. If you lose the f pawn, then White is a 4-on-2, and 4-on-2 basically means 2 passed pawns. And even if Black gets 1 passed pawn on the other side, it can be easily restrained by putting the rook on b7. I think that's a wonderful idea to start with rook c2 and then invert the move order with b4. I would just urge the viewers to not put too much stock into the eval bar, because actually playing these rook end games like a computer, unless you're Magnus Carlsen, is virtually impossible. So it's really all about creating practical problems and causing your opponent's clock to dwindle down. Ding Liren's clock is down to 38 minutes. I have seen this happen so often, where you make move 40, you take a deep breath, that's it. I'm out of the woods. And then by move 43, you're in time pressure again.
Story of my life. That's why I don't like these classical time controls. And well, I do like them. I mean, I find them very exciting. I actually quite enjoy them. But so many times, you know, move 41, I kind of settle into the tank, and then I forget. And then I'm in time trouble for the rest of the game. And wow. Yeah. Interesting, fascinating endgame on our hands from Vincent Keimer and Ding Liren. And it's actually really nice to see that it's Vincent who was going to be putting the pressure on Ding, because in the previous two games, we've seen it be Vincent who's had to survive these endgames, a pawn down, try to establish a fortress, and things have just not gone his way in those final moments.
You're absolutely right. And the problem when you have a couple of games like that is that your confidence starts to get hurt. You know, you get into kind of here we go again mode where, okay, Vincent has been on the defending side, but he might be thinking right now, well, I've screwed up a couple of these critical moments. Am I going to make another mistake? That might cause him to take a little bit longer than usual. So the effects of that can be subtle, but they can be very pernicious. And I'm pretty cautiously optimistic. I think Vincent's got a serious shot here. Ding has already lost one game to a bloodthirsty youngster. Is he going to lose, shockingly enough, a second one?
Yeah. And is it possible to go back to the bird's eye view? Because I see things shaping up in Parham against Fabiano.
Very interesting. Let's absolutely go to the bird's eye view. We have 3 games left. If you're just joining us, this is round 7 of the Tata Steel chess tournament. 3 out of 4 finished games have been decisive. Most impressively, Nodirbek's win with the black pieces. What is happening? Oh, Maksudlu did not find rook a1. Uh-oh. And again, I jinxed him.
But actually, the more I look at this is understandable, actually. Because, you know, if the queens get traded off, then this bishop ending is just completely winning. Mm-hmm. And, you know, that's something that will provide Parham with a lot of inspiration. But it feels like he's better, despite what the evaluation bar is saying. This is a slap back in the middle, sat there. I just love how the evaluation bar is always like, no, 0.0. It's a draw. Meanwhile, if you were playing this on a board in real life, as black, you would be absolutely petrified. You would be calculating, recalculating, thinking that you were living on the edge. And Parham, deep in thought.
He's got some tempting candidate moves here. You pointed out, the moment the queens are off the board, the pawn promotes. So queen e2 is, to me, the most logical move. The problem is that black is never in a million years going to yield to white's desires. Black is going to drop the queen back to b4. This seems like a fork, but it's easily parried with bishop e4. So unfortunately, white essentially has to tread water with a move like queen e3. And black doesn't have to do anything. Just go, whatever, g6, h5, and shuffle your king between g7 and h7. White doesn't even hypothetically have any way to make progress. And the reason why is just because there's no safe spot to put this king. Let's say black goes g6. All it takes is a sloppy move like bishop e2. And, well, let's just say this is not going to lead to a desirable result for white. I don't see a way around this COV. If you could somehow get your bishop to f3, maybe you've got some... Even then, black just takes on f3, and white's queen can never really leave its rather passive post. So I think Fabi is just a couple of moves away from holding the game here. Finally, b7 looks very tempting, but after queen e3 check, king h1, queen back to e1, white obviously cannot promote. And if white leaves the pawn, then black takes it. Parham would have to repeat moves with king g1, and I think this is probably how the game is likely to end.
Yeah. It's a little bit unfortunate, right? Because I can see a construction which would give white a safe home for the king. So the construction that I would be looking at just setting up is, first of all, I would give my king an opening on the dark squares. I would be playing h3. I know I can appreciate it's very slow and that there are two players playing the game, one attacking, one defending. But somehow, if I can manage to get the queen to c7, give my king that hiding hole on h2, and then the bishop could kind of snake its way around and try to challenge its counterpart. Even in some scenarios, give it up. Put it on c4 or something and just say, hey, where are you going? Let me get b7 in.
Yeah, it's like part of these types of ideas where you close off the only diagonal through which black can access white's king. There's checks on e5 and f4 and g3. And if you put your queen on the ideal square, then the king is going to be temporarily safe. My worry, though, is even if you accomplish all of that, you're going to have to move the bishop eventually, and black can target the g2 pawn as a result. So, Fabi, if you had 5 minutes in this position in a blitz game, I'd say that there are very serious practical chances to induce a blunder. But given that he's got 25 minutes and then another 15 minutes coming in 17 moves, I think Parham Maksudlu, he didn't quite manage rook a1. Still, so admirably took his time. He found e5, and he came oh so close to producing serious winning chances.
Yeah, definitely. And also, we have to kind of talk about how Parham was invited to the tournament, because when the original participants were announced, it was Jan Krzysztof Duda who was meant to be playing the tournament, and Maksudlu has actually stepped in at the very last minute to play in such an elite tournament. So whilst the others all have had months and months to prepare, he's kind of just been thrown in at the deep end. And a lot of these players, he's playing for the first time in a classical game. So I like that. It adds a kind of freshness to the mix. And we've seen that he's played great chess so far.
Yeah, that's my favorite thing about these tournaments is that, yeah, you can pay attention to who's winning the tournament, but the point of watching tournaments like these isn't just, oh, you're going to look at the cross table after the game. It's also just to appreciate the process, and it's to appreciate the players who might not have the biggest chance to win the tournament or finish in the top three. But just hearing the name Tata Steel, this is what it connotes, game after game with entertaining action where even the draws are almost just as interesting as the decisive game. Okay, shall we take a look once again at the bird's eye view? I would guess that this game is likeliest to finish first out of the three remaining. Prague's position still hasn't changed, Yobi. It's like moving so slowly.
It will liven up towards the end. I predict there's going to be lots of kind of very slow moves. White's just making slow gains into the position, and then suddenly black will just crack, and that's the end of that game. I mean, I just feel that White's position is just so overwhelming. He has complete domination over the queen side and then the king side as well. I mean, black can't hold everything.
I don't see it happening for Jordan Van Forest. And the crushing thing about these types of defensive tasks is that it's not like there's a limit to how many moves White can play. White can try a little bit on the queen side and then a little bit on the king side and rook to g1 and knight to b4, and eventually something is going to crack. And let's not forget, we're 5 hours into the round and the worst is still ahead of him.
Yeah. The critical moment is yet to come. And the worst thing is that you can see it coming. Because the pawn structure is so clear. I mean, and White's plan is just so obvious. I mean, and all you can do is just wait for the inevitable.
Yeah, there's just not much that black can do. When you can't defend actively, when you don't have a single chance to win the game, psychologically that produces such a strong effect on you. Now, I've pulled up the game. It's very hard to analyze these positions concretely because the value of each particular move is greatly diminished. It's all about the general direction in which the game goes. So let's see if we can approximately predict what White's best winning chance is here. Let's start with a neutral move. Let's say Black plays bishop back to d8, trying to target White's only weakness. How would you respond to that? Do you think bishop e1 is the most expeditious way to play?
Actually, capturing on h4 isn't a threat for the time being because you can just move the rook over to h1. So it does give White some time to do a move. And the first thing I would be looking at is, does Black have any significant entry points on the B line? I mean, does the White rook have to be on a1? If it doesn't have to be on a1, I'm just going to move my rook to g1 and get going.
Very much so. The reason it would stay on a1, I would imagine, is to support knight cb4. So let's try the concrete move, knight c to b4. Okay, now if you move maybe you have to move your knight to b8, because if you take it, then I take back, right? You go king d7. Let me push that pawn up to a6. And I feel like we're eventually going to get a situation like this. The question is, can White use pressure on the other side of the board to overextend Black's defensive forces? Or did I do something that you wouldn't advise with a6?
It wasn't a6 actually, because I kind of want to keep as many pieces on the board. It was the knight trade that I wasn't so sure about, because one of my big things in chess is that every move has a consequence, and the bishop going back to e8 does have the consequence that the white knight can now jump into e5, which I didn't spot until now. And
so you would consider that move immediately?
Yeah, that's the first move I would consider after once I kind of shook off this obsession that I had with the rook. And okay, so the king has to step forward, but now it does feel that Black is kind of creaking a little bit, because the rook can swing over to g1 and then can go to g6 and start.
I guess I'll meet that. I'll meet that with bishop f6. Can I float a different idea? What about the move rook to a4? I know I'm obsessed with this knight b4 idea, but I think in this version, it might be better, because knight b4, I'll take it and go a6, bishop a5, and I'll try to toss your king away from its defense of the c6 pawn.
Yeah, looks good. Let's go for it. So that, I mean, thing is there's not that much Black can do, so they take that pawn off h4, and then once you go knight to, I think you just have to.
Oh God!
No.
Rage.
Okay, well, bishop d8 on the board. Okay.
Yes.
We are really on fire today.
We've been on a roll in all of the games. Now, predicting moves in a position like this is incredibly hard. So let's see how far down the line we can go. You kind of opened my eyes to the fact that White does not have to go bishop e1. Now, he might choose to do it just out of an abundance of caution, because in some lines later down the line, you have to reckon with bishop takes h4, as we just saw. But knight b4 is the first move we considered. Knight e5 is the other move, going in the other direction and trying Black down to the c6 pawn. By the way, 20 minutes for Pragnananda. He has to put a move on, because you never know when positions like this can get sharp, and you want to leave yourself with at least 5 minutes to handle the ensuing complications.
I agree. You do have to be practical, and the complications are going to occur. There's no doubt about it. Oh, I mean, no one envies Jordan, actually. You know, he's been grimly defending this position, a pawn down, since almost the beginning. And now he has a position where it's just a question of whether he can hold. And it's difficult to keep your motivation up when you've been struggling throughout the whole game. And there we see Jordan has left the board, and Prag is deep in thought. He knows. He knows that, you know, this is his moment. This is a great opportunity for him. And one of the things about Prag is that he's so fantastic at attacking. He's fantastic at calculating. He's a good all-rounder, and he's just 17 years old.
It's unbelievable.
You know, it's quite scary, isn't it? 17 years old. I remember all those years ago when Bobby Fischer became the youngest grandmaster in the world, and he was 16. And Judith Polgar went on a race to beat this, and she did. And again, we were talking of ages 16, and now everyone is becoming grandmaster at 12 years old. It's just scary, but good at the same time.
It just gets crazier and crazier. I mean, you think one player becomes a GM at 12, it's never going to happen again. Now, GM at 14, at 15 is, you barely bat an eye, which is just absolutely nuts. And Prague, of course, has worked extensively with R.B. Ramesh, perhaps the most famous Indian coach, one of the most famous coaches by now of all time. And, Ramesh has written a lot about what they do, and Prague is just, he's a calculating machine. And that doesn't happen overnight. That's not only the product of immense talent, which of course he has in abundance. It's also the product of just diligent work over the course of many, many years of, sweaty calculating sessions. But in this position, it's not really about calculation. It is about understanding, about pursuing the right conceptual plan. And with 18 minutes on the clock, Prague still has a lot of work to do. And we're going to swing back to the bird's eye view here for just a hot second. And we're going to go on another break as the games are about to enter their 6th hour. Games are about to enter their 6th hour. How tired must the players be? You can see there the playing hall starting to empty out as most of the games in the open section have finished. But that area near the players, that is not emptying out at all. If anything, it's becoming even more packed. Ladies and gentlemen, you're watching round 7 of the Tata Steel Chess Tournament 2023. We will be back with the 6th hour of these fascinating games on the other side of this short break.
What's the best way to follow any chess event, from the World Chess Championship to the Candidates, the Speed Chess Championship, Title Tuesday, and so much more? Chess.com/events has all of the top chess tournaments played both over the board and online. Analyze and review games from the world's greatest players with live commentary, cloud analysis, Opening Explorer, and table bases. Find all the key event information, including schedules, prizes, results, news reports, player bios, tie breaks, and more. Even compete by voting for your predicted results. Explore chess.com/events today on web or with our iOS and Android apps and experience chess like never before.
Welcome back to Tata Steel Round 7. What breakneck action today as the games have officially entered their 6th hour. It is 7 p.m. Dutch time on the nose, but the players, they're not thinking about dinner, as some of them are enjoying some great pizza. Others are still sitting hunched over the board. There is Ding Liren. He is struggling to hold a very difficult rook endgame against the young German phenom, the protege of Peter Lecko, Grandmaster Vincent Keimer. Jovanka Huska and Daniel Naroditsky bringing you coverage of this marathon round 7 as the tournament has reached its halfway point. Vincent Keimer there is deep in thought, and Jovanka, every single game in this round, perhaps save Aronian Giri, has been fascinating as we look at the results.
Yeah, and there we can see it has been a bloody round so far. We have had 3 decisive results. So Wesley So taking down Gukash with the black pieces, and Magnus Carlsen regaining his footing by defeating Richard Rapport. And one other very important victory for tournament leader Nodirbek Abdusattorov, taking down Arjun Erigaisi.
It almost feels to me that that game occurred in like a different universe. You know, these 3 endgames are completely in a category of their own. Do we remember that Magnus Carlsen defeated Richard Rapport? Another crazy game with Rapport sacrificing 2 pieces, but Magnus Carlsen was just a brick wall today, laying down the wood on a struggling Richard Rapport. Okay, well, we've got 3 games left. We have Pragnananda coming very close to a win, and that would really shake up the standings. If Prague can win his game, he enters into a tie, Yovi, if you can believe this, for second place, 1 entire point behind the exceptional, amazing Nodirbek Abdusattorov.
Yeah, and that would make a great impression on the leaderboard, because there we would have 18-year-old, 17-year-old, and then Anish Giri, Wesley So, Fabiano Caruana, the old guard, just bringing up the rear. I mean, it's just incredible to see that it is 2 teenagers who could be leading this tournament. If you'd asked me before Tata began whether this was possible, whether this was likely, I would say no, not likely. But we have seen the teenagers just play like they're on fire. They're incredible. And Nodirbek, wow, wow, wow. He's just been dominating every single game he's played so far.
But I just got to keep referencing Magnus Carlsen. I know I've been talking about this a lot, but I just have a feeling, I've commentated these tournaments for many, many years. I have a feeling that Magnus Carlsen is going to ride the wave of this win and make a serious bid, at the very least, to enter the top 3, because we've got a lot more chess remaining to be played. We have a lot more chess to play in this very round. Let's switch back around to Ding Liren's miserable rook endgame. He is a pawn down against Vincent Keimer. He has been defending this position for right about 25 moves. First, he was under pressure. Then Vincent transformed his advantage into a pawn up rook endgame. And this is where they currently set f7, f6. Yovi is the last move by Ding Liren, trying to cut into White's pawn chain and simplify the position.
Yes, I think it's a good philosophy actually to follow when you're down material, when you're in a rook and pawn endgame. Trade off those pawns, and I really do like this move. Okay, there's not that many things that Vincent can do. He probably has to trade off pawns, but at the right time, he has to activate his rook, and he has to cause pressure on the black position. If you're not going to trade on f6, the only other move that I can see is actually to swing the rook 1 square to b3 and attack the b6 pawn.
Ooh, I didn't even see that. And he's just played it. This is just insane. I mean, we swear we don't have inside knowledge of the moves that they're going to play. Literally insane timing. Rook b3 is on the board, and we're going to get a series of forced moves as Ding Liren takes a seat and writes down the move. He is going to take on e5, and he's just done that. Vincent is going to take on b6 with check, and then recapture the pawn on e5 when he's going to be, Yovi, 2 pawns up. But the problem is that his king is just punishingly passive here, and all of a sudden, Ding Liren has gotten wildly active.
Yeah, that is a big problem. I mean, is there something? Oh
no.
You
got to pull up an analysis board. I'm going to go here.
Don't do that to me. Okay, you still have rook f6 check. And then one of the biggest tragicomedies on the planet happens, and you're like, no, makes all the endgame manuals as to what not to do. No.
Oh my gosh. So what is I going to do about it? Because rook d2 sets up the mating net. Now, you can meet. You wanted rook f6 check, I suppose.
Yeah.
I'll take this little nugget over there.
And then an interesting kind of scenario occurs, because after rook takes pawn, you can actually step forward, play rook b5 check, grab the h5, and it's a race.
Oh my gosh, why might I be losing here?
Yeah, I probably have managed to wrangle that, because you do have ideas of just blocking the rook's coordination. I was kind of hoping that 2 pawns would be fast, but they're not very good, are they?
Well, to your point, I think that exactly happens. If you try to get behind the pawn, the typical wisdom is that you wait for black to promote, and then you use your connected passwords. The problem is this classic rook b3 check and rook c3 trick, and black simply wins. Now, Vincent is definitely not going to get a situation where he risks losing the game. Although, Yovi, I'm sure you can second me on this. I've seen so many of these games where you think you can't lose, you're playing for 2 results, and then you just get too ambitious. You allow a certain imbalance, and whenever there's a passed pawn in rook endgame, there are winning chances. Doesn't matter how many extra pawns the opposing side has. So let's rewind back to king f5. I think rook b3, as tempting as it was a serious mistake. I think Vincent might have either missed or underestimated the idea of rook to d2.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think it was very tempting, but ultimately in the end game, teamwork makes the dream work, and you just have to remember that at all costs. And yeah, on the subject of rook and pawn endings, I have seen so many, and I've also commented on so many rook and pawn endings where one side has been a pawn up, but they've artificially played the position, or they've contorted themselves in such a way that it's actually the defender who manages to turn it all around and win.
And we just saw a great example of that. It's not like White did anything foolish in the line that we just examined. It's just that it's so easy to underestimate the counterplay. Vincent missed rook d2. He's got 12 minutes suddenly for 10 moves. I think Ding is as close as he has been in the last 30 moves to, let's say, at the very least, holding half a point. And speaking of Ding, we had a very insightful interview with him. Not we, he was interviewed right before the tournament. I wasn't there. But let's listen in to Ding's insights coming into Tata Steel.
Yeah, I feel good. I feel excited to get back here. I remember the first time I was there, I was helping Wang Hao. Sometimes I got some snacks or drinks here in the bar in the playing hall. So it's it's very special feeling. When I play in a very strong tournament, I always want to try my best and did not hide anything. Yes, it's totally changed the not only my games but also the games itself. I must say now the engines can completely evaluate the positions. They very correctly evaluate the positions. It means if we want to beat the opponent with the same level, we need to work hard and to try to save the very small advantages.
Cool, collected, championship challenger Ding Liren is just a class act. And right now, Vincent Keimer, Yovi, we talked about it, the here we go again mode. I think that's exactly what's going through his mind again. Can I just catch a break in the final stage of any game?
Yeah, and sadly for Vincent, this is what makes super grandmasters who are number 2 in the world very difficult to beat, because they keep on finding resources, and you have to bring your A game to every single moment of the game. I mean, there's just nothing for it. And rook d2, as you've highlighted, is a fantastic resource for black. It's all about coordinating your forces, about creating chances. And Having said that, I think Vincent still knows that he is within the realms of saving the game, even if he takes a little bit of risk to get there.
Yeah, I mean, we analyzed the line where White is on the cusp of losing, where White actually loses, but that is a little bit of hyperbole. Let's be real. I don't think Vincent is going to allow it to get nearly that far. Now, the one last thing I'll say, and then perhaps we could take a look at Prague's game. We've got a lot of exciting developments in that game as well. White could start with the move rook to b5, but the issue is that Black could execute the same second rank mating net idea with the rook from c2. So rook b5, rook c1, I don't really think changes the nature of the position, but whatever he does, Vincent is going to have to make a decision quickly. He's now down to 9 minutes and 40 seconds, and we will keep you abreast of the developments in this game, but I'm going to bet a silver dollar that we're going to have a peaceful result in Khmer Ding. Well, let's go back to our bird's eye view. We still have 3 games left.
We still do, and take a look at the bird's eye position of Praggnanandhaa against Jordan van Foreest. I'm just admiring that pawn structure. Isn't that a sight to behold? And just to have a look at that knight sitting there on f7. Now, presumably, things happened in the way that we expected them to.
And as you pointed out during the break, Prague literally melding 2 ideas in one, and actually a very creative tactical way. Here's what happened. After bishop d8, he went knight d5, and knight to b4 I thought was a transmission error when the move was first played. It took me a couple moments, but I realized that it's actually a stroke of genius. Because in the event of knight takes b4, the move a6 may seem to give Black a chance to give the knight away for the pawn. Of course, if you move the rook, a7 wins. But Prague sees one step further, rook a6, and you cannot defend the c6 pawn. That's why you put the knight on e5, and here Black collapses immediately. Jordan had no choice but to drop back to d8, a depressing move. In comes the knight. Around it goes to d6, tying Jordan down even further. And all of the ideas that we had mentioned, Yovi, I love how he's applying them one after the other. And the third idea is to swing the rook from a1, where it has successfully done its job, over to greener pastures on the other side of the board.
That rook is headed to g6, and there's no stopping it. And I'm just lost for words, because I cannot see what Jordan can play to remain in this game.
Yeah, he's tied down. I think a good illustrative line is bishop takes h4, in which case I think White just goes knight d6, and you could play knight takes f5. You could even play knight takes d5 and knight b5. I wouldn't venture that far. Your old idea, rook h1. I mean, literally anything here leads to the immediate collapse of Black's kingside, and with it, of course, the game. Bishop f6, there's a beautiful idea here. Rook to g6, and then if Black pushes, you have knight takes g7, just massacring the whole kingside, and I feel like the game is very likely to end in exactly this kind of way. Now, apparently, if we go back to the current board, the only move, and Yovi, this is not an easy move to see, knight b8 back to d7 in order to control the e5 square and to prepare to meet rook g6 with knight d to f8. Man.
Yeah, it's not pretty, but I guess it's sufficient. But I mean, here we're talking about just surviving, as in just extending the game by a few moves.
I feel like the only chance here for Jordan might be to try to extract as much time off of Prague's clock as possible, get him into time pressure before move 60. Otherwise, you're just staring down the barrel of the most miserable endgame I've ever seen. You just got to sympathize with Jordan. We've all been there. Those games when you seem to defend interminably and you don't catch a single break, and you know that your opponent is going to keep you in his clutches for the foreseeable future. How do you motivate yourself in these situations? Well, it's one of the hardest things to do, Yovi, and it's what makes people like Magnus so impressive, because he handles these situations amazingly from both the attacking side, but equally so from the defending side.
Yeah, it's not an easy task, and maybe I think now that you've shown me the move, I think it is findable. It is findable to have this kind of situation where all the pieces protect each other, and you just sit there, hold tight, hope for the best. Like you said, at some point, Jordan will make a mistake and he will crack. And there we can see Jordan's face while he concentrates and he tries to come up with a move. And in the meantime, can we take a look at the bird's eye to see how things are developing in the other two games? Because it feels like we're edging towards a result very soon. I'm predicting in the next few minutes somehow that some of the games will just fizzle out. And one of them that I'd like to kind of revisit is the game between Fabi and Parham.
Yeah, I'm actually surprised that that game is still going. And if I had to predict, I'd say that that is going to be the next game to finish on the same page, in the sense that we are getting a lot more clarity in all three of the remaining games. Things haven't really changed in the Parham game. He goes for your idea. He tucks the king away on h2, but unfortunately, there are just too many things to keep track of for white, and it's just not feasible for Parham to ever get this queen onto a square where it can properly support the pawn. What has happened in the last couple of moves? They're starting to repeat. Queen b1, queen d1, queen b1, and I feel like Parham might have to accept the inevitable. This is probably a good time to do it. No, he just keeps it going with h4. Oh, look at Parham. What a fighter. What a fighter.
Keeping the game alive. I have to say, I really do like Fabi's technique of anchoring his bishop, putting on e4 just by going f5. You know, it's fantastically placed there. It also kind of prevents any tactical ideas happening along that long diagonal. And okay, h4, it's a kind of a bluffing type of move, a hustle move, trying to strike some fear in Fabi, but we know Fabi is just very calm, very collected. He's not going to be phased at all.
He just doesn't fall for provocations like this. And I would just go queen b4. If I'm Fabi, I'm just saying, you want to push your pawn to h5 and create another weakness? You want to overpress? By all means, be my guest, because it's important to note that even after white gets the pawn to h5, it will be vanishingly unlikely that white ever manages to get the queen to g6. Again, that involves moving the queen away from this diagonal. That means leaving the pawn unprotected. So I really think this is Parham's last-ditch attempt to provoke a move like h5, which, incidentally, I think doesn't change the evaluation at all. But if I'm Fabi, all things held equal, you normally want to avoid pushing unnecessary pawns and avoid changing the position, which will then force you to spend more time and adapt to the new reality. I'm going queen b4. I'm looking up at my opponent and saying, let's go to dinner.
Yeah. And it is very tempting just to kind of put the pieces back in their box and agree to a dinner date. But on the other hand, I mean, you can kind of see it. I'm trying to think of ways that white can get his dream. So his dream is to push his pawn to h5, get a queen to g6, and if the bishop is on c4, even better. Then we have a checkmating net saddled up. Yeah. But, I mean, can Parham even get close to obtaining something like this?
No. I mean, as close as he comes, as he can ensure h5. And Fabi, he seems to be about to make a move. I would hazard the guess that it's queen b4, and it is queen b4. So he can play h5. Congratulations. Would you like a medal? Black can just go anything. Queen back to b1, queen d6 back to b4. If I'm Parham, I don't want to do something foolish, do something crazy.
I have an idea. To do it. Okay, so I go h5. I have to do that.
All right.
And now you've got to be a bit slightly careful, because now I'm going to go bishop c4.
Okay.
Yeah.
So for the sake of...
Are you scared? You see where I'm going?
I see. You're starting to send some shivers up my spine. You want to go bishop f7 to g6 with the bishop to get to g6, not with the queen.
Yeah.
Oh, that is a lovely idea. Huh. Okay, I know what I'm going to do. I'm going to go queen b4 anyway.
Okay.
In your face. I'm going to send you to f7. I'm going to show you that I literally don't care. Queen d6 check.
Okay. Okay, so
my turn to shine.
Okay, I can move my king up. I can. Yes,
Ooh.
yes. But then my
wanna
king
go
does a
here?
runaround. Yeah.
And at this point, this is the kind of thing that I'm talking about. I mean, I think black can maybe go f4, threatening a fork.
hmm
Here you have to start. I mean, this is already becomes like a 3-result game all of a sudden. Although probably bishop g6 is a safe way to ensure a draw.
But bishop g6, and still there's problems because of the b pawn.
Yeah, there are. So maybe black is best advised to... I still don't see how bishop g6 really sets up threats that are overly significant. It's just a mate on the back rank. What's the big problem? So let's say I actually just go like here.
Okay.
Check, I'll go back.
And now the queen has to slide somewhere, probably to... Yeah, that's right. Put it on a2. And
But the
a8
thing is,
is
a8 is protected.
covered. Oh.
And you can't get it to c8 because c2 is covered and d2 is covered. Somehow black's pieces are building a wall, a defensive wall, that's preventing white from infiltrating.
Oh, very nice.
Crazy. Nah, but this is possible. Knowing Parham, he will squeeze every last drop out of each position. He won't admit the draw until literally every chance has been squeezed.
Yeah, and well, he has the right to do that. I mean, in fact, we encourage that kind of philosophy. We encourage that spirit, and it really makes us happy to see it. Because, I mean, let's face it, most of us would get into this type of position, and if it was like, for instance, a strong, very high-rated player playing with the white pieces, black was lower rated, there was no way that higher rated player would just kind of say draw. They would try until they tried absolutely everything and nothing had worked.
That's exactly right. And this isn't for show, I think, is the important thing to emphasize. It's not like he's sitting there and thinking about, well, are the organizers going to appreciate it that I play Parham? It's truly thinking about each and every way to tighten the screws and make Fabi's job as hard as possible. Unfortunately, there's no magic in chess. There is, but not in a position where you only have a queen and a bishop and a pawn that you are unfortunately obligated to protect at all times. So this is really a question of when the game will end in a draw, not whether the game will end in a draw. And we have more clarity in some of the other games. Let's rush back to our bird's eye view, because it seems to me that in both of the games, we are following the kind of path that we laid out. You can see Ding Liren has indeed maneuvered his rook to the second rank and set up this deadly idea of g5 and g4. That is going to force Vincent's hand. It's going to force Vincent to give up at the very least a pawn of his own. I think Ding is knocking on the door of a draw. In fact, I'm going to echo what I said earlier, Yovi, where I'm starting, if I had that against Ding, I would start to get really concerned if I'm Vincent, because you don't want to give black that passed c-pawn, and you certainly don't want to get checkmated.
No, you certainly don't. I think it's now time to backpedal furiously and just accept the draw, because, like you said, the threat of checkmate is looming strong, and you just don't want to handle that. I mean, look at the white king. It should not be there on h3. It was a good idea many moons ago, but now, terrible piece. Just shows how chess is fickle.
I try to put less of an emphasis on body language ever since that well-known interview with Fabi, where he actually offered constructive criticism to me and other commentators, that there often tends to be an overemphasis on body language in chess commentary, where you claim that you know exactly what the players think. And I started to understand that I did tend to do that a lot. In this particular instance, though, after 5.5 hours, I think body language is a lot more direct. You have much less of an ability to temper your emotions. Everything is written on your face. And it just seems to me Vincent is just fed up with playing excellent games. And then in hour 4 or hour 5, things just seem to go haywire.
Yeah. And I have to say, I agree with you there. In fact, I just saw him look to the side, and it appears like there's a small shake of the head. Like he's like, oh man, give me a break. I've been a pawn down and I've lost them. And now I'm a pawn up. Why can't my opponent make a mistake? Why is there still fight on the board? And yeah, and that now he's after talking to himself, he's back in full focus mode. It's quite funny with chess. It's like often you give yourself like a run. Well, I do anyway. I give myself a running commentary, and sometimes I give myself a pep talk. I remember one time I had a terrible opening. I mean, I could barely move a piece, and I was playing black against 2600, and I thought, you know, life is good. Look outside. You're in sunny Norway. Look at the mountains. Enjoy the fact that you're alive. And so I just sat there and I just started smiling, and then I went back into full focus mode, and I discovered that there was one move to survive in the position, and in fact it set a trap and he fell right into it. So I was very happy.
That's incredible, and it's just a wholesome way to look at it. I think I do something similar, especially at the US Championship, which is in the St. Louis Chess Club. The players have the right to come out into the balcony. The weather is often good when it doesn't storm and pour. So especially if I have a difficult position, I'll do something kind of similar, I think, in spirit, where I'll walk out, I'll see the pedestrians milling about on the sidewalk and the cars driving into the parking lot. And I'll just remind myself, like, there are people still living their lives who don't really care how I'm going to do against Alexander Onishuk in this game. There are people still working in the restaurants and walking to and from Starbucks and working on their homework assignments and, paying off their bills. It just gives you, I think, a nice sense of perspective, because sometimes when you get really stressed, it's very easy to just start catastrophizing, to borrow your word from yesterday, and imagine things as kind of a life or death scenario that can really, really put you on the fast track to a disastrous blunder. Speaking of disastrous,
I was going to say
disastrous. Yeah, go ahead.
Someone is threatening a checkmate in 2, but of course Vincent has spotted it and played the only saving move, which was to advance his pawn to g4, and now the king goes to safety on g3. But still, it gave us that.
He gave us a little bit of a scare, but I think Vincent's game is going to end very shortly. We will bring you that when it does. But I think the more meat on the bone is still in Prague's game. Somehow, Jordan Van Forest hasn't lost yet. In fact, he's holding things together for the time being. So let's switch to that game, and let's try to determine if he's got any realistic chances to exploit Prague's time pressure and keep things going in the right direction. What do you make of this? Looks like he's completely and utterly paralyzed.
It looks like Jordan can't move. But to be fair, I mean, this is an improvement if we on the position that we saw maybe 10 moves ago, where it just looked terrible. I mean, it just looked like black's pieces were not doing anything. At least here, they're all together. They form a pretty pattern. And it's not entirely clear how White's rook is actually going to start attacking some pawns. Unless he's kind of trying to move down the board with a rook to g1 or somewhere and then attack the f-pawn from in front. That could be an idea, but it kind of feels like a step backward away from the goal.
There's one tactical idea that I would draw people's attention to. Well, 2 concepts. First of all, black is virtually in Zugzwang. It's incredibly hard to find a move. But let's say that black, finds a way to tread water. This might be the only way to do it. There's a couple of interesting ideas. One of them is to drop the knight back to d3 and then move it toward f4. Maneuver the knight around, trade off black's only piece that stands between him and, apocalypse. And after knight takes f4, ef, bishop f8, I don't think White needs to do anything complicated. I think White just comes around and starts eating up the kingside pawns and then dragging the rook forward to h8. Black is not going to survive this for very long. So I think the only chance, and this chance is only going to be on this move, because after knight d3, it's no longer possible. I think Jordan has to seek active counterplay. Well, active counterplay in quotes, insofar as you can do that with the move f5, f4. And in the event of a6, you take it, and now you continue treading water with bishop f8. It's losing, of course, but, it's not the easiest thing in the world, and he's played f4, and we continue our hot streak.
We've done well, haven't we, in the endgame? We've gotten nearly every single plan, every single idea. And I'm feeling quite chuffed with myself.
Me too. Well, it's hour 5.5, 6.5. So, got to give ourselves some credit. Got to give Jordan some credit for finding F4 after 5.5 hours of defending.
Yeah. And what's also neat about it is that it sets up a tactical trick that, of course, Pragnananda will not fall into. You cannot capture that pawn because of the fork, knight takes F4.
Yeah.
And that would be all over. That would be such a cruel turnaround. But yeah, you've got to keep your pawn structure intact. So I suspect that we're going to see something else. Maybe your idea can still come into play again of knight d3.
Yes, although there the difference is that after fe, king takes e3, I guess I can, since we have the analysis board up, takes, black has the additional resource, rook to b7. And another tragic turn of events would be knight f4, rook d3 check, rook b3, followed by rook takes d3 check. And, the same tactic with knight f4 strikes again. So here, white would most likely have to go back to b4, no damage done. But Jordan looks up at his opponent after going rook c7 and asking, hey, Rag, what you got? Let me tell you what you got. He got 8 minutes on the clock for 8 moves. And this game isn't going to win itself. Black is not going to collapse voluntarily. White is going to have to find one more tactic. He's going to have to make one more push in order to break the last line of Black's defenses. And I don't see anything off the top of my head, Yobi, amazingly. I'll be honest with you. I think Jordan has some serious practical chances all of a sudden.
Yeah, I see a few ideas actually. So I like this kind of situation. I like your move a6. Why not tie the rook down? And he's done it. And
yes, he has.
Say, for instance, after pawn takes pawn,
mm-hmm.
king takes pawn, and you start waiting. I think white should be advised to wait as well. And maybe wait by playing bishop f2. And you might be asking, like, why? But, okay, now I'm going to go bishop g3.
Why?
Bishop f4.
Oh, my gosh. The staircase. Are you going to g5?
I am going to go to g5. But then maybe you go to bishop f8. And...
wait a second. I'm going to go here.
Oh, no, I've trapped my own rook. Oh dear.
you can do all sorts of shenanigans like a7 and knight takes c6. That idea, by the way, was missed by Prague a little bit earlier. That would have won the game, I think, on the spot. You could still do it as a desperate measure, but yeah, this gets very messy. So maybe in this position. No, you can't do that either here because knight takes c6, rook takes, and then a7, rook stops the pawn from behind.
Hang on a second. How about you put the bishop on f2?
Okay, let's rewind it back to
let's
f2.
Go back. Bishop f2, and now you just run with the king to d2.
Huh?
And then c3, get it all the way up to a5. That's
bang,
where
bang,
I'm
bang,
headed.
dancing. Well, the moment you get it up to a5, I'm going to go here.
Yeah.
And
but I can,
will you dare?
No.
No.
This coward over here says no.
No, this wise person over here will not go king b6.
No, but I will probably get my king to a4. I think I might not step up to a5 just yet. And
by the way,
I will try to. Yeah.
So sorry to interrupt you. I just wanted to put it in that Keimer and Ding have drawn as predicted.
Okay.
So
yes,
that is official. Please continue.
And okay, so we still have the games. Param Magsudlu and Fabi Caruana still playing, and of course this one. How to break this one down? It must be possible.
It must be. We don't believe in fortresses in these parts. What is the secret ingredient? How do you make that last push? Well, first of all, I think it's not that easy for Jordan to find the move bishop f8. We talk about how difficult it is just to sit around and do nothing, especially when you have the feeling that your opponent is this close to winning. But Jordan is helped by the fact that there's just no other moves. He can't move his knight, can't move his king, can't move his rook. Literally, bishop f8 is forced.
Yeah. There's nothing for it, right? You just got to
Indeed.
play it. And well, if Jordan draws this, then it really will be goalkeeper's glory, as you mentioned yesterday. You know, he's expected to lose this game now for many, many, many moves, and he's still alive. He's still fighting, and yeah, still some technique to be done. Still some work ahead for Pragnananda.
It might be expedient for Prague to wait until move 60 to try to just shuffle the pieces back and forth, avoiding repetition, of course, to get those extra 15 minutes, because 750 in a situation where you're trying to break through a fortress like this is not a lot of time. And it's so easy just to make one untoward pawn advance, play a7 at the wrong time, and suddenly, you know, the tables turn. So we will let Jordan figure out whether he wants to sit around with bishop f8. Hint, he does. Spoiler alert. And he will. And we go back to our bird's eye view where we have only 2 games left. The Jordan game that we just looked at and the Fabi game, which should end, Yovi, any second. Fabi is just going for active defense, advancing his pawn to f4 and trying to force the result of the game. And this is what I was talking about. Parham's king is a little bit uncomfortable there on h3. Shall we run to that game?
Yeah, definitely. Because I'm getting that feeling of deja vu again.
Whoa. No,
Didn't
Jordan
we come up with
blundered.
this?
No. We have to go back to the Jordan game.
Oh!
He just blundered horribly.
Oh,
no. My gosh. Sorry to, you know, go back and forth here, but Jordan has just played a shocking move. He's played rook c7 to c8, simply allowing the pawn to advance to a7. And after rook a8, there is the simple tactic, knight takes c6. Maybe Jordan was banking on the move knight to f8, but everything wins. There's even knight b8 check.
Yeah.
Oh, no. Am I missing anything?
No, you're not missing anything. a7 has to be played.
And the shocking
and
thing...
maybe his whole idea is actually to sit with the rook on c8 and now move bishop f8. Could that still hold?
But I can still play the move knight takes c6. And this maybe is what he missed. Fatigue. Fatigue is the worst enemy of anybody in a situation like this. Okay, we rewind back to the live game, Prague, with no hesitation. That was a pure fatigue moment right there, Yovi. He would not have played this move, not even close, after 2 hours of fighting.
Yeah, and of course we have to remember that Jordan has been under tremendous psychological pressure. It's so difficult to be on the verge of defeat. Remember, he's been calculating every single one of Prague's moves. He's been on the defensive the whole game. And it's unsurprising that in the 6th hour, he's just cracked.
This is like the definition of cracked, right? Bishop f8, it was the only move, and that would be a very interesting position to analyze. I am positive that Prague had a way to break through, but bishop f8 might have offered Jordan the best chances that he's had to draw this game, really in the last 30 moves, because he has been struggling ever since he was forced to give away the b-pawn in the opening. You can see him grabbing his head there. What am I thinking? Says Jordan to himself, and he might resign now. Like right now. I mean, there's no point in continuing. Knight takes c6 is unstoppable.
It is unstoppable, sadly. And heartbreaking scenes. But
yeah, he's gonna move.
And
but
there we're
he's gonna
seeing
take
pawn
e3.
takes pawn.
I mean, even knight takes c6 ends the game immediately. That's a beautiful move.
Oh, wait. Yes. You're very sharp, Danya.
I didn't see knight f4 check. It's just that I forced myself to keep calculating. And Prague didn't do it. It doesn't matter. But knight b8 check would have ended it here.
It does, yeah.
Yeah, he took. That's also good enough. Knight d8. I think he should have played knight takes c6. I really feel like Prague is making it a little bit more difficult for himself yet again.
Yeah, but he does have a rook takes g7.
He does. Then I'll play rook a8.
That's okay.
Somehow. Okay.
Because I have e.
What do you do then?
Okay, so don't I have e6 ideas? So if you capture rook, yeah.
Okay.
Oh, so my idea is, and this is where it gets all a bit fancy. Yeah,
Mhm.
e6, and then decoy your.
And like rook h7.
Yeah, but I think I don't actually have to rush with playing e6. It's in the universe.
And there's, I guess, the idea of taking on e7 and going knight takes c6 with a fork. The problem is it's hard to get my knight off at the right moment. But actually, Yovi, I think if you play e6 here, this might be a better version, because after knight takes c6, there is knight takes c6. And this, I think, is game over, because rook takes, white promotes. Knight b8 is a threat. And if king takes c6, takes here. And the simple rook a6 and bishop g3 just sets up a situation in which obviously black is totally paralyzed and c6 is coming. And the fact that Pragg is taking his time here, the fact that he's not grabbing the pawn on g7 just yet, tells me that he's going to see e6. He has to deliver, and e6 will end the game on the spot.
It was a very convincing line that you showed us. The thing is that there are quite a few tempting continuations. And when you're spoilt for choice, that is when things tend to go wrong. E6, rook takes pawn. Both win. But one is easier than the other.
The only reason Pragg wouldn't play e6 is, again, fatigue, because this is a move, the kind of move that I think he eats for breakfast, the kind of move he might even find in an online blitz game. And with 5 minutes on the clock, he absolutely should wrap this game up right now. Don't keep letting your opponent back in the game. Don't mess with the gods of chess. Go e6 and go eat some dinner. Okay.
How much time?
4.5 minutes on the clock. 15 minutes added in 4 moves, but I don't think we're going to make it that far.
He's got plenty of time, and he's doing the right thing. It's a critical moment, and take your time. And there you can see they've been given an extra 50 minutes until move 60. So Pragg has how many moves?
1, 2, 3, 4. 4 more moves.
4 more moves. Okay.
Including this one. I would be shocked if he doesn't play e6, and he doesn't play it.
This one's good enough as well. Knight b8 is a threat.
Huh. So let's think
and
about
now he's
going to
go e6.
Now he's going to go e6. Then I'll go king c8, though. And suddenly, again, it's not so simple. This is shocking to me. I think the win is just to go knight b8.
Yes.
So, or bishop a5 first. He's chosen the most complicated path, but this should be good enough.
Yeah.
Okay. So rook a7, knight b8, then you take the knight, and then you come back around, and you eliminate the sort of linchpin pawn. Once c6 is gone, the whole position collapses, and white should be able to promote either the c pawn or the e pawn in the resulting position. There's knight b8 check. Yeah, this is over.
I just like how Pragg has like full board vision. We were kind of like focused on e6, and he's like, no, look at this. I can just put my knight on a6 and my bishop on a5. A direction I had totally forgotten these two pieces could go. Knight b8, and once the stronghold on c6 falls, that is it. Black's position will no longer be able to be saved.
And this is a super impressive idea by Pragg. Bishop a5, knight b8. It's just that, you know, he missed the relatively straightforward idea and found the high-level grandmaster idea. But this is definitely good enough. And we're entering that stage after Pragg takes on d8. That will be move 60. It'll give him another 15 minutes where, at this point, Jordan might simply refuse to continue the struggle, which at this point has become futile.
Yeah.
The result is not in question. There goes Pragg. He's not going to hesitate. He is going to take d8.
And he does.
There it is. By the way, our other game also very likely to end Annie's second now. I've been saying that for quite a while. But I think Parham has reached the end of his winning attempts.
Okay.
Shall we go back to our bird's eye view real fast?
Yes, let's do that, because things are definitely nearing their conclusion right now. And there we can see actually the playing hall, how empty it looks. It was full of the crowds enjoying chess, and now just the arbiters remain.
It was hustling and bustling with people. All of the open section games have, of course, long since ended. I think the time control in the open is quite a bit more manageable for the less experienced players who definitely want to make it to the restaurants in time for dinner. And Prague having himself some dinner on c6. You can see in Fabi's game, again, the bishop on b1. The king has somehow made its way to g4, Yovi. And if Parham knows what's good for him, I think it's time to take that pawn on f4. And after queen takes b6 to call it a night.
Yes. That would be one way of looking at it.
Yeah, exactly.
But there's another way of looking at it, saying, hang on a second, there's one piece that could be mobilized, and that's the bishop on f1. It could be improved. There's still some life left. I was thinking put the bishop on c4. Go, woohoo! You never know. One day it might find itself lined up with a queen.
Yeah, those light squares on the king side. You never know. And 5 minutes for both players now for 6 moves. Bishop c4, g6. I'd be terrified of losing to someone like Fabi here with a white. Take on f4. I think the time has come. I think enough is enough.
But I like, this. The thing is, we're just commentating. These are not our pieces. We don't have to be nervous about the outcome. So, if Parham wants to continue, I say bishop e2, bishop c4. Come on.
I'm nervous on his behalf, because once you get into the zone of thinking you can never lose and you can just make these attempts forever, before you know it, with 4.5 minutes, it's unpredictable, right? You meet with a move like g6, suddenly you don't have the time to figure out the only response. So my guess is that Parham is going to take another minute or two. He can even draw the game with 2 seconds. But if he goes under 2 minutes, then he's definitely taking on f4.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
D7,
I agree with you.
D7.
Yeah. Queen d7 is quite a nice move. But knowing Parham, I think the bishop will probably go to e2. Better safe than sorry.
Bishop to e2. That's not an easy move to make. Now 3 minutes and 50 seconds for the Aronian Grandmaster. This is getting a little bit tense again. Oh my God, Parham is just like huffing and puffing and grabbing. I mean, you're drawing Fabiano Caruana. It's not the worst result in the world.
Yeah. But somehow these grandmasters, they really want to win, and they want to exert every single ounce of energy that they have. And, I like the fact that he's huffing and puffing when he's playing Fabi. I like the fact that Fabi has had to defend with everything that he's got in order to secure the draw. And what are we going to see? He's reaching out for
Queen b2.
Oh, Queen b2.
Still trying. Okay.
Yeah, I didn't see this one.
Okay, now
but,
this is
consequences. This is consequences, because the queen can come to d1, can come to d7 to give check.
He's sacking his bishop, I think. Queen e6 check. I think Parham is actually planning to take that pawn. Let's bring up, I don't know if Fabi's going to play quickly. I don't want to get too bogged down. I think Queen e6 check might be the clinical way to draw this. The idea being king takes f4, you skewer the bishop. And then at the end, white pushes b7. b8 is a dark square, so the pawn itself cannot be stopped. But what black can do is just deliver a series of endless checks to the white king, ultimately forcing white to repeat the moves.
Yeah.
3 minutes and 50 seconds now for Fabi. Oh, and we have resignation by Evan Forrest.
And expected result, but what a brave fight that the Dutchman put up after just achieving a bad position out of the opening. It looked like at some point he might be able to hold firm, but Ragnanda found a way.
Indeed, he did. He always seems to find a way. He is now on +2 with no losses. A tour de force put together by Praggnanandhaa through the first half of the tournament, but of course he's got the second half to play. He still has to face Magnus Carlsen, and he's got plenty of trials and tribulations ahead as he tries to finish in the top 3. That would be just a remarkable performance by the Indian youngster. Fabiano Caruana has put up a remarkable defensive performance, but he needs to finish it off with a few more accurate moves. 3 minutes now on the clock and 4 moves to make. This is a little bit nerve-wracking, Jovik. Will Parham be able to pull off the unimaginable and somehow squeeze out a win?
I wasn't sure about his queen b2, I'll be honest with you. Yes, it's very tempting, but I'm afraid that the white king has been left to fend for itself. And there's so many checks on the board. I mean, you kind of mentioned one way how to secure a draw by perpetual check. I'm also looking at moves like the queen going down to d1.
Yeah.
It's very,
D1.
very tense.
Bishop e2 is what he's planning. Don't take on f4 and give up the bishop with check. That's the best way to lose. Now 2 minutes for Fabiano Caruana. It's time to move, Fabi. And I can bet a silver dollar he's probably trying to ensure that in that line I mentioned where he takes the bishop and white plays b7, that is nerve-wracking in the sense that you could imagine a scenario there where white's king somehow meanders its way out of the checks. And Fabi just has to ensure that that scenario remains behind the scenes.
Yeah. And actually, I was thinking of a way for Parham to lose it. So say you go queen e6. Can the king hide on the corner to h4? Just begging to be checkmated, right?
Exactly. Yeah, because bishop f5 there threatens a very... Whoa. Right, that was not an intentional arrow. Queen e7 mate would be one of those diagonal mates where the bishop controls one diagonal, the queen controls the other. 1 minute. And there you go. It's queen e6.
Okay, you have to take the pawn.
What's funny...
Parham has said he's in for the penny, he's in for the pound. Yeah.
King h4 would get mated in 3, by the way. I just saw queen e1 and queen g3 mate.
Yeah.
Parham, please take the pawn. Don't you
And the
dare.
same goes for king f3
here.
as well. King f3 would get checkmated by queen e3 and queen g3. So there's no point in thinking about this. You got to take that pawn.
Yeah, he's in too deep. And is there any chance that he missed the move queen f5 check, that he forgot the bishop is hanging? I don't think so. But it's disturbing me just a little bit that he's thinking. Maybe he's already thinking about offering a draw. This might be a pretty good moment to do that.
Yeah.
Now, I just want to show one line. King f4, which he's going to play. If he misses mate, I'm retiring from commentary. King g3, queen f1, b7, queen e1 check. And after queen f2, you actually have to be very careful. Because if you give this check, then you lose after queen f4. And the king tucks away on h2. This is the way to lose. But black can draw with queen b4 or with the simple check on c3 followed by queen c7.
Yeah.
Okay, back to the live board. Yeah, this is...
Okay.
This should end within a couple minutes.
It definitely should do that. I mean, is there any chance that the white king can try to hide in the open? The king moves not to g3, but to e3.
Yeah, king e3 is a very interesting possibility. I'll take, you'll go b7, I'll check you from the rear. And then you're saying, like, make a mad dash toward the center?
Yeah, more or less. I was like, use the pawn on b7 as a shield. Because after all, the
would be-
bishop and queen don't coordinate so well together. I mean, by that, I mean that they're not going to coordinate on the dark squares. They're only going to have full control over the light squares.
It would be consistent with Parham's winning attempts in this game. Every time he seems to reach a dead end, he finds some way to keep the game going. But I think even someone as intent on fighting as Parham should take the wise, pragmatic route and just drop the king back to g3 and allow the perpetual.
Oh,
1 minute.
tense moment. 1 minute. The players have got 3 moves left to the magic move 60, upon which they will be getting some additional time added.
It's interesting that Parham has decided to garb himself in formal attire. Usually he's got that puffer jacket that he takes with him to every tournament, but today he's looking pretty dapper. And
I
so
think
is Fabi.
that puffer jacket that he traditionally wears is not allowed. Isn't there a kind of smart dress code?
Wasn't he wearing it yesterday?
I don't remember.
I think he might have been, but the rounds are starting to blur in my head. He has been wearing it, apparently, yeah. And he's got to make a move in the next 30 seconds.
He does.
King.
Oh,
E3.
look
God,
at
he
that.
He just
King
does not want the draw. He just doesn't.
Okay.
Okay, Fabi, now take the bishop.
You have to do that. And just let that pawn get to b7 and then do some check-in. Okay, he does that.
B7, queen e1 check. And Mr. Perpetual is going to pay us a nice little visit here. Move 59. So 2 moves until time control. And then we've got another 15 minutes added to the clock. So I could see Parham taking all 15 minutes and, trying to find something that isn't there. But it depends on his frame of mind. It depends on how tired he is and, how much he wants Fabi to suffer. I think it's safe to say that this... Yeah, so go ahead.
I was just going to say, personally, I quite like seeing Fabi grovel for a draw. I mean, not because I don't like Fabi, it's because I've been in his situation so many times. So say I'm playing a grandmaster, I get this position. They're like, no, you have to prove to me you know how to draw. And often these super grandmasters don't get that kind of treatment. They just get the opponent saying draw, and they go, yeah, okay, I didn't have to prove anything. But I just love the fact that Fabi now has to check accurately. And yes, it's a draw, but Fabi has had to fight.
Oh, he most certainly has, and he has to continue to fight. Folks, as they make move 60, we are going to leave the players on camera. We're going to take most probably our final break as this final game of round 7 winds down. We hope you've been enjoying our coverage of the Tata Steel chess tournament. The final game enters its 7th hour, and we will take our final break. We will have more Tata Steel coverage for you on the other side of this short break.
Dude, it's impossible to not hear you just breathing super loudly.
Okay, fine. I will hold my breath for 3 minutes.
All right, let's go.
Okay,
let's go
sure.
right now. Got the
Ready?
chess clock app right here. Almost there. And you did it.
What can you do for 3 minutes?
My wife says not a lot, but I can plank.
Keep that big butt down. Dude, nice.
2, 1, you did it. Wow. I feel better. Oh, yeah. You were timing me?
Yeah, you were in there for 30 minutes.
Oh, man.
Let's
Sorry.
play some chess and get some dinner.
Let's do it.
Time odds?
Yeah.
Okay. You bring a clock?
Oh, I left my clock at home.
Dude, you idiot. I told you to bring it.
Let's just go get something to eat.
Okay. Download the new chess.com clock app so you can time yourself playing chess or whatever other dumb stuff you and your friends do.
We're back. It's the final game here in round 7 of the Tata Steel chess tournament. And the concerned expression on the face of Iranian GM Parham Maksudlu, who has been trying to win the game for about 50 moves, and the unimaginable is about to happen. He has pressed and pressed and pressed, and he's overpressed. Oh my goodness, Jovanka. He is trying hard to lose this game, and I think he might have just succeeded. No way.
I think so. I mean, we were just kind of commenting there in the run-up to the opening that Parham only had one move to maintain the balance, and that was just to retreat the king to c4 and just repeat the position. This loses. All black has to do is actually check.
But does it lose like outright? I feel like there's no question that if black gives the right check right now, black is the only one who can win. Do you feel that it's hopeless if black gives the check on e3?
According to the computer, it's like minus 2.5.
OMG. And
yeah,
listen, I'm not gonna put on that, smart aleck commentator, I said this was a possibility and now he's doing it. But this is always a possibility. When you get into that frame of mind where you're playing without risk, it's a 2-result game. You can lose any position in chess. We're too experienced. We're experienced enough to know that literally any position can be lost. Anything can be overpressed. And we've seen even the strongest GMs in the world. Even Magnus Carlsen has had experiences like this. And what tends to happen, Yovi, is that you start to panic. The moment you sense that you are suddenly at risk for losing the game, you panic, and then you lose all objectivity. You make an impatient move, and that's exactly what just happened. We saw it in the body language. King to c4 was the only move to maintain a clean draw, and he said he's gone forward to b6. So why do you think queen e3 is the critical check to deliver here?
Yeah, so the queen e3 forces the king to move to c7, and from there on, the queen can come to c5 and start grabbing some squares away from the white king. And remember, the white king cannot travel on light squares. It cannot allow this bishop on b1 to join in the attack. And so, yeah, as you've highlighted, king d7 would be a gross mistake. And so if you step back, where do you want to go with your king?
Well, I probably have to go to d8. I mean, I think the human move is king to b8, but this loses because black can now drag his bishop back, target the pawn, and that's it. I mean, now black is up a bishop, and we'll find some way to win this pawn.
And this is the problem. Yeah, he's done it. He's found it. And the queen will come to d6. And after the king goes to e8, yeah, you can't go there. But if you go to e8, the queen just comes and blockades the pawn.
Oh my gosh. There's a crazy line here.
That.
You go queen b8 is what you're saying. But
Yeah.
what about the move bishop to e4? Oh, there's no mate. And this only leads to a perpetual. Miraculously, white is protecting the f6 square with his queen. He's suddenly holding this together by the skin of his teeth. But you're absolutely right, Yovi. Queen b8, king d7. Sorry, king e7. You don't want to put it on a light square. Bishop e4, that's it. Oh, you have to go king f7 to threaten mate.
Yep.
And now there's a beautiful resource. Bishop to a2 check. Then queen to g8. You win the queen back. White promotes, but now black can easily pick off either the g pawn or, perhaps even more precisely, the h5 pawn. And this should be a winning endgame.
Yeah. And we will
Can
be
you
in
believe
for
this?
the long haul.
We are
No,
definitely in for the long haul.
And
We are
yeah,
definitely
Fabi has played queen e3.
Oh my gosh. Can you believe this?
I'm kind of a bit staggered actually, because I did not dream of this happening. And the king has planted itself on c7, and Parham, he just wanted to win so much. He's completely overpressed, and now the win is just miles away from his grasp. In fact, it is Fabi who is now going to start to turn things around. And just look at Fabi. Look at I know we're told by Fabi not to read his body language, but look how he suddenly sat up, and now he understands that things have turned into in his favor. I was like, we've been on air for a long time.
We have. And Arjun Erigaisi and Nodirbek Abdusattorov is cursing in like 4 different languages right now. He's like, this was in the bag. Nice, solid result for Parham, holding Fabi to a draw. All of a sudden, you look at this position and you refuse to believe that this position and the position after, let's say, move 50 or move 40 was one and the same. I mean, you have to take your hat off on the one hand to Parham Maksudlu for the fighting spirit, which is really second to none at the top level, the desire, the drive. On the other hand, from a more critical perspective, you got to admit that something like this is just unacceptable. You cannot let something like this happen. You're just leaving a point on the table out of stubbornness, because at some point you have to know when to admit, hey, my opponent defended well, time to split the point, rather than digging myself into a hole and actually losing the game. It's not over yet. That queen endgame we discussed is very likely, but I don't think Parham will have the mental energy or the physical energy to hold that pawn down endgame.
Yeah, I mean, also just to talk about the psychology as well. I mean, it's very difficult to adapt. You know, you being the one pushing, you being the one pressing for a win, and then suddenly it's all gone wrong and you've made a terrible blunder. And you know what they say about blunders? They always come in pairs. So I agree. I think if Caruana gets into that incredible queen ending that you showed us, I think there's no chance for Parham on a practical level. He's not going to be able to make that shift.
Oh. You know what that means? A sip of water. He hasn't sipped that water in about 30 moves. That means he's satisfied with his position. He knows he is now fully out of the woods. And this has been one of the wildest turnarounds that I've seen in recent times. And if Caruana completes the picture and claims the full point, I'm already speechless, and I will be even more speechless.
Yeah.
Queen d6 check on deck here.
Yeah. So Queen d6 is a possibility. Queen f8 is a possibility. Queen d6 is a nice move. I do like the kind of grandmaster approach of repeating the position twice before making a move.
Yeah.
But sorry, before making a decision. Yeah.
Queen f8, king c7. Yeah, if you really want to rub it in your opponent's face. Draw? Nope, just kidding. Yeah. You had your chance. You missed it. Queen d6 is going to happen. Now, the time situation, 10 minutes to 13 minutes, that sounds like an eternity compared to what they just had. And that gives us an opportunity to review the results from today. Oh my God, I can't believe this game is still going. We've had a very violent day here in Tata Steel. 4 decisive games out of the 6 results thus far. Magnus winning, Prague beating Jordan Van Forest. That was a sparkling game. Positional wire-to-wire effort. And of course, Nodirbek Abdusattorov is in some of the greatest form that we've seen from anybody. I mean, this rivals right now Gukesh's form from the Olympiad. But speaking of Gukesh, I don't think I've seen somebody struggle like this in a while.
Now, Gukesh is really having a tough time of things. And we saw him lose to Wesley Soda. And someone else who's struggling is actually Richard Rapport, who was very creative at one stage in his game against Magnus Carlsen, but it was just insufficient to the world champion's defensive mastery. And someone who's just rolling forward, that's Pragnananda, who steamrolled past Jordan Van Forest, and someone who's having a very tough time of it. He's been riding his luck on a few games, but today, Lady Luck did not smile on him. Was Arjun Erigaisi, who lost to tournament leader Nodirbek Abdusattorov. And Abdusattorov, whoa, like you said, at the form of his life, he's just doing incredible stuff.
He is indeed, and he's not done yet. He's got half of the tournament still to go. He leads the field by an entire point, but should Fabiano Caruana pull off the unimaginable and win the game, his lead will have shrunk to a mere half point. Right now, Nodirbek sitting in his hotel room after dinner. He was happy. Everything was going well. Right now, he must be feeling rather uneasy at the prospect of Fabiano Caruana being only a half point away. Okay, let's go back to the current position because I have a minor insight, which is that if Fabiano Caruana does not see the resource bishop a2 check, then it makes it more likely that he decides to force a perpetual in this position. So just to reiterate, queen d6 check, king c8 gets mated, you have to go here. The interesting thing is that after queen b8, king f7, white is threatening mate in 1. And if not for bishop a2 check, the only other thing that black can do is go queen c7 back to b8. But Fabi could also choose to reach this position without seeing bishop a2. But having reached this position, he will most certainly find bishop a2. It is a pretty elementary tactic. It's a deflection tactic. And at that point, I don't see Parham holding that together. I just don't see it.
Yeah.
They're going for this line.
They are. And for a calculating beast such as Fabiano Caruana, I really expect him to find that nice trick. I do love the geometry of that one. The queen on g8. Skewering and picking up the queen on a2. And of course, picking up some of white's kingside pawns. And Fabi senses something as well.
Oh, he knows. He knows that this is an opportunity he might never have again this tournament.
Yeah. Well, one thing, though, is he could be focused on the fact that the king is on e8. It's on a light square. If the bishop gets to c6, it's going to be almost mate. He might be devoting his energies into that particular move of relocating the bishop to e4.
Well, whatever he decides, he should decide it pretty fast. He wants to leave himself, I think the threshold is something like 2 minutes because you want to be able to invest a little bit of time in a critical moment. Here he goes, the moment of truth, ladies and gentlemen. Will he find queen b8? Yes, he will.
He does.
Yes, he will. And bishop a2 is going to come fast. Unbelievable. Oh, can you imagine having to defend that pawn down endgame? If you told that to Parham, he would have laughed you out of the room. What pawn down endgame? I'm not risking. What you talking about? Oh, this is what Fabiano Caruana is talking about. Bishop a2. The whole tournament might be talking about this game.
And you can see the excitement on Fabiano's face.
Oh, yeah.
I could have sworn he had to suppress a smile because I think it's just occurred to him. Bishop a2. They go on the board. And
no, this is crazy.
No. Now Parham is going to be the one in deep thought. That one has come as a complete surprise to Parham.
I don't know, again, it's hard to judge by the body language. He might have missed it. But I'm afraid he'll go king e7, which hastens his defeat. In fact, king e7 loses immediately. Just to be totally clear, queen takes a2. That resulting queen endgame is far from a clear-cut win. I mean, this game could conceivably last for another hour if they go for that endgame. And the only reason I think Fabi will win that queen endgame has to do with the psychology of having to defend it and the fact that they've been playing for 6 hours and 20 minutes. If Maksudlu plays king e7, he loses because of the simple queen c7 check, and he's taken it. Yeah, no choice. And there was a mating construction there. Queen g8, king e7. Take the queen. Parham promotes. And now a very important detail, Yovi. Queen takes g2 is a terrible move because it allows the immediate perpetual with queen b1 and queen back to b8. So you want to go queen e2. Oh, exquisite. Filigree precision from Caruana.
I mean, he's a shark, isn't he? When they sense blood, they start circling. I mean, it's just incredible. Queen e2, take the h pawn. And suddenly the boot is on the other foot. And it will be Parham who will have to struggle on for a draw.
This is crazy. Whew. What this game is showing is that this kind of stuff, I think some people in the chat might relate to this. I remember the time, I had a game like this where I was pressing for 60 moves, but, if something happens to you, it probably also happens at a super grandmaster level. Obviously, it happens at a different caliber in the sense that Parham didn't blunder anything in one move. It was a slow process. First, he sacrificed the bishop. That was very ill-advised. He was already towing the line, and then going who knows where with his king, allowing Black to orchestrate this combination. Now, oh, what a miserable, miserable existence he is going to lead for the next however many moves his defensive effort lasts. Oh, my lands. And Fabi's the happiest person on earth right now.
Yeah. I mean, no, it's very difficult to shake off the ghosts from the past, because Parham is just going to be thinking, why did I do this to myself? This is totally self-inflicted. And then as the game draws on, he'll be thinking, I could be at the pizza place right now. And instead, he's having to just defend, cling on with all his might to any form of hope for a draw. And Fabi is going to get a new burst of energy. He'll be feeling relentless.
We'll spell out, this endgame in just a moment, but I just wanted to remind everybody before we do, as Parham decides where he wants to put his king, the best move appears to be king f8, at least trying to keep Black's pawns at arm's length. But Parham Maksudlu was a last-second replacement for the one and only Jan Krzysztof Duda, who was not able to participate. And obviously Parham jumped at the opportunity to participate in this historic 85th edition of Tata Steel with really one of the most interesting and intriguing fields in the last decade or so of Tata. But how do we think Jan Krzysztof would have done in this field? I think he would have had a chance to win the tournament. I mean, Jan Krzysztof in good form is like Nodirbek in good form. He can win several games in a row, even against the top guys.
Yeah, absolutely. When he plays really well, it's like a work of art. He's always fighting for the initiative. He's always generating some kind of counterplay. Never count him out. His style is just a pleasure to watch. And I agree with you. If he'd been on form, I think he can do very well. When he's not on form, he tends to be kind of a little bit streaky and a bit emotional about his losses. But yeah, it's difficult to say.
It is. He had a very, very difficult Madrid candidates. I was sort of expecting more from him there, but you can also remember his sparkling victory at the World Cup. But Parham Maksudlu, he's acquitted himself very, very well thus far. This game is going to be an incredibly tough pill to swallow if he does not manage to save this end game. Okay, so he's down to 11 minutes. The worst thing that he can do is allow his clock to dwindle to a minute or two, because there's no way that he's going to avoid allowing an accidental queen trade or something of the sort if he doesn't leave himself with a little bit of time.
Yeah. He has to be practical, and so far so good. He's navigated that thorny issue of where to put the king, putting it on the best square. I thought that was very courageous, actually. I wasn't quite sure whether he would put himself on such a row. But now after queen takes pawn, the game will continue for a long, long time.
Very long time. And I mean, White has a couple of decisions that he can make. The first of which is where he wants to keep his pawn. You have a choice between keeping it on its initial square or trying to bring it up to a well-defended square on g3. Black's winning attempt is actually very straightforward here. Black doesn't have a choice of plans. Obviously, if you can trade queens, you should. For example, king e8 would be a blunder because it would enable the queen to move back to the 8th rank. Should White play the correct move, first I would start by bringing the queen to the best square on the board, and then finding the right moment to start pushing your pawns. I mean, you're going to go h5, then you're going to go g5, and you're going to get a position very reminiscent of Abdusattorov Carlsen. Queen and pawn against queen, except the fact that the pawn is on the H file rather than the B file, it changes a lot. And I'm not going to pretend that I know anything about those types of endgames. I know literally zilch.
Yeah, they're very, very complicated, those queen and pawn endings. And one thing we did learn from that particular endgame was that the defending king must not be on the first, second, or third row. And there we see Queen f1 for a second.
Ooh,
I thought, oh, you're allowing a trade, but it's okay. It's all working out for
There's a
Maxilu.
funny line. The event of queen f6. White is just going to chase the pawn all the way down. Bang, 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 bang. And black can go f3, but obviously the h-pawn is easily restrained by white's king. Fabi is definitely not going to yield a draw out of pity. What is he going to do? I am almost positive that we're going to see h5. There's really no point for black in dilly-dallying with a series of meaningless checks. If you're Fabi, you want to get down to business, and you don't want to give Parham a chance to sort of mentally prepare himself for the defensive effort. There it is.
You know Fabi well. Actually, I was going to say that he was going to centralize the queen, because one of the important things about queen and pawn endings, it all depends on how easily your pawns can advance up the board. And secondly, it's a very, very good idea that 9 times out of 10, you put your queen in a central square so it controls as many squares as possible.
That's exactly right. That's one of the very important skills that the best endgame players have. They just have a sense for where their pieces belong, and usually they belong closer to the center. Now, one interesting idea for black is to drive this pawn down to h4. And if white bides his time, then queen f6 check actually wins the game. This is a very nice line, because although it appears that white does the same thing, he pursues the pawn all the way to its promotion square because the h-pawn is now too far along and the king is unable to stop it. I actually think that this is a very hard idea to stop, because after black plays h4, well, how are you going to prevent black from trading queens? It's not so easy to keep the pawn protected. You might have to play a move, I don't know, queen b7, queen d5, but you're already hanging by a thread in that case.
Yeah. And Fabi knows that he is winning, or that he has very good chance of winning. And there we can see, I love your line, by the way, Dania. I mean, it's just so sadistic. Part of me feels that you know, maybe Fabi should just give a pity draw, but no. He's not. These are not grandmasters without reason, and they know how to turn things around from a loss, from a draw to a win.
Every couple of seconds, I need to pinch myself to convince myself that yes, they're actually in this position. Parham Maxilu has the white pieces, and you can just tell that he is disgusted with the fact that he has to defend this. It might not even be defensible objectively. Now, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 pieces on the board. So I suppose that this position is, you can plug it into the table base, the 7-piece table base, but I don't even think that's important, right? Whether it's an objective draw or an objective win doesn't matter at all, because the practical difficulty of drawing this with white is so immense that even if there is a computer draw here, I don't see Parham holding it with now 9 minutes on the clock as his clock continues to dwindle down for the final time. No more additional time. Move 60 has already been made. If I'm Parham, I'm playing queen f2 and trying to prevent the progress of black's h-pawn. I think that's the only move, actually.
Yeah, and I kind of did plug it into the table base, and it actually says black wins. And literally any move that white comes up with, it's not happy.
What is the move after queen f2?
Queen g5.
Oh, and just h4.
Amongst many, yeah.
Oh, gosh. This is actually easier than it looks for black. Just push the pawns.
Yep.
And the king always has the h6 square. So even in the event of some nasty-looking diagonal check, the king just moves up. Okay, queen f2, of course, has been played. Queen g5 is easy clap. He's going to play it quickly too, isn't he?
He has played queen f2, and yeah, I do think, you know, once you do see the idea, then it is quite obvious, you know. Put your pawn on h4, threaten queen f6 check, very nice. I can tell you moves that do draw, but these are kind of a little bit ridiculous moves. So king h6 would be a draw.
Okay.
I don't know why.
Well, I think it allows white to play queen f4 and then g3.
Ah, okay. And the same goes for queen b1. That also leads to a draw.
There's queen e4. I don't really understand that move. Don't really understand that move.
A queen e4 actually leads to a draw for the reason that you highlighted. White can now play g3.
It's a draw? It allows the draw?
Never. Yes.
But
you have to go g3.
And I know that they've been playing for this long, but I'm in total disbelief that he doesn't play king h6. I mean, it is the only way to make progress here. And I assume that what he might have missed is that after queen d2, but this is an easy line. No, it's not an easy line.
No, king h6 was a mistake. You had to go queen g5. Queen g5.
Oh, sorry. That's what I meant. Yeah. And then king h6.
Yeah.
I swear this is what I had in mind. By the way, king h6 immediately. This is really cool. Queen d2 check. And if you go queen g5, you give up the pawn on g7. White holds the draw. First, you play queen g5 to prevent that. And then you play h4. And if white plays g3 here, then again, queen f6 check is a win. That's the point. And that's the reason why queen e4 is a mistake. It's because after white plays g3, you lose the ability to force the queen trade with queen f6. Such an instructive point. And this is what these types of endgames come down to, Yovi.
Yes, very small details. And it's actually incredibly instructive because until you pointed out this plan of going h4, trading off into this king and pawn ending, I did not have any signposts on how to win this. I thought that black would have to take the very snail-like approach of just creeping forward with his pawns, with the king, trying to come as slowly as they could, and the game would last another 100 moves. But queen g5 followed by h4, so instructive.
Yeah, and you have to always keep tabs on your opponent's main defensive ideas. And one thing that we have kept tabs on is the transformation of this playing hall. These players are maybe the last two people together with the arbiters in the playing hall, which is converted from a massive gym. Let's take a look at a time lapse of this incredible process at work. I kind of need to pee, Dick, but I'll wait. Okay, well, a very, very nice video there. The gym in Wijk aan Zee there just aren't that many meeting spaces, so it's actually pretty impressive that you've got a space like that to accommodate all of the players and all of the fans and all of the players in the open section. We've talked about it many times. Wijk aan Zee, Tata Steel, it's not just a super tournament, it's a festival, and the atmosphere is what really caters to the kind of chess that we regularly see. Yovi, you talked about this yesterday. You've been to Wijk aan Zee, right?
I've actually never been. And much to my embarrassment, I actually thought that Wijk aan Zee was far up in the north. And because everyone who I know who has gone to Wijk aan Zee has always said, oh, it's so windy, it's beautiful, but it can be bitingly cold. So in my mind, I just went, oh, it's up there by Groningen. So imagine my shock when I found out it was only 30 miles from Amsterdam. I never knew.
Yeah, you think of it as this sort of exotic, village somewhere in the nestled away in the mountains that you have to get to for hours. I had a tournament like that in a town called Forni di Sopra, but that was Italy. You had to fly into Venice and then take a train for like 4 hours and then a taxi. And then I had another tournament in Benasque, Spain. This is a very well-known open tournament. Benasque is just impossible to get you. It's in the Pyrenees Mountains. You have to take a plane to Barcelona, and a 4-hour bus through the mountains to the nearest city, and then a 1-hour taxi from that city to the Benasque, which is a village of 2,000 or so. Not fun. Wouldn't recommend, although the village itself is beautiful. Wijk aan Zee, you just take a train from Amsterdam to Beverwijk, and then you take like a 5-minute taxi. That's all there is to it.
Yeah. And I've heard it's quite a popular beach resort. And in the summer, yeah, there are tents on the beach that you can rent out and stay.
It's really only, I guess it's one of the only cities that's when you name it, you immediately, most people actually think of the chess tournament. I guess Gibraltar is another place like that in a chess context. Just the cities and the countries which are sort of specifically known for a certain chess tournament.
Yeah. When it comes to cities that I kind of really associate with just chess, it's like Scheveningen. That's actually a place in I think it's by Den Haag, The Hague.
Huh.
I didn't know that.
Scheveningen.
Yeah.
Het is groot. Vondelpark is een prachtig schaakfestival. Yeah. These are not sounds that I am used to making as a native English speaker.
Very unusual. Yeah. And
Groningen.
Groningen. Yes, and
Nice.
Parham, 3 minutes to find the only saving move, which is to play G3.
I think as we were watching that video and talking about Wijk on Zee, I think I've understood why Fabi wants to provoke G3 and what's taking Parham so long. It's the fact that after G3 is played, I think Fabi is just planning to either go back to G6 or go back to E6, and then he will be threatening the trick that we were discussing earlier where he forces the queen trade and then advances the pawn to F4. So in Parham's mind, he might actually not want to play G3 because when the pawn sits on G2, you don't quite have that queen trade idea. Oh, King F7, he didn't do it.
He did not do it. And okay, now
H4.
this is now a loss for H4 is one good move. Other moves that win apparently are just to move the queen to B1 to D3. I mean, this is so complicated. And any king move, on the other hand, will draw.
Yeah. King H6.
Doesn't quite. King H6, I think, allows queen D2 check.
No, he's going to go H4. That was why he played Queen E4. I would be stunned if he didn't play H4. And after H4, which he's about to play, there it is. Now all queen trades are going to be winning for black again, for the reason we are now well acquainted with. Because when the pawns are on F4 and H4, you are threatening both H3 and F3, and the white king is in the worst possible spot. It's behind the pawns. 2.5 minutes, Yovi. I think this game is starting to come to an end, and not to the end that we thought it would come to.
No, most certainly not. I mean, this is the beauty of chess. Expect the unexpected. And Parham, 2.5 minutes. But do remember that he does get a 30-second increment bonus time after every move. So it's not too critical in terms of clock timings. 2 minutes. The remaining. Queen.
He's taking long thinks here. I mean, he's now dwindled down beyond 2 minutes. And I would say queen B2, put the queen on a square where it's not susceptible to a queen trade. But then Fabi, he'll toss the king away and start pushing his G-pawn. I mean, the winning strategy here is so straightforward, much like it was in Nodirbek Carlsen.
Be careful with queen B2 has the hidden threat of queen takes G7 checkmate.
There he
So,
goes.
what did he play?
Queen to D2. Okay, same thing.
Okay, so I think he wants to play queen to G5.
Yeah. Queen F5 check is going to follow pretty quickly. Fabi is not going to waste time because each individual move from his perspective is risk-free. It's not like Queen F5 is likely to be a big mistake. What he really wants to check for is to make sure that there are no forced queen trades, and there aren't any just yet. Queen F5 is going to follow.
Queen F5 is, in fact, one of the candidate moves to win. And there you go. Accurate as ever. And King E7, King E8. It's
King
a terrible choice. He goes to the edge of the board.
Okay, now Queen E6 check. There is King to F8. White has to try to cling to Black's pawns to make it as difficult as possible for Fabi to push the G-pawn, which, by the way, he could do right away. Is G5 one of the winning moves?
Yes.
Or is it premature?
In fact, it looks like almost everything wins. I mean, the only things that draws are the moves that just give up the H pawn.
Tell you some things that lose. Oh,
Yes.
man. But what is the most efficient move? What is the fastest mate?
I think king to g6 looks to be quite good.
Whoa.
Introducing the king into the race.
And setting up queen trades galore. Yeah. King g6, king h5. Just make your way to g3. Oh yeah, that is simple. You just walk your king to g3 and that's it. I mean, it's as simple as that.
Yeah. I mean, this is kind of like the original plan, right? When you get into these type of positions, you just think, well, the queen will stand on an optimum square and the king will just come up the board, hopefully assisted by the queen with some counter checks, and all should be easy. And Parham, just under 2.5 minutes. Fabi, he has just under 6 minutes.
If the king gets to g3, Parham might resign. Just like in the Carlsen Abdusattorov game, White's king is on a terrible square. I mean, you think, well, on the one hand, you want to keep it close to the pawns, but the moment Black creates a passer, the king becomes incredibly susceptible to check interpositions where Black covers the check with his queen with a check, forcing a queen trade. And that's a dreadful possibility in these endgames. But we're going to get a blitz game here. Fabi now down to 5 minutes. He's taking his sweet time. I mean, the player's just not in any kind of a hurry here.
No. And I have to ask, are there any restaurants that are open this late at night in Wijk and Zee?
Oh, man, I think we're getting to that. I'm going to look up the Tarantella hours. Tarantella is open until... It closes at 10 p.m., so they're going to make it to the pizzeria, I would hope. If they don't make it to that means the game would have lasted for another hour and 20 minutes. Something tells me it won't. King g6 played. Look at him go. Look at him go.
And Parham just plays immediately queen to d6.
And what's the best move here? Is it queen to f6?
Yeah.
No.
Basically, anything goes. As long as you don't put your queen on e6, it's all going to win. King
and
G5,
you know why?
King h5. Yeah.
Well, queen f6, I'll play queen to d5. And somehow there's no way to force the queen trade there. I guess you just go king h6 in that position and start pushing your g-pawn.
That's the point.
Wow. Down to 4 minutes now is Fabi. Careful now. Here he goes. What's he going to do?
I think he will step up with his king to g5.
But then I have... queen d2 check. Maybe.
Yeah, and then you can kind of move. And he steps up to h5.
Well, now queen d1 check.
Yep. And again, everything wins, so you can go queen to g4, king to g5. I kind of like queen g4.
I like it as well. This is now moving at breakneck speed toward its inevitable conclusion. The other issue is that it's impossible for Black to blunder. Like, there's just no mistake that you can make. Every move wins. Some 2 moves slower, some are 3 moves faster. But as long as Fabi moves in generally in the right direction, playing g5 and then getting the king to g3, this game is over.
Yeah. Slow and steady wins the race.
78th move. 6 hours and 42 minutes of gameplay today.
How long do you think this game will last? Do you think it will move 100?
No, I don't think we're going to make 100 moves. I would estimate another 15 minutes or so.
Okay.
I mean, unless Farham starts playing instantly, which is possible if he just gets ultimately exhausted from the defensive effort. I mean, Fabi is playing perfectly right now. King h5, king h6.
Building up time on the clock.
Check. Yeah.
3d6. That's not a problem. I mean, he can repeat the position once and then, of course, intercept that check with his queen. You know what? I think it will break 100.
It's possible. I mean, I think queen to d2 is going to happen, and then Fabi will finally set his g-pawn in motion with g5. I mean, you have to take the plunge at some point.
Yeah.
You can't win the game unless you either get the king to g3 or create a passed pawn with your pawns. 1 minute for Parham.
Yeah, and one move that he cannot play is he cannot give a check on d6 because that would be intercepted with a counter check by the queen blocking it on g6. So don't do that. That would accelerate the result of the game.
Yes, it would. Okay, well, queen to d2 check. Yep. And g5 is likely to follow. Yeah, immediately. Fabi just knows what the winning approach is, and he's not hesitating at all, which I like. I think just thinking for the sake of thinking is of no use here when moves are so risk-free.
Yeah. When everything wins, you might as well just play. I mean, the most important things in these queen endings to always remember is maximize your queen's potential, put her on in the center. Secondly, think about king safety. Always have a home to hide your king. And thirdly is try and think about the path that the path of your passed pawn. And so in this case, it's just about, g4, the king getting to g3, and then just pushing that pawn to its destination.
Yeah, Parham missing that last opportunity. Crazy that he still had a draw as late as move 74. I mean, you think about it, it's so hard to win a chess game. Even after he messed up to this extent, he still had that one final chance to stem the bleeding. And now he's got 20 seconds. So to add to his lost position, he's got no time. And it's so easy to blunder a queen trade here. Queen d4. Okay.
Okay. I would step up with my king almost instantly.
King h5.
Yep.
And if king h5, whoops, it didn't. Well, I guess we can play. We have the analysis board open. King h5, check on d1. Oh, and just g4.
Yep.
Oh, but this is child's play. Queen h8, check, king g4.
And the king is in.
Yeah, the king is in, and that's it. Queen c3, queen e4 check, and eventually just going to lose the second pawn.
Yeah.
And once the pawn is captured, that I would say is the threshold, what I would call the resignation threshold. In Parham's mind, he probably already has this in his mind. Like, when am I going to resign? I'm going to resign when XYZ happens. And I think XYZ is losing the G pawn.
I agree.
Okay.
Happy. We're on the same page. Okay. Queen d4. So the moves that do squander away the win are, and I don't think you would play this, it'd be queen f1, just breaking the connection between the king and queen queen a5, and of course h3. Those are the only losing moves, and drawing moves. Anything that loses basically involves putting your queen in a square it should not go to.
Yeah, there he goes.
Oh. He's reaching for it. King h5. Yes.
There we go. Okay, Parham with his last seconds on his last legs. Just an unbelievable game. And chess is such a ridiculous game, honestly. Like, you don't have any other sport or endeavor where you have this type of game, just this type of arc. Couldn't script this better in Hollywood.
Yeah. I mean, one of the unfortunate things about chess is that sometimes you just can't come back from an error. In most other sports, you get given the chance to try and try again. And the players are on their second score sheets.
Yeah,
and
that's a sign that this game is not going to end anytime soon. So what's the move here? Is it just g4?
Yeah, so you can G4 will win. Also, you have some random moves like Queen H7 will also win, but the one that I like the most is Queen to F4, offering up a queen trade and also creating a bridge for the king to travel to G4.
And if the queen goes to D7, you lose the second pawn. So that's out of the question. And there's nothing else that can be done. Yeah, Queen F4 looks great. Fabi, though, I mean, he's down to 3 minutes. Again, like I said, he should keep a little bit of time on his clock just in case something unexpected happens to calculate a pawn endgame. You don't want to play on increment here if you're on the winning side. I think he's going to go G4. That would be my guess. But I like your move as well. Queen F4 is very clinical.
Yeah. Well, basically, most moves will win. And it's a good choice. G4, Queen F4.
I think G4 also creates the G5 square, which can be used as a checking point for the queen and cuts off the white queen from all sorts of defensive squares. Here he goes. He's been about to make a move for like 2.5 minutes now. There he goes. G4 on the board.
Yeah.
I gotta say, Caruana's technique, apart from Queen E4, which is a totally forgivable mistake, has been exquisite and something we take for granted, but not something that everybody would have been able to achieve after 7 hours of chess.
Absolutely, I agree with you. I mean, he's just done everything perfectly, from advancing the pawn to H4 and then just maximizing the queen.
2 seconds.
The king on H6. Oh!
Sorry, I just noticed that he had 2 seconds on his clock. Oh, and that loses on the spot, H3. Now, after H3, you might resign. And Fabi, oh no, why King G5? I don't understand. Why not H3?
Well, he's setting up a check, right?
Yeah. I guess this also wins. Oh, and basically, whichever way Maksudlu checks, he interposes with a check. 15 seconds. This might be it.
10, 9, 8, 7,
4,
3, 2,
1. Move!
It was,
With 2 seconds, he played that move. With 2. And that's the best move. It's the only way to avoid the queen trade. So I'm just not giving up. But it's really just a question of when Fabi wants to play H3. He could play it now, and after GH, he could pick up the pawn like that. But I wouldn't advise that to him. I don't like King G5. I think that was a one-move trap. I think he should move the king back to H5 and just push the pawn down to H3. I think that's what he should do.
And that's actually the top table-based recommendation. Just move the king to the side, but instead he gives a check.
Okay.
Still good.
Obviously does not ruin anything. All right.
Yeah.
So King E5,
Yeah.
I guess.
King E5, yeah. And he lets go of the piece. And I'm here checking this table base because when there comes positions where there are so few pieces on the board, the computers have just simply worked everything out. They can sit there by sheer maths and just work out that every single move will lead to a certain conclusion. And luckily for us, I have it here up on my screen, and I can see that basically Black can almost play anything here and will lead to a win. And I find it quite fantastic that we have this thing in existence, because before people just had to know where, which end games were winning, which ones were losing. And now with so few pieces on the board, been done for us.
There's just so many things that we take for granted in the chess world today. So many tools that allow us to enjoy the games more fully, to benefit from the experience, and to watch in a more deliberate manner. Of course, engines overall, but table bases in particular just allow us to know how the game should end. It allow us to immediately see beyond a shadow of doubt whether the players are pursuing the correct winning and drawing strategy. And Fabi, I have to say, is not convincing me right now. He's given the series of checks with his queen. Yes, but he might have forgotten that h3, g takes h3 is actually a terrible move because the pawn is going to be pinned. And if he moves the queen too far away, then he's allowing White's king to get active. So Fabi had the opportunity to go h3 and end it immediately. He rushes with a couple of checks. Now he's taking his time again. I don't think the game is totally over. I'm going to amend what I said just a couple of minutes ago. I don't think it's over just yet.
And one of the things that Fabi really wants to do is he wants to like walk his king over to f4, put it on g3, and start attacking that weak g2 pawn. But I just love the square that Parham has put his queen on, because if king f4 happens, then queen h2 check will come, and the black king will have to step back.
I still maintain that Caruana should ask himself, well, what is my goal in this position? There's two ways to win, three ways. You can force the queen trade. Can't do that here. You can get your king around to g3. Not easy to do either. The third method is what I think he should pursue. Step away to h5. Get the king off of the checking zone of White's queen, and then just go h3. And the proximity of White's king to the queen is what makes White's position so hopeless. Just the abundance of threats that force White to contort himself and allow the h-pawn to promote. 40 seconds for Fabi. He's taken 2.5 minutes on this move, and he's not seeing it. Oh my gosh, are we going to get another miracle?
I think maybe we might see something, because now this has become a real scramble. And Fabi, well, he finds the correct idea, queen to d2. And in fact, the table base was simply recommending that the best check was to actually put the queen on b2, for the queen to kind of keep some kind of maximum checking distance. And now the king is going to be asked a question. Where is it going to go? And it's moved to e4. And once again, the best technique is simply to give checks furthest away from the king. So you want to go queen b2, drive the king away.
Huh. Very interesting. Well, Fabi's got 16 seconds now to figure it out. Queen f4 check. King d3. And Parham has sensed it and has started to respond instantly, which I like. Oh my gosh. Now queen c5 is not a threat because of queen f5. How do you make that last bit of progress? Maybe you go h3 and then g3. Maybe you break through. But Fabi's not going to do that in time pressure.
h3 was a winning attempt according to the table base, and queen f5 check also doesn't spoil the win. So still plenty to play for, but h3, the computer does confirm, was the way forward.
Well, one way to lose here would be to go king e2 and allow the queen to sneak into c2. That actually loses the queen. Parham correctly shifts his king down one square to d2. And how is Fabi going to proceed? Is he going to go g3? That's a very committal move, Yovi, but that might be the way to set up, or is that not the move?
No, that is not the move.
It's not the move.
Your move h3 is still very much in play. Anything that any other moves are the kind of queen checks that don't change the equilibrium too much. So you're looking at queen f4, maybe queen f5 check, but h3 is the winning attempt.
And he's played a move. Oh no, apology. He has played a move, queen d5 check. So he continues to give these checks, but what is the target square for his queen? I don't know if he knows exactly what he's aiming for here. King e2. Still h3 probably wins.
No.
Gosh.
Not now, apparently.
Not anymore. Oh my gosh.
He has to go back to your original plan of actually putting the king on h5 and setting it up.
I think he's trying to win this by forcing a queen trade rather than by creating a passed pawn. I think he's afraid to play h3. He's afraid that the king is too close to the pawn, that his king is going to get too exposed. And again, Fabi, under a minute here, he's basically playing on increment. it's not so easy to build up a big time surplus here, because at this point, every check requires some thought. You got to be careful not to repeat moves 3 times at this point.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
And, when it comes to queen and pawn endings, it's just impossible to calculate. You just have to visualize the position that you are steering for. And okay, he gives a check on a2. Very good.
Obviously, king d3 is literally forced. All other moves lost the queen. And back he goes to b3. He's spotted the right idea. King d2
King,
is forced.
Yep.
I would imagine. And is it time for h3?
No. Apparently not.
I'm very much worried that he will play h3. What is the move here?
Leads to a draw because of queen c5
gosh.
check.
Oh, I didn't see that. Oh, you're going to get perpetualed. Oh my god. Are you kidding me?
So good moves are just to give a few checks and just to kind of set up that construction so that when h3 comes, the king is safely covered from any checks.
Okay.
And now it's Fabi who's under a minute. It's Fabi who has to make those quick decisions.
45 seconds or whatever, it sounds like a lot. Oh, you got time to calculate. But when you're in the heat of the moment, when you're Fabi, that time, it evaporates so quickly. I've been in so many of these situations where you must be winning, but you're suddenly playing on increment, and you're like mesmerized by your clock ticking down, and your fingers turn into thumbs. Your brain just kind of shuts down. And Fabi has made zero progress in the last X number of moves.
Yeah.
And
in fact,
gained 0 time.
Forcing. Yeah, I was going to say he's been forcing Parham to play only moves to remain in the game. And okay, he's given a few checks. The king has to move somewhere, d2, c2. As long as it doesn't move to e2, that should be fine. Okay, or move to e2. That was fine.
Yeah, I guess as long as king d4 there would have blundered the queen to queen a7. But he's not going to do that.
No, he's not going to do that. So interesting enough, he has to put his queen back onto the 5th row. He has to achieve that with check. And then he has to do that very critical h3 pawn breakthrough.
He's going to play h3 eventually. The real question is when and which passed pawn is he going to emerge with? Is he going to play with a g pawn, or is he going to play with the h pawn? And it's just very hard to say how exactly where your queen should be, where your king should be. 30 seconds again for Fabi. And again, he's playing with his last seconds. Okay, g3, h3, there we go. Oh, this is a draw.
This is a draw.
Is it a draw now? Is it?
Yes. Okay, and you have pawn takes pawn.
No. Oh my god, and you can get mated here, Yovi. I've seen people get mated. If queen takes h3, imagine if black's king is on g3 and white's queen lands on f2. You've seen blitz games like that. I guess Fabi will give a check on f3, but then the king can stay on e1. No.
Yep.
Don't tell me we're going to get another turnaround. We've already gotten one.
We're going to get the natural result, Danya. the result that could have happened many moves ago.
This might be more heartbreaking for Fabiano, although he's going to console himself by saying I had no business even being close to winning. But that's not how you think. Right? That's totally not how you think. He will be heartbroken at this miss if Parham can stay on his feet and stay alert. I assume the move here is queen c5 check, or is it? No, it's queen c1 check.
No, queen c1 would actually lose. Queen c5 check is the nice move, and it's primarily, I think, because of your idea, queen, because then you can go queen f5 after king h4, and then you're inviting the king to come to g3, and you'll say,
"Wow!
Thank you for that." Queen f2 checkmate.
Well, Tarantella closes in 1 hour, so the players might have to rush to the pizzeria. If Fabi allows a draw in this game, that might be the best pizza Parham has ever tasted. 2 minutes.
It's difficult to read the emotions of what the players will be feeling if this does in fact end in a draw, because somehow Fabi will instantly forget that he was defending an endgame for a long time, and that was the result he wanted, and he'll feel like he's been robbed in those closing moments. And Parham, 1 minute and 30 seconds.
Yeah, he's gonna take his time here because he's got a couple checks. All of them look equally tempting. And the biggest opportunity, I don't want to jump the gun here. Fabi might still very well win this game, but that opportunity Fabi had to slide his king to h5 and push h3, that was the cleanest cut win he had. The other wins, it was hard to find the right arrangement of queen and pawn, but that was a very straightforward option, after which Parham would have just had no way to restrain his pawn. And now he's down to a minute. Parham feeling the burn at this point. Less than a minute on the clock. He's got to make a decision soon.
Clock is ticking. He has to make a move. And here, this comes a lot of choice. Queen f2. Another very clever move. I have to say, I have been very impressed by the tenacity of Parham, because a lot of us would have just crumbled as soon as we got into this queen 2, queen versus 1 endgame. It would have been like, why are we here? And then we would have just made a series of terrible errors and the game would have finished very quickly. But Parham, he's finding these amazing moves. He's defending now like a lion.
15 seconds for Fabi. Crumbled and crumbled aggressively, wouldn't we all? 10 seconds and he's made a move. In h7. Oh my gosh. Now all we need right now is for one of the players to lose on time. That's what we're missing. Fabi. No, but listen, queen e3 check and king f2 is just a dead draw. Parham is like 2 moves away. When White gets the king to g2, at that point, Fabi can just offer a draw, because even a queen trade would lead to a drawn pawn endgame at that point. All Parham has to do is slide the queen over and shift his king in front of the pawn. No, this is crazy. Here he goes.
Absolutely.
I don't know why queen g3 and not queen e3 check, but okay.
It's fine. It's okay.
Yep.
It's still within the realms of a draw. This is all still good. And okay. And remember, moves like queen h4 can be met with king f2.
Oh, and that's it. It's a dead draw because, queen lands on f4. You take it and you go king f2. Almost all queen trades at this point lead to a draw. Fabi almost has nothing to play for at this point. I don't even see any traps. Just king e1. Literally just shuffle your king between e1 and e2. Parham does it immediately.
Yeah.
Unreal.
He doesn't flinch, does he? I mean, in that particular moment, the path to the draw wasn't that great. He had to retreat the king or step it forward to e3. Parham sees it so quickly.
And Fabi just cannot believe that he's messed it up. That was, that was the opportunity of a lifetime there. But I really do think that this result is as fair as it gets. I'm totally on the same page with you. How did Parham do this after a blunder of that magnitude? How do you just hunker down and hold an endgame like this? There's going to be a draw for here very shortly.
Are we going to reach a move 100?
It's going to be close. King h5.
You're
close. And just king e1. I mean, there's not a single move that Caruana has here. King e1 off for draw. There it is. Look at that look. Like, all right. I want to make it to Tarantella, boy. Caruana going to play queen h4, and Parham's going to play king f2.
They cannot agree a draw move 99, because I predicted that this game would pass 100 moves. And no. Don't snatch away my victory and the closing seconds of the game, please.
I think you're safe. I think he'll at least try queen h4.
Okay.
No, he just goes back. He might repeat moves. Unreal. You did it, Yovi. It's a move 100. At the very least, Fabi will make a move. He won't resign. He might go queen f4.
Okay, but then that's an elementary draw after queen f4 because it just simply trade off queens, and the white king has opposition, and it's there on the board.
Oh,
and Param
my
breathes a
lands.
sigh of relief. What an adventure the pair have taken us on.
No, but this is just absolutely crazy. The tenacity, the verve, the resistance after 6 hours and a crushing, soul-crushing series of blunders to just come back like that. It wasn't perfect. Parham had the opportunity to play g3. And as the players inevitably, there will be stalemate on the board. Move 106. You called it. And this game has lasted 7 hours and 9 minutes. Definitely the longest game, I think, of the tournament thus far. What a marathon. And the players still have enough left in the tank to exchange their brief thoughts about the game. I would be running toward that pizzeria.
Yeah.
Unreal.
I mean, what a roller coaster. I mean, but I have to say, it's been a very instructive game from start to finish. I mean, we saw Aram put Fabiano under pressure, and at the end, he overpressed. And then we had this fascinating queen and pawn ending where we all learned that the winning technique was actually to put the pawn on h4 and move the king up the board. I mean, it was just fascinating.
Well, that is going to make it to some of the textbooks, but it's time to draw some conclusions as the players continue to discuss the endgame. Let's review today's results. We have had 4 decisive games. I would have bet my entire savings Maksud was going to lose, but no, that game ends peacefully. Aronian and Keimer both draw Ding Liren. Great defensive effort. We've been through Nodirbek's amazing win. Rapport and Van Forest lose to Carlsen and Pragnananda, respectively. And that funnels us directly into the standings. Nodirbek of Abdusattorov could not be happier at Parham Maksudlu's incredible defensive effort, Yovi.
Yeah, I mean, it has kept some of the leads intact. So you have Nodirbek with 5.5 points out of 7. Fabiano Caruana, Anish Giri, Wesley So, and Pragnananda. It's crowded at the top. All have 4.5 points. And Levon Aronian there on 4th. But look who's climbed all the way up to 7th place. Magnus Carlsen. He's sniffing around with 3.5 points. Don't write the world champion off.
Sniffing around is right. Magnus, with one more win, will make his way to a plus score. And now tomorrow we have an absolutely mouthwatering lineup of pairings. As usual, we have Caruana Carlsen, something always to look forward to. Fabiano Caruana will have to put this game behind him because he has a very tough task ahead of him. Other fascinating pairings include Nodirbek, who faces an on-form Levon Aronian, then Forrest Erigaisi, and of course Wesley So. Let's not forget about him. He's suddenly +2 tied for 2nd place. He faces Ding Liren, who has shown himself to be capable of some mistakes in this tournament.
Yeah, definitely some exciting matchups to be had. I really can't wait for them to happen. And I can't wait to see how everyone is going to cope with, today's dramatic turn of events. We saw a lot of decisive games. And tomorrow, I think, is going to be a real shake-up in terms of standings. I think we're going to see a lot more surprises.
Well, Monday is a rest day. We're going to see a lot of tired players tomorrow, but they're going to have to put out all of the energy that they have left. And folks, we don't have too much energy left, so we're going to wrap up. But before we do, we wanted to remind you to mark your calendars because Bullet Brawl arenas are coming back to your screens starting January 28th, just a week from now. Titled players compete in a 2-hour arena with $2,500 on the line. Watch as your favorite streamers battle it out in monthly Bullet Brawl arenas starting Saturday, January 28th. Use !Brawl in the chat for all the details. Well, Ivanka, I could not have chosen a better person to survive these 7 hours with. What an incredible round. I'd like to thank you for bringing the energy each and every hour. Oh my gosh, I don't even know what to say, but I think it's time to wrap up. Everything good must come to an end.
It most certainly does. And as always, the feeling is very much mutual. And that will be all for us, right?
It will indeed. Thank you to everybody in the chat. We had over 40,000, as usual, bringing the contingent. I know you have busy weekend plans, so thank you for taking the time to watch. Tomorrow's round, it'll be round 8, tomorrow Sunday at 5 a.m. Pacific, the usual start time, 8 a.m. New York time, and 2 p.m. Central European time. And now for International Master Jovanka Huska and our entire amazing team at chess.com, GM Daniel Nerditsky saying goodbye from the 85th Tata Steel Chess Tournament. We will see you tomorrow bright and early for round 8. So long.